I will remind you one more time. Once you choose a profession, you cannot change it. This profession will be with you for the rest of your life. A profession not only determines how far you can go in the future, but also directly dictates your future standard of living. Although some say every profession has a future, the peak performance stage for each one is different. Only the warrior profession is most suitable for you all. It requires no money, no exceptional talent, offers combat power in the early stages, and as long as you reach level 10, you can get employed. Class 3, Grade 1, Profession Awakeners. The homeroom teacher repeated the words he had said countless times before. In short, if you meet the requirements to be a warrior, no matter how much you like other professions, choose warrior. If you come from a wealthy family, and by wealthy, I mean your family can immediately come up with 10 million for gear, 10 million for spells, and another 10 million to hire bodyguards, then don't hesitate, just choose the pay-to-win path. If you don't meet the requirements for a warrior and your family isn't wealthy, what should you choose? The students in the classroom said in unison, support profession. Correct, just choose support. Do not be overly ambitious and try to pick professions like druid, rangers, monk, or shadowblade. I'm not saying these professions are weak, but we need to have some self-awareness. These professions were simply not meant for us. In short, either choose warrior, choose support, or just rely on your family's money. The homeroom teacher repeated his instructions earnestly. He knew that his words were somewhat pessimistic, but he had no choice. The school he taught at was just an ordinary high school for profession awakeners. Students with high talent had already been picked by elite institutions. The remaining students were mostly average in talent. He was just trying to find a safer path for his students. All right, after the lunch break, gather on the playground to prepare for the class transfer at the temple. The homeroom teacher nodded with satisfaction as he watched his obedient students. He thought to himself that the employment rate for this year should be secure. After the teacher left, the classroom exploded with noise as students began discussing. Finally, we can awaken. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Doesn't mean much, we're all going to be warriors anyway. Warriors are fine, at least we can start making money. My dad has already set it up for me. Once I reach level 10, he'll get me into the province's largest pharma company, Angel Pharmaceuticals, starting salary 8,000. I'm so envious. What do you mean by warriors are fine? Being able to transfer at all is already great. Our class pass rate in the previous test was only 50%, meaning half the people can't even transfer. Yeah, I can transfer, but my strength talent rating isn't good enough for a warrior. Luckily, my spirit talent met the requirement, so I can at least become a priest. Priests are great too. A lot of professionals pay to hire priests to enter the abyss with them. That's a money-making profession. I'm planning to go for Shield Warrior to act as a meat shield and tank damage for the mages. Forget it, a meat shield needs to be at least level 15 to tank damage in a level 1 abyss. Whether you can even reach level 10 is a question. I wonder what profession Jung Yu will choose? Our class monitor should be picking warrior too, right? Isn't that a shame? His intelligence talent rating is so high. It can't be helped. His family has no money, and he's not willing to settle for a support profession. Since his warrior rating met the mark, he'll probably just transfer to a battle mage build later on. Ha! Magic-based warriors are a rare profession. You really think just anyone can become one? Such a pity. What's there to pity? We don't even know what's going to happen to our own futures, and you have time to worry about others. That's true. At that moment, the boy being discussed, Jung Yu, was sitting in the corner listening to the classmates nearby. Jung Yu, the class monitor of Class 3. His talent rating was the highest in the entire grade. Except for his agility talent being a bit poor, everything else was top tier. This score was top-notch for his high school, but in the entire Jiangshui city, it was only considered average. Have you decided what profession you want to choose? Jung Yu's seatmate Tao Chen also heard the discussion and turned to ask him directly. Jung, of course, warrior. Why does everyone pick warrior? Tao Chen expressed his regret for Jung Yu. It's a shame about your 4.7 intelligence potential rating. What's the shame? Employment is more important than anything. Even if I chose mage, I have no money for gear, no money for spell skills. Better to just honestly choose warrior. Jung Yu didn't feel it was a shame at all. He completely agreed with the homeroom teacher's word. It's like choosing between learning a trade at a vocational school or getting a meaningless degree from a third-tier university. Warrior is like a trade. Simple, easy to pick up, and the odds of getting a job are very high. Druids, rangers, assassins, shadowblades, and monks are like third-tier universities. It's not that these professions are bad, but if you go to a third-tier school to study law, you'll likely be unemployed, whereas from an elite university, your chances are much better. Everyone here is an average student, so picking warrior is the most secure path. The military will recruit level 10 warriors, but they won't recruit level 10 rangers. Major companies will only take low-level warriors, not low-level monks, because in this world, leveling up is too hard. As a transmigrated former corporate slave, Jung Yu knew clearly how important employment was. Therefore, warrior was his first choice. Survival is what matters most. Jung Yu said earnestly to Tao Qian. In this world, because of the universal job transfer, there are almost no universities. After high school graduation, you can transfer to a profession, train, and then enter the workforce. Students who cannot transfer go to vocational schools to study law, management, construction, mechanics, etc. Because in this world, professional awakeners are the most important existence. To defend against the abyss, to protect the only remaining space for humanity, and to accumulate strength in preparation for those terrifying doomsday prophecies. In short, this world respects the strong. The professionals level is the symbol of status. So, Jung Yu was quite satisfied that he could transfer into a warrior. It was better than not being able to transfer at all. Tao Qian said seriously, I'm planning to transfer into a monk. Gambling on your talent? Yeah, taking a gamble. If I can get an A-level talent, I'll take off. Someone nearby scoffed. Gambling on an A-level talent? You'd be better off gambling on a hidden profession. They say only one person in all of Jiangshui City had an A-level talent last year. Last year in the entire Jiangnan province, there was only one S-level talent and 30 A-levels, but there were over 30 hidden professions in the province. Tao Qian stubbornly retorted, then how do you know I can't be one of those 30? Yeah, good luck to you. Seeing that Tao Qian was already obsessed, the other person stopped trying to talk him out of it. Instead, Tao Qian tried to persuade Jung Yu, I don't think you should listen to the teacher. That kind of life is too mediocre. You have to take a gamble. What if you turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Jung Yu took out his potential test results from 2 days ago, handed them to Tao Qian and said, I want to gamble, but look at my result. Tao Qian took Jung Yu's test sheet. Strength potential rating 3.7. Intelligence potential rating 4.7. Physique potential rating 4.0. Spirit potential rating 3.8. Agility potential rating 1. This isn't bad at all. Any rating above 3 is considered excellent. Your scores crush mine. Jung Yu pointed to the bottom of the evaluation. Look at this. Tao Qian saw the recommendation at the bottom. According to the temple's test, your most compatible profession is summoner. Tao Qian's mouth opened slightly. Summoner? It's impossible, right? Your potential rating isn't quite at the level of top geniuses, but it's definitely not low. Why would it recommend a summoner? Jung Yu smiled and said indifferently, maybe the temple makes mistakes sometimes. After all, decades have passed and no one has figured out where the temple actually came from. Anyway, I don't believe in the temple's recommendation. Even if summoner is the most suitable, I wouldn't choose it. It's a typical bottom-tier profession. Whoever picks it gets tricked. Even if I die, I won't pick it. Being a warrior is better. The number of professionals who choose summoner each year can be counted on one hand. Those few who do choose it only do so because they failed the requirements for other professions and were forced into it. Warriors have always been powerful. Monks and druids are powerful in the mid-game. Assassins and shadowblades are powerful in the late game. Mages are absolute gods in the very late game. Shield warriors, paladins, and priests may not be strong, but their role is support, so they never struggle to find a party. But summoner, a profession loathed by everyone, neither high nor low. Weak in the beginning, middle, and end. More money draining than a mage, can't fight as well as a paladin, and its only supposed advantage, the swarm tactic, is outperformed by necromancers. Spending the most money to train the stupidest profession. No one wants you in their party. Can't even solo effectively. Summoner is completely abandoned by professional awakener. Only someone with a broken brain would choose summoner. Jung Yu said seriously. Tao Qian echoed him. Right, only fools would pick summoner. Right after he finished that sentence, a mechanical voice appeared in his mind. Detected that the host has deep prejudice and misunderstanding toward the summoner profession, preemptively activating the god-tier talent for summoner, Hextech Augmentation Rune Talent. Hextech Talent. Every 5 levels, randomly choose 2 Hextech Augmentation Runes. The effects of the Hextech Augmentation Runes will act on summons and can only act on summons. This talent serves only the summoner profession. If the host does not choose the summoner profession, the system will get very angry and self-destruct. Please make your choice carefully, take it seriously, and do not treat it as a joke. Jung Yu. Good news, the system is here. Bad news, it seems I just cursed the system. Seems I also cursed myself. You have to be out of your mind to choose summoner. That is exactly what he said himself just a moment ago. Yeah, he really gave himself a good scolding. According to the system's description, if he didn't choose summoner, not only would he lose the god-level talent, but he might also have to suffer the damage from the system's self-destruction. He really didn't expect that the system every transmigrator dreams of would turn out to be related to the summoner class. Jung Yu wore a look of helplessness. Do all systems these days have such explosive tempers, threatening its host with self-destruction? But it doesn't matter. Since the system promised him a god-level talent, any class would do, even the hated and despised summoner. After all, that is a god-level talent. The highest talent in this world is the SSS level talent. There is only one person in the entire world with it. He is the war god of Kyushu, Nan Muyun, who ranks first on every list: the level leaderboard, the combat power leaderboard, the abyss monster kill leaderboard, and the overall leaderboard. Talents go down in order from SSABC all the way to F. An A-level talent is already considered a genius. An S-level talent gets the entire province to pool resources for their training. An SS-level talent is marked as a key national protege with resources guaranteed for life. Apart from Nan Muyun, that special SSS level talent holder, SS level is considered the top tier. But God level, it has never existed before. Wait, Hex Deck? Isn't that just a mechanic from the game Teamfight Tactics? Similar to Augment, each tech has a unique way of strengthening, which can make summoned pieces stronger. Pieces equal summon. Hex Deck equals Group Enhancement Augment. And every 5 levels you get 2 Hex Deck choices. On the current level leaderboard, the highest level player, War God Nan Muyun, is at level 71 and hasn't leveled up in a long time. It seems he must have hit some sort of bottleneck, or perhaps the XP required for level 71 is so immense that even a powerhouse like him struggles to level up. But even at just level 70, that's a full 30 Hex Deck choices. At least 30 group enhancement. No wonder this talent is only for summoners. Any other class would make this augment useless. 30 group enhancements, isn't that just like having 30 talents? It truly deserves the title of a god level talent. Even if individual Hex Deck talents aren't as good as an SSS level talent, having at least 30 or more of them means they can stack up to reach god level. I just wonder what effect these Hex Deck augments will have once applied to reality. Jung Yu was already looking forward to the class change this afternoon. After the lunch break, Jung Yu followed the school bus to the Jiangshui City branch of the temple. When the abyss descended and alien races invaded, 9 major temples of Kyushu appeared simultaneously. They were located in the capital cities of the 9 provinces of Kyushu. They gave humanity power and brought hope for survival. After being granted class powers by the temple and leveling up continuously, humanity finally managed to secure its territory after decades of fighting. Although the threat and pressure from the abyss and the alien races remained, humanity finally gained its own strength. All this is thanks to the temple. The temple in Jiangshui City is just a branch. It only has functions for rookie class changes, potential testing, and displaying leaderboards. Please have Zhao Kun, student number 00278 from Class 1 Grade 12 of the Experimental Middle School, come to Platform 3 to receive the baptism of class changing. Upon entering the temple, he found it already crowded with many people, and quite a few schools had already begun their class changes. Jung Yu, take your classmates to Platform 4 for the class change, the homeroom teacher said to Jung Yu. As the class monitor, Jung Yu was naturally in charge of these things. Alright, because it wasn't his first time at the Jiangshui City Temple branch, the process was familiar. Register, get a number, and go to Platform 4 to wait. They waited for about an hour. It was their class's turn. Please have Zhongao, student number 01876 from Class 3 Grade 12 of Jiangshui No. 1 Middle School, come to Platform 4 to receive the baptism of class changing. Zhongao, hearing his name called, tensed up and stood up immediately. It's my turn. He felt a bit anxious, although his test results indicated he was fit for the warrior class. There had been instances where people passed the test but failed the class change. Please stand in the middle of the platform. You might experience nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even shock during the process. Do not worry, these are normal, just endure it for 5 seconds. Once successful, you will be able to see your attributes, class information, and talent level. If your talent level is higher than B level, you must inform us. Following the instructions, Zhang Ao walked to the center of the platform and stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. A moment later, a beam of light projected from the temple's ceiling. Jung Yu remembered the textbook saying that the baptismal light at the branch is actually relayed from the main temple. The staff member then said, according to the feedback from the holy light, you meet the criteria for a warrior. Your first recommended class is monk, and your second is warrior. You may choose either one. Zhang Ao looked delighted and said immediately, warrior. He chose the safest path. Class change successful. Congratulations, you are now a warrior. The staff member congratulated him in a flat tone. Then he continued, you can now go to the second floor to find the Warrior Guild office and join a guild. It will help you understand the class better, teach you how to level up, and inform you of some class-specific rules. Thank you. Zhang Ao was excited. Being able to change into a warrior means a good job in the future. His future is basically secured. Next, student number 01877 from Class 3, Grade 12 of Jiangshui No. 1 Middle School, come to Platform 4 to receive the baptism of class changing. Jung Yu is next. Under the gaze of his classmates and homeroom teacher, Jung Yu walked to the platform. They were all curious about what Jung Yu would choose. For Jung Yu, mage should be the first choice, but they were all aware of his family situation. A money-burning class like mage wasn't something everyone could afford to practice. Changing into a warrior would be a bit of a waste of his intelligence talent. There were a few other classes he qualified for. It just depended on his own choice. You know the process, so I won't repeat it. The staff member said briefly to speed things up. Yeah. Jung Yu nodded. A moment later, the light beam hit Jung Yu. A warm sensation enveloped his entire body. He heard the staff member's voice in his ear. According to the feedback from the holy light, the most suitable class for you is Summoner and no second recommended class. The staff member was also stunned to see the feedback. Because he could see Jung Yu's test data, and based on those, besides Assassin and Ranger, which required agility above 3.5, he could change into any other class. But the temple only provided one recommendation. And to make matters worse, that recommended class was a Summoner. The staff member said, based on the data feedback, you can also change into classes like Mage, Warrior, Priest, or Paladin. I choose Summoner, Jung Yu said. If you don't choose Summoner, close your eyes and you should be able to see prompts for other class options. Choose the one you want. Wait, what did you say you're choosing? The staff member thought he had misheard. Jung Yu repeated, Summoner. You should really think about this. The staff member dissuaded him, which was rare. As a staff member, he knew very well that there were even fewer summoners than people with S-level talent. Which means there hasn't been a single summoner this year. But Jung Yu smiled and said, since the temple recommends I choose Summoner and doesn't recommend any other, it means I am well suited for it. The temple isn't always right, the staff member whispered, but I choose to trust the temple. Jung Yu didn't hesitate. On the class change interface appearing before him, he chose Summoner. Honestly, it wasn't that he trusted the temple. He had never considered being a summoner, and before this he had always thought anyone who chose Summoner was a fool. But the system gave too much. A god-level talent, only a fool wouldn't choose it. You have successfully changed your class to Summoner. God-level talent activated, Hextech Augment. Drawing Hextech Augment. Congratulations, you have drawn your first augment, Prismatic level augment, Demon Pact. Congratulations, you have drawn your second augment, Silver level augment, Heart of the Butler.
Demonic Pact. Jung Yu's face was filled with surprise. Demonic Pact is the strongest hexcore augment in the early game, bar none. I never expected my first talent to be a Prismatic tier augment. Hexcore augments come in 3 tiers, Silver, Gold, and Prismatic. The 2 augments he just obtained upon changing classes were Silver tier Heart of the Debonair and Prismatic tier Demonic Pact. Demonic Pact, a Prismatic tier augment, sacrifices your maximum HP to gain talent points. These talent points can only be applied to summons, granting them higher potential. The sacrificed health cannot be recovered or restored, permanently reducing your maximum HP. Heart of the Debonair, a Silver tier augment, treats your team as having 1 additional Debonair and grants you a Debonair emblem. Hiss. Seeing the effects of Demonic Pact, Jung Yu gasped. As expected of a Prismatic tier. Truly worthy of the old 8 Pact. Trading maximum HP for talent is a high-wire act, but it is incredibly addictive. The reason summoners are called bottom-tier trash is that their summons aren't strong enough. Their base talents are generally low, and they are difficult and expensive to nurture. But with the old 8 Pact, Jung Yu can ensure every summon he has is maxed out in talent. According to the system's modified version of Demonic Pact, it will remain useful even in the late game. After all, a professional's maximum HP increases as they level up. As long as there is HP, his summons can continue to be upgraded. Sigh. Jung Yu's thoughts were interrupted by a sigh. Looking back, it was the staff member and his homeroom teacher. The one who sighed was the staff member, and his teacher looked completely baffled and saddened. They couldn't understand why Jung Yu would choose the bottom-tier class of summoner. The teacher looked at Jung Yu and shook her head in disappointment. I've dealt with many students, some with outstanding talent, even on par with you, but in the end, due to their own arrogance, they chose other classes. Years later, without exception, none of them were able to continue on the path of a professional. I thought you were different from them, but I didn't expect you to be even more extreme than I imagined. Do you really understand the consequences of choosing a summoner? The teacher looked devastated. Even if Jung Yu had chosen a mage or a magic-based assassin like a shadowcaster, it would have been better than a summoner. Summoners don't even have their own guilds or government welfare subsidies. Forget about that. How do you expect to level up? Relying on the level 1 goblins you summon. Even a level 1 abyss is life-threatening, even when entering as a team. I really feel like all my earnest advice was for nothing. The teacher was so emotional mainly because she genuinely valued Jung Yu's future. Talent potential represents the rate of future growth. Jung Yu was also well aware of his teacher's expectations for him. He also understood that her words stemmed from concern and a lack of understanding. Jung Yu smiled and said, everyone says summoners are weak. But what if I show you an S-tier talent? Is the summoner still weak? As he spoke, Jung Yu displayed his attribute panel. An S-tier talent called Demonic Pact appeared clearly in his talent attribute column. S-tier. The staff member's voice rose by an octave. The teacher to the side also stared in a daze at Jung Yu's attribute panel. It really is S-tier. It took the teacher a long time to react. But what kind of talent is this Demonic Pact? I've never seen it before. Jung Yu said, I can't tell you the details of the talent, but is this S-tier talent real or not? The staff member nodded excitedly and said, of course it's real. Could something appearing on an attribute panel be fake? Jung Yu asked again, does it qualify for welfare resources? Absolutely. We haven't had a single S-tier talent professional this year so far. You're the only one. Then that's all I need. Jung Yu said to his teacher, actually, at first I wanted to listen to you, but I had a persistent feeling that I would regret not choosing Summoner. After all, the feedback from the sanctuary was that I was only suited for Summoner, so I decided to take a gamble. And I won the bet. Compared to a warrior with a normal talent, I'd rather choose a bottom-tier summoner with an S-tier talent. After Jung Yu's explanation, the teacher was able to accept it. A professional's intuition is often more important than experience. But a summoner is still so unsettling. The teacher was still somewhat worried. Jung Yu said dismissively, don't worry, the provincial welfare for S-tier talents only requires the talent tier. It didn't say a summoner with an S-tier talent couldn't enjoy them. As long as I have money and resources, it'll be fine. The teacher nodded. I suppose you're right. Regarding Jung Yu changing his class to summoner, the classmates were initially planning to mock Jung Yu for having a screw loose, but before they could say anything snide, they heard about Jung Yu's S-tier talent. It felt more thrilling than a roller coaster. They all had complex expressions. Although Jung Yu was well liked in class and had many friends, the jealous ones were still jealous. After all, people are afraid of their friends being poor, but even more afraid of them striking it rich. S-tier talent, god damn it, he's a villain. What a shame, it's a summoner. What do you mean shame again? When the class monitor chose warrior, you said it was a shame. Now that he has an S-tier talent, you say it's a shame. Why don't you feel sorry for yourself? Don't be so aggressive. They mean that if Jung Yu were an S-tier mage or warrior, in the future we could at least say that the big shot on the rankings was our high school classmate, and we have his contact info. But as a summoner, I find it hard to imagine them getting on the global rankings, even with an S-tier talent. A summoner with an S-tier talent feels worse than an A-tier talent with a warrior. Tao Qian, who was listening nearby, became annoyed. Are you underestimating S-tier talents? Up until now, no professional who awakened an S-tier talent has ever flopped. Well, Jung Yu will be the first S-tier professional to fail. Exactly. Even if I had an F-tier talent, I wouldn't choose summoner. Do you really think one talent can save a whole class? Give me a break. I want to see what level he can actually get his summoner to. Putting an S-tier talent on a summoner is a complete waste. Exactly. They should have given it to me instead. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, whatever. You're right, you're all right. Tao Qian stopped arguing with them. When someone says something as stupid as give it to me instead, their brains are clearly clouded by jealousy, so there's no point in debating them. Stay salty, keep being salty. You're all F-tier talents yourselves. Where do you get the nerve to mock Jung Yu, who has an S-tier talent? Before Tao Qian could finish, he saw those students who were bad-mouthing Jung Yu get up in a hurry and walk in one direction. Tao Qian looked over and saw that Jung Yu had finished his paperwork and returned. He was being surrounded by classmates in an obsequious manner. And the ones closest to Jung Yu were the very ones who had been talking the most trash. But face to face with Jung Yu, they didn't show that side of them at all. Instead, they said with big smiles, Class monitor, given our relationship, you have to look out for me in the future. S-tier talent, don't forget us when you make it big in the future. Dinner is on me tonight to celebrate Brother Yu awakening an S-tier talent. Let's all go to my dad's restaurant. I'll tell him to bring out the best year of Mutai. Tao Qian. No way, is your guy's face-changing speed too fast? When he wasn't here, you guys weren't like this. Good friends to his face, jealous ghost behind his back. A moment ago, you were saying that a summoner wasn't even as good as a dog. Now you're licking his boots and asking him to take care of you? At that moment, Tao Qian suddenly realized what growing up was. This is growing up. This is the essence of adult life. Even if I hate you to the core, I won't let it show. After all, even if Jung Yu is a summoner, he has an S-tier talent. It's not that we fear Jung Yu won't grow, it's that we fear he truly will become a powerful professional. When that time comes, if you want to lick his boots, you won't even get the chance. Tao Qian ended up changing his class to monk, and he managed to gamble his way into a B-tier talent. Although it wasn't an A-tier talent, Tao Qian still seemed quite satisfied with it. After Tao Qian finished his class change, Zheng Yu didn't hang around the sanctuary any longer and headed home early. Because summoners don't have guilds. Among tens of millions of class holders across the 9 provinces, you couldn't even scrape together 100 summoners. And among those 100, there's a 98% chance they never intended to pursue the path of a professional class holder in the first place. How could there possibly be a guild? Without a guild, there are no seniors or experienced veterans to lead the way. Everything has to be figured out on your own. Zheng Yu wasn't interested in how others turned out. He only waited for Tao Qian, because he knew the difference between a real brother and a fake friend. Back home, Zheng Yu stepped over the scattered trash and entered his room. This was welfare housing provided by the state to low-income families. When he transmigrated into this body, the parents of the original Zheng Yu who shared his name had long since disappeared, leaving only Zheng Yu behind, raised by his grandfather. His grandfather passed away from an illness the year before last, and this welfare home became Zheng Yu's only residence. Entering the room, Zheng Yu, who was always tidy, kept his room very neat. Although it was small, it felt cozy. He hadn't spent that much time with this version of his grandfather. Giving him a proper burial was his way of providing closure for this body. After that, it was just living his own life, not much different from his previous world, so Zheng Yu didn't feel much discomfort from the transmigration. After a quick meal, Zheng Yu got down to business. He first pulled up his attribute panel. Name Zheng Yu. Title, None. Class Summoner. Level 100 EXP needed for the next level. Health, 1100. Mana 10. Strength, 11. 13. Agility, 11. Remaining attribute points, 5. Skills, Contract Array Beast. Summon Storage, no summon beasts contracted, current capacity 1. Talents, Demon Contract, Heart of the Steward. Equipment, none. The talent list didn't show Hextech augments, but the Prismatic Tier Demon Contract and Silver Tier Heart of the Steward he had just rolled. The S-Tier talent the staff and his homeroom teacher saw was the manifestation of Demon Contract. However, Zheng Yu felt that Demon Contract was far more than just an S-Tier talent. Demon Contract allows sacrificing health capacity to exchange for a summoned beast's talent, but first he needed a summoned beast. Zheng Yu looked at his empty summon storage. He found a dusty old book. Starting from zero, Mastering the Summoner Class. A textbook. Yeah, a textbook that had been abandoned for a long time, not even a single page ever flipped. Before, Zheng Yu never even imagined he would become a summoner, so he never gave this book a glance. He knew nothing about how a summoner forms contracts or develops. Truly starting from zero, he thought. Zheng Yu muttered to himself. He opened the first page of the textbook and saw a single sentence. Please give up on the summoner class. A blunt attempt to make you quit right from the start. If you really have no other choice and have become a summoner, then prepare for your factory working career. Because this book won't be able to help you at all. Zheng Yu. Oh man, is this really a textbook? Is it really that blunt? Zheng Yu persisted and flipped through it. He finished the 100-page textbook in less than 10 minutes, because there was really nothing in it. Except for the first few pages teaching how to form a contract, the rest was just pictures. The author of this book collected many images and data of summoned beasts and added some nonsensical commentary, barely managing to piece together a book. At the very end of the book, Zheng Yu saw the author's vision for summoners. The relationship between a summoner and their beast isn't like other classes and their skills. It's a relationship of mutual growth. Summoned beasts are like creatures sealed by skills. Through a contract, they help you fight and grow alongside you. A beast's attack and damage stats are directly tied to the summoner, so you could say the summoner's talent limits the beast's growth. But it also implies that if a summoner has high enough talent, they could potentially raise a beast capable of fighting other classes. Of course, that's just my personal fantasy. You young summoners and future summoners, don't hold on to this fantasy. If you have that kind of talent, why wouldn't you choose a faster growing class? Aren't warriors and mages better? In summary, give up early, get treated early, go to the factory early, make money early, and save yourself 40 years of wasted time. Author, Zhang Ongquan. Zheng Yu. The fact that this was chosen as a textbook shows just how unpopular summoners are. But in truth, there really isn't much to teach. Unlike warriors who need to choose between bloodstrike builds or berserker builds, defense-oriented or offense-oriented, every path requires careful selection of skills. Skill points, attribute points, equipment choices, which abyss region to farm, everything requires careful consideration. One wrong choice, and you'll go down the wrong path. That's why textbooks and professional courses exist. I need to buy a level 0 Summon Beast skill book first. Zheng Yu turned on his computer. He opened the Sanctuary website created by the Ministry of Justice. You can find a store tab on the homepage. Equipment, skill books, potions, and various loot from the Abyss are all sold here. Summon Beast skill book. Zheng Yu searched for the keywords. Hundreds of items popped up for sale. Even though there are few summoner players, many people still sell their Beast skill books online. Mostly because they are useless anyway, and listing them on the site is free. Just sitting and waiting for a sucker to buy them. Zheng Yu spent a long time picking and only found one level 0 Summon Beast skill book. Summon Goblin. Skill book learnable at level 0. Disposable item. The book disappears after use. Learnable by summoners grants a cultivatable goblin. Price 500 yuan. Dirt, cheap. Zheng Yu would bet this is the cheapest item in the entire store. Even a 200 HP potion costs 1,000 yuan a bottle. Zheng Yu laughed and mocked himself, saying, "This is probably the only advantage a summoner has. Low costs. Because they don't sell and nobody buys them, they are cheap." Zheng Yu saw a tradable level 0 warrior skill book, Cleave, costing 12,000 RMB. Summoner's skill books aren't even a fraction of that. Since there was only one level 0 skill book in the store, it saved him the trouble of choosing. A goblin it is, better than nothing. Now let's see if the demon contract delivers. Zheng Yu bought the skill book. It was delivered directly to his personal inventory via the Sanctuary's Sacred Light, very convenient. He prepared the contract array in advance. The contract array is a basic skill summoners come with. After using the skill book, a green-skinned goblin appeared in the center of the array. Unlike other classes where skill books teach skills, summoner skill books summon creatures. Just like the textbook said, summoned beasts are living beings sealed by skills. Contract. As Zheng Yu's command rang out, the contract array lit up. The goblin's initially confused eyes became clear, and it looked at Zheng Yu with a sense of intimacy. Congratulations, you have successfully formed a contract with Summoned Beast, Goblin. The goblin will be summoned through a skill and will improve as your level increases. Summoned beasts can wear equipment. When a beast dies, there is a chance the equipment will drop. Summoned beasts do not truly die. After death, they will wait for resurrection in the summoner's storage space. After the contract was formed, the goblin's stats popped up in front of Zheng Yu. Summoned Beast, Goblin. Level 1 increases with the summoner's level. Health, 400. Attack power, 13 intelligence times 2.5 coefficient. Talent, tier 0, 1 point of talent needed to upgrade. Skill I, jumping hammer strike level 1. Leaps high and delivers a quick hammer strike to the enemy, dealing 162.5 damage, 5 coefficient times 32.5 goblin attack, with a 15% chance to stun the target. Skill 2, Stone Toss Low, precisely throws a rock, dealing 130 damage, 4 times 32.5 goblin attack. Summon Beast Equipment. Zheng Yu looked at the goblin's stats and was speechless. No wonder summoners are hard to level. With this level of strength, nobody would want you in a party. That 400 health alone is way below other classes. The goblin's attack and skill damage are tied to his own intelligence, scaled by a coefficient, but the problem is, the coefficient is too low. One skill only does about 100 damage. Although the beast is only level 1, it will improve with levels. But the issue is, nobody wants to party with a summoner, so a summoner has to solo the abyss, and with these stats you can't even beat the mobs. The main point is that the summoner themselves has no combat power. Everything depends on the beast. The goblin doesn't exactly provide a sense of security. Hopefully the demon contract is powerful. Zheng Yu pinned his hopes on the demon contract. He opened the demon contract talent. A prompt appeared. Sacrifice 10 points of maximum health to gain 1 talent point. Zheng Yu thought about it for a moment. He experimentally sacrificed 600 points of his maximum health. He received 60 talent points. Zheng Yu didn't sacrifice everything. After all, summoned beasts can be resurrected, but if he dies, it's for real. He needed to keep some health to ensure a margin of error. Zheng Yu saw a plus sign next to the goblin's talent field. He clicked it. Ding! Goblin tier 0 talent evolved into Goblin Warrior tier 1.
the goblin still inside the contract formation suddenly began to swell. Its originally short stature grew to about 1.7 meters, though its hunched spine still made it appear much shorter than Zheng Yu. However, its muscles were very pronounced. The entire aura of the goblin had been greatly enhanced. It no longer wore coarse rags, but had swapped them for reflective armor. Its data also refreshed instantly. Summon Beast, Goblin Warrior. Level, 1 scales with the Summoner's level. Health, 800. Attack Power, 3913 Summoner Intelligence times 3 coefficient. Skill 3 Warrior Slam Level 1. The Goblin Warrior charges its attack on the target, with damage increasing based on charge time, dealing 273 to 468 points of damage, which is 7 times 39 Goblin Attack Power to 12 times 39 Goblin Attack Power. Summon Beast Equipment, none. Not bad. Zheng Yu looked at the refreshed stats of the Goblin Warrior and nodded with satisfaction. With the talent upgrade, its overall stats have improved, and it has gained an additional Warrior class skill. Its health increased to 800. Both the Hammer Strike and Slam skills can now deal over 200 damage, although it is still not enough to solo the Abyss. But that only consumed 1 talent point. Zheng Yu still holds 59 talent points and 500 max health capacity. I can still upgrade it. Zheng Yu clicked the Talent Plus button 10 times consecutively. Upgrade again. Ding. Goblin Warrior Rank 1 Talent Evolution to Elite Goblin Warrior Rank 2. Health 800 to 1500. Attack Power 39 to 52, which is 13 Summoner Intelligence times 4 coefficient. 50 more talent points needed for the next evolution. Not bad at all. The Elite Goblin Warrior's health has already exceeded Zheng Yu's own. The attack coefficient has also reached 4. Still not enough. To solo a dungeon at level 1 other than a few specific hidden classes, everyone else must form a party. Because the bosses in level 1 abysses have over 10,000 health, making it hard to one-shot them, so they must be defeated through team coordination. This is why it is difficult for professionals to level up. The abyss difficulty level of these dungeons is just too high. The requirements for team composition are very strict. Under normal circumstances, nobody would invite a summoner to their team. If Zheng Yu wants to level up, soloing is his only path. 49 talent points left. It takes 50 points to reach rank 3. Zheng Yu didn't hesitate, directly consuming another 10 points of vitality to bring his talent points up to 50. It is just 10 points of health. Zheng Yu currently has 490 health remaining. He put all 50 talent points into the Goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior Rank 2 Talent Evolution to Goblin Wolf Rider Rank 3. Roar! A low roar emerged from the contract formation. A giant wolf of exaggerated size appeared in the formation with the Elite Goblin Warrior mounted on top, its aura far exceeding what it was before. Health 1500 to 3000. Attack Power 52 to 65, which is 13 Summoner Intelligence times 5 coefficient. A 5.0 attack coefficient. Not bad. Zheng Yu is quite satisfied. Although it is still a bit short of killing the boss, it is more than enough to deal with the mobs in the level 1 abyss. Its stats will be even higher after leveling up. Furthermore, Zheng Yu discovered that the Goblin Wolf Rider had gained a new skill. Skill 4, Wolf Rider Charge Level 1. The Goblin Wolf Rider initiates a charge, striking the target with a charge attack, dealing 1640 damage, which is 65 Goblin Attack Power times 25 coefficient. Hiss! 1600 points of damage. In the Novice Zone, this is no small number. And this is still the case with Zheng Yu not wearing any equipment and the Goblin not having any either. Summoner equipment and mage equipment are the same. Mages are well known to be a money-burning class. Here is a piece of trivia: summoners are even more expensive than mages. You use the same set of gear and spend the same amount of money, yet you cannot output the same damage as a mage. Zheng Yu muttered while looking at the summoner equipment in the shop. There is one more reason why summoners are abandoned. There isn't even a summoner section in the entire Sanctuary Mall. Zheng Yu could only browse the mage equipment section. He eventually chose a novice staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Equipment name, Novice Staff. Equipment Level 1. Equipment stats, Intelligence plus 10, Strength plus 2, Mana plus 50. Origin, Level 1 Abyss. Durability, 50-50. Even though Zheng Yu felt that spending 6,000 on a staff that only adds 8 intelligence and nothing else was a bad deal, he still had to buy it. Because unlike real games, newly class-changed professionals do not receive novice gift packs. Everything has to be bought by yourself. This is already pretty good. At least he doesn't have to start from scratch. History classes Zheng Yu studied mentioned that the first batch of human professionals entered the abyss empty-handed. Countless people died. Exploration was particularly deadly, with many perishing at once. Being able to easily find abyss guides and buy gear appropriate for one's level today is all the result of the predecessor's effort. This is the reason why Nan Muyun, the number 1 on the leaderboard, is stuck at his current level. He is currently in the middle of exploring level 70 content. Humans have never set foot in a level 70 abyss dungeon before. Jung Yu searched for Summon Beast equipment again and actually found something for sale. Summon Beast Sharp Fangs. Equipment level 1. Health plus 300, attack power plus 5, price 500 yuan. Yeah, that's it. Simple stat, cheap price. He equipped the novice staff and gave the fangs to the Goblin Wolf Rider. The overall data improved once again. But that's not all, because Jung Yu has one final way to improve. Silver Grade Hex Deck, augment Heart of the Debonair. Heart of the Debonair. Your team is considered to have an additional Debonair, and you gain a Debonair emblem. Emblems can add traits to pieces. Jung Yu never expected that the modified emblem could also add traits to summoned beasts. If multiple summoned beasts can form a high trait lineup, that would be a very strong bonus. I wonder if luck-based traits like Fortune and Mercenary exist. Maybe I can gamble on that. Jung Yu opened the emblem Heart. He took out a Debonair emblem. Debonair trait 2468. Debonair summons will be promoted to VIP Debonair, evolving even more powerful ability. Currently activated, 2 Debonair trait. 2. Select one summoned beast to evolve into a VIP Debonair. All Debonairs gain 20% health and 20% attack power. VIP Debonairs will gain special skill enhancements. Jung Yu, VIP Debonair, special skill enhancement. Jung Yu became interested immediately. He knows what VIP is. He also understands what a Debonair is. But a VIP Debonair Goblin. Your Goblin Wolf Rider has been equipped with the Butler's insignia. Butler Bond level 2 is now active. You can choose to evolve your Goblin Wolf Rider into a VIP Butler. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. As if I had a choice. That would be impossible. Ding! Your Goblin Wolf Rider has evolved into a Butler class Goblin Wolf Rider. Skill IV. Wolf Rider Charge has been upgraded to Enhanced Wolf Rider Charge. A brilliant light descended upon the Goblin Wolf Rider. The elite Goblin warrior atop the wolf underwent a massive change in demeanor, looking every bit like a high-class noble goblin. Well, even if his aura is aristocratic, he's still a goblin. He looks ugly, yet his fur is impeccably groomed. He has a fearsome face and sharp fangs, but his eyes are refined, full of noble elegance. In short, it's very jarring. A goblin noble? It's hard to imagine, but it is standing right here in front of Jung Yu. He noticed that even the giant wolf had flowing fur, looking like a prized poodle that just walked out of a grooming salon. Jung Yu couldn't bear to look. At least it's stronger now. The noble goblin was a sight to behold, but the evolved stats made Jung Yu's eyes light up. Summon VIP Butler class Goblin Wolf Rider. Level 1 scales with the summoner's level. HP 3900 base plus 600 from 20% Butler Bond plus 300 from Razor Tooth stats. Attack power 120, 23 summoner intelligence times 5 foe coefficient plus 5 from Razor Tooth plus 23 times 0.2 from 20% Butler Bond. Talent, grade 3 100 points until upgrade. Skill I, Leaping Hammer Strike Lev 1. Leaps high into the air to deliver a swift hammer blow dealing 600 damage, 5 coefficient times 120 goblin attack with a 15% chance to stun. Skill 2, Archery Mastery Levy. Fires an arrow with precision, dealing 600 damage, 5 times 120 goblin attack. Skill 3, Warrior Slam. The Goblin Warrior charges his attack. Damage increases with charging time, dealing 840 to 1440 damage. 7 coefficient times 120 goblin attack to 12 coefficient times 120 goblin attack. Skill IV, Enhanced Charge LV1. The Goblin Wolf Rider launches a charge, striking up to 3 targets for 3000 damage, 120 goblin attack times 25 coefficient. Summon Gear, Sharp Razor Tooth. Now this is a summon, Jung Yu exclaimed as he reviewed the stats. 3900 HP, that's far more than even a tank class paladin. The most terrifying part has to be the skills enhanced by the VIP Butler status. 3000 damage to 3 targets. Keep in mind that before Jung Yu sacrificed his health, he only had 1100 HP. Who could survive a charge like that? Jung Yu also noticed that the original Stone Throw skill had changed to Archery Mastery. It makes sense, now that he's a VIP Butler and an elite warrior, throwing rocks was a bit beneath his status. It's only logical for an elite Goblin warrior to be skilled in archery. What a god-tier talent. What a demonic contract. Though his max HP dropped to 490 permanently, trading that for such a strong summon was worth it. It's time to take a trip to the Abyss. Jiangshui City's South District. Decades ago, this was a bustling street. Now it is heavily guarded by the military and converted into an abyss dungeon for novice professionals to level up. Even though it was the middle of the night, the place was brightly lit and crowded. Frost Street Abyss. A level 1 abyss. Abyss levels match the level of the professional. Though it's called a level 1 abyss, it's actually a 1 to 10 level range abyss. Anyone under level 10 can enter. Those over level 10 will face backlash upon entry and be hunted by the Butcher, an abyss manager who wanders the dungeon. Though no one knows which powerful race operates the abyss behind the scenes, as long as they can level up, minor professionals don't care about these details. Or rather, it's not their place to care. Conspiracies, the bigger picture, interspecies wars, those aren't things anyone under level 50 has the Seeger to be involved in. Their only goal is one thing, leveling up. Looking for a group. Level 1 warrior has starter shield, full 5-piece starter gear set including armor, shoulders, pants, boots, and gloves. Carrying people through simple Frost Street Abyss. I'm a level 7 blood warrior with 4 clear records. 2 slots available, 15,000 per run, no haggling. Speed run Frost Street Abyss, need 1 more warrior level 3 or above, join fast. Self-reliant group. Simple Abyss, current team, 3 level 1 warriors, 1 level 1 cleric. Need 1 more warrior or paladin. Novice ranger looking for a carry. Level 10 berserker warrior carrying a normal level Frost Street Abyss run. 100,000 per run, don't miss out. Upon entering the Abyss lobby, one could hear various voices shouting for groups looking for teammates or advertising power leveling services. The screen in the lobby was also scrolling with recruitment information. Posting on the screen costs 100 per post. It's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. Since it only scrolls once, if people see it, it's fate. If not, you have to pay again. Jung Yu looked around. He discovered that everyone was looking for warriors. Some teams were even composed of 5 warriors, no support, no tank, no mage. It was a total warrior fest. Jung Yu heard his name and turned to see Tao Xian waving at him from the crowd. Beside him were several familiar faces, all classmates, about a dozen in total. Why are you only here now? We've been here for a long time. Tao Qian and the others had come straight to the Frost Street Abyss right after leaving the sanctuary, without wasting a second. Have you cleared it yet? Jung Yu asked. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Cleared at my foot, we can't find a group. Jung Yu frowned. You've been here for hours and haven't found a group? Guo Feng and Xu Xiaozhan managed to get into a group, but they're both warriors with B-tier talents, so they're in high demand. Xu Xiaozhan even bought a 100,000 warrior starter set, and he was picked up as soon as he arrived. The warrior starter set consists of 7 pieces. Warrior starter sword, starter shield, starter armor, starter shoulder pads, starter pants, starter boots, and starter gloves. Originally, these 7 pieces were very cheap items. But since there are too many warriors and the demand is high, the price has naturally been driven up. Then why don't you guys try forming a group and going in yourself? Jung Yu asked curiously. After all, he felt like they were just wasting time by waiting here instead of entering the abyss. Tao Qian said helplessly, we're just too afraid. You didn't see it earlier. A group of pure newbies went in together, and guess what came out via the portal? A pile of minced meat. It was terrifying. Tao Qian said with lingering fear. Even though there are guides for the Frost Street dungeon, a guide is a guide, but reality is reality. You need an experienced person leading the way. But I just saw a group of level 1 warriors looking for teammates on the big screen earlier. They're just reckless. If they aren't afraid of dying, they can play that way. Personally, I switched classes to have a better life, not to die in the abyss. I'll wait a bit longer. I don't believe that a monk with a B-tier talent can't find a group. Jung Yu asked, I take you with me? Tao Qian chuckled, I was waiting for you to say that. With your S-tier talent as our selling point, we won't have trouble finding teammates. Actually, Tao Qian could have found a group. The role of a monk in the early stages is much greater than that of a mage or ranger. With his B-tier talent, he wouldn't even have to pay to get a group. He was just waiting for Jung Yu. With Jung Yu around, the teammates are guaranteed to be strong, and clearing the dungeon would be a sure thing. Tao Qian immediately said, let's post a notice and find 2 strong teammates. Speed run. Jung Yu interrupted Tao Qian. I'm going to challenge the leaderboard. Tao Qian was stunned. Then he looked at Jung Yu seriously. Although he had always supported him, this was no laughing matter. Are you sure? Jung Yu didn't waste any words and replied, absolutely. Then that's that. Tao Qian gritted his teeth and decided to trust Jung Yu 1. Challenging the leaderboard means competing for the level ranking. Every year on the day of the newbie class advancement, the sanctuary opens a list. It's a leaderboard for newbie level growth within a 1-month time limit. After a month, the list settles and the sanctuary distributes rewards. There are also additional rewards from the city and provincial districts. Jung Yu needs money, and since he has already revealed his S-tier talent, he needs to be as high profile as possible to showcase it. Only then will he be able to get more attention. There is only one goal, more money. Jung Yu had done his homework, understanding the method of leaderboard challenges, the timeline, and the dungeon rewards. He wants more and faster EXP. The Abyss allows a maximum of 5 people per entry. The more people, the slightly stronger the monsters become, which increases the EXP accordingly. The so-called solo run isn't about going in alone, but bringing along 4 carry-weight teammates. The leader kills the monsters, while the rest are in charge of cheering. The leader gets the lion's share of the EXP. Teammates won't steal EXP, in fact they increase the Abyss difficulty, granting Jung Yu more EXP. This way he can maximize his EXP. Of course, the premise is that his strength is sufficient. Tao Qian chose to believe in Zheng Yu and, after Zheng Yu made his decision, immediately shouted to the surroundings, S-tier talent, professional challenging the leaderboard, looking for 3 passengers, first high school professionals preferred, join fast.
Someone is going for the leaderboard? Who is it? They say it's an S-rank talent. That good. Do we even have an S-rank profession holder in Zhongshui City? You didn't know? It was posted on the city's WeChat channel. Zheng Yu from First High, an S-rank summoner. What? You heard right, a summoner. Puh! Then what the hell is he trying to rank for? I thought he was some big shot, but he's just full of it. A summoner? In this day and age, someone actually chose summoner? No, even if he is a summoner, he's got an S-rank talent. Why are you guys only focusing on the class? Let me put it this way. If Zheng Yu were looking for a team, I'd jump right in to ride his coattails. Because even if he's a summoner, with that S-rank talent, he can't be weak. But he's trying to hit the leaderboard. Do you know what that means? It means carrying 4 deadweight players while he hogs the XP and solo clears a level 1 abyss. If he were a warrior, I'd be sucking up to him already. But he's a summoner, so I don't think he has the power to pull that off. To be blunt, he doesn't have the strength to challenge the leaderboard. He might even get himself and the 4 other deadweights killed due to his own arrogance. You've got a point, Sai. I got my hopes up for a cheap ride. Many people were watching, but no one joined. They were all just sitting on the fence. Most of them didn't even have faith in Zheng Yu. Damn, a bunch of blind fools. Seeing that it wasn't working, Tao Qian turned to his own classmates. They quietly took a step back. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian didn't realize that backing away half a step could hurt so much. Tao Qian said angrily, "Forget it, I'm not counting on these cowards. I'll send out a public broadcast to see if there are any brave souls." Zheng Yu couldn't say anything. Since he used the word brave soul, it was clear that before he proved his strength, it would take some real courage to follow him into the abyss. Broadcast sent. S-rank talent going for the leaderboard, bringing 3 fillers along. Priority given to first high students, join fast. It was the same story. The effect was clear. A bunch of people sent private messages asking for details and prices. But as soon as they saw the team leader was a summoner, they stopped replying. However, Sassus messaged Zheng Yu. K-Ying Assassin, are you really an S-rank talent? Zheng Summoner, 1. K-Ying Assassin, can you make it cheaper? I'm totally broke. Is 5,000 okay? Zheng Yu turned to ask Tao Qian, what's the market price for carrying a dead weight in a level 1 abyss? 15,000. Even if they are just dead weight, they get the same amount of XP, so the price stays the same. Zheng Yu nodded and sent a message to the assassin. Zheng Yu, Summoner, sure, just send the application. The price didn't really matter. After all, no one dared to join his team. Once inside the abyss, you couldn't leave until you cleared it. If something went wrong, you were dead. Zheng Yu didn't want to waste any more time waiting. K-Ying, thank you so much. Shortly after, an assassin joined the team. K-Ying Assassin, big brother, I see there's still room. Can I bring a friend? Zheng Yu, sure.
K-Ying Assassin, smiley face.
Thanks, I'll add her right now.
Zheng Yu, Summoner 1.
Facing Zheng Yu's concise, cold response, K-Ying didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, she was happy to have found such a cheap ride. Meanwhile, Wenren Qingyu, who was watching the chat, complained, this guy not saying a word, just acting like a pro, huh? No, Ying, are you really planning to join this team? Isn't it too dangerous? A lot of people are too scared to join this team. K-Ying didn't reply, just opened her mobile banking app to show her pathetic balance. This is all we have. Do you have a better idea? The two of them had been looking for a team all day. Nobody wanted to team up with assassins, unless they paid. Plus, they were 2 assassins. For a simple dungeon, bringing one person cost 15,000. For both of them, it was 30,000. K-Ying saw Wenren Qingyu's worry and comforted her. Trust my judgment. I don't think it's likely that anything will go by. Think about it. This Zheng Yu has an S-rank talent. Geniuses are the ones who don't take risks. Only desperate commoners do crazy things. The higher the talent, the more they treasure their lives. Besides, where else are you going to find a ride this cheap? Wenren Qingyu thought Ke-Ying had a point, but she still muttered, I hope so. I hope this isn't the last dungeon for us. Ke-Ying wasn't as pessimistic and said with a smile, actually, there's always danger. Joining a group can be even more dangerous if you don't know if your teammates are sane, unless it's a team that has already worked together. Paying to be carried also has risks. What if they make a mistake? At least this Zheng Yu has an S-rank talent as a guarantee. I think he's even more reliable than the others. The reason why it's so hard for new profession holders to level up is mainly because Abyss dungeons don't allow quick exits. When encountering danger, you must break out of combat to leave the Abyss. The ways to leave combat are either to vanish from the monster's line of sight or to kill the monsters right in front of you. Both are actually very difficult. In general, if a mistake is made, you get swarmed by Abyss monsters and can't escape, leading to death. Of course, you can buy resurrection items or teleportation tools, but both are incredibly expensive, not just for newbies. Even high-level professionals might not be able to afford them. So there are only 3 types of new professionals who can level up quickly. Those with a death wish, those who are truly powerful, and those with money. The rest, just like Jung Yu's classmates, are afraid of dying in the Abyss, so they have to look for a good team. But good teams don't want them, so they just get stuck, waiting around all day. They probably just wanted to try their luck on the first day. After a few days, they'll end up paying someone to carry them. After all, 15,000 isn't too expensive. Most average families can grit their teeth and scrape it together. After Keiying and Wenren Qingyu entered, Tao Qian also called in a friend, a tall and sturdy young man. He looked quite a bit older than Tao Qian and Zheng Yu. Tao Qian introduced him to Zheng Yu first. This is my trainer, Wu Zong. He's 3 years older than me and also graduated from our school. He's a monk like me, but because his family had no money, he's been stuck at level 1. Then he introduced Zheng Yu to Wu Zong. This is our team leader and S-rank talent. Zheng Yu nodded as a greeting. Wu Zong, however, looked a bit hesitant, especially when he saw the team composition. He couldn't help but look strained. A summoner, a monk, and 2 assassins. And all of them were level 1. If there was at least a warrior or a cleric, he'd think it was normal. This team configuration was just too weird. However, walking the path of a professional had always been his dream. He just lacked the opportunity. So he gritted his teeth and decided to gamble. Even if Zheng Yu failed, with his years of training, he was confident he could break out of combat and exit the Abyss. Most importantly, it was cheap. They were only charging 5,000. His monthly salary after taxes was only around 3,000. If he paid the original price of 15,000, he would have to save for half a year. Walking the professional path requires even more money later on, and he wasn't in a profitable class like warrior, so he had to spend the money he'd saved over the last 3 years carefully. And so the team was formed. The leader was an S-rank summoner, a loyal buddy who trusted Zheng Yu, and 3 penniless, risk-taking stragglers. They made a team. I'm going in, Zheng Yu said in the team voice chat. Go, go, go! Assassin LV1, good luck.
Assassin LV.
Wu Zong, Monk, LV, enter. Prompted by the panel, Zheng Yu selected the Cold Street Abyss. 5 beams of light fell, and Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Keiying, Wenren Qingyu, and Wu Zong vanished from the spot. Seeing Zheng Yu disappear, his classmates began to discuss. Zheng Yu actually found 4 fillers. Is he really going for the leaderboard? I thought he was joking. Let's wait for the results. We'll see if Zheng Yu comes crawling back or slaps all our faces. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. The fastest clear time for Cold Street is 4 hours and 41 minutes. Since Zheng Yu is a summoner, he'll probably be slower. I bet 8 hours. Just passing would be a miracle. I bet he won't make it. Heh, that would be interesting. The first S-rank talent dying in a level 1 Abyss dungeon. Now that would be big news. Can't you hope for something better? Zheng Yu is, after all, the only S-rank talent in Zhongshui City. It's a kind of honor. It's not my honor. Why should I hope he succeeds? If that S-rank talent were mine, I'd be much better than him. Exactly, a summoner, how far can he go? They wouldn't dare say these things to Zheng Yu's face. But with Zheng Yu gone, they spoke without restraint. Just as this group was speaking recklessly out of jealousy, Zheng Yu and his team had already entered the Cold Street Abyss. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past. Hiss, it is freezing! Tao Qian shouted and pulled a coat from his inventory to wrap around himself. Zheng Yu also took out the military overcoat he had prepared in advance, put on gloves and a thick hat, and bundled himself up tightly. At this moment, he also saw the 2 female assassins he had just added to the party. Keiying had a petite figure and a very youthful face. If it were not for the fact that one could only change classes after reaching adulthood, he would have thought she was an underage girl. Wenren Qingyu looked like a typical high school graduate, a lively teenage girl. Having 2 different types of beautiful girls in the team made this oppressive Abyss dungeon feel a bit less monotonous. Zheng Yu said to Wu Zong, Keiying, and Wenren Qingyu, "You all know the rules, right?" Wu Zong nodded. Keiying was more talkative. "We know. We will just watch. You are in charge of killing monsters and clearing the dungeon." We won't pick up loot, won't wander around, won't bother you, and won't steal your kills. Wenren Qingyu added with curiosity, we are all clear on the rules, but I am just really curious. How exactly are you, a summoner, going to solo the Abyss dungeon? Zheng Yu smiled and said, how else? With my summoned beasts, of course. As he spoke, Zheng Yu raised his hand and a contract formation appeared. Roar! A wolf's howl erupted from the formation. As the light of the contract formation faded, a giant wolf appeared before everyone. An elite goblin warrior sat on the giant wolf, bowed respectfully to Zheng Yu, his movements as refined and standard as a gentleman. After greeting his master, it politely nodded toward Tao Qian and Wenren Qingyu, acknowledging their presence. Tao Qian said in amazement, my god, I actually feel like this goblin has more class than I do. Wu Zong said bluntly, you don't have to feel like it, it does have more class than you. It is like a noble gentleman. Such a strange feeling. A polite goblin? Qi Ying looked the goblin wolf rider up and down. Her gaze was a bit intrusive, and the giant wolf glared at her, but the goblin patted the wolf's head to calm its temper. It was as if it were saying, do not be rude to a lady. The contrast was just too surreal. The key was that this goblin and the giant wolf didn't just have gentlemanly manners. They possessed an aura that made them feel unable to even think about resisting. His 3,900 health points, 120 attack power? Only then did Tao Qian notice the goblin's stat. 3,900 health is somewhat acceptable, as a tank class like a paladin has over 3,000 health at level 1, but the problem is the 120 attack power? Tao Qian checked his own strength. It was only 13 points. Even with a powerful slash, he could only deal about 200 damage, yet this goblin alone had 120 base attack power. Tao Qian then said, brother Yu, so you really weren't bluffing. Just by seeing the stats of the goblin wolf rider, he already knew that this dungeon run was mostly in the bag. Zheng Yu asked in confusion, you thought I was bluffing the whole time? Then why did you follow me in? Tao Qian grinned, I think my bro is full of hot air, but that is a completely different thing from me trusting my bro. Crack! Crack! Just then, the sound of ice cracking echoed around the cold street. From both sides of the street, frozen corpses began to emerge. Abyssmon Corpse. Level 1. Health, 500. Attack power. Skill I Bite. Skill 2 Slowing Aura. Crack. With the appearance of the cold corpses, the surrounding temperature dropped even further. Tao Qian, Ke Ying, and the others retreated behind Zheng Yu instinctively, both to avoid stealing his experience and to stay safe. Don't underestimate the cold courses with their 500 health and 20 attack power. But there were so many of them. In an instant, nearly 7 or 8 cold courses appeared from both sides of the street. They stepped back to observe the battle. The elite goblin warrior took the longbow from its back, sat on the giant wolf, and without moving, drew the bow, took aim, and fired. Swish! The arrow struck the nearest cold corpse with precision. Crack! The arrow hit it like it was piercing a block of ice, making a shattering sound as it went straight for a headshot. A damage number floated above the head of the cold corpse. 693. You have killed a cold corpse, LV1, and gained 7 experience points. My god. Even the usually silent Wu Zong couldn't help but show surprise when he saw that number. It was just way too high. To them, the arrow the goblin fired looked like a normal attack, but it was actually empowered by the archery mastery skill. Dealing nearly 700 damage in one shot and instantly killing a cold corpse was truly outrageous. Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu exchanged glances. They both knew exactly what the other was thinking. They had made the right bet. This summoner was the real deal. And at this rate of one-shotting the cold courses, breaking a record shouldn't be too hard. They had watched videos of other professionals clearing the cold street abyss, and none of them made it look this easy. The cold courses had a slowing aura that could limit the movement speed of warriors. 500 health wasn't something a warrior could wipe out in one combo. The first wave of 12 cold courses had to be kited to be defeated. Clearing the first wave in half an hour was considered fast. But look here, the goblin warrior had already fired 4 arrows in just tens of seconds, instantly killing 4 cold courses. Cleaning up 12 cold courses would not even take 3 minutes. This is too absurd. Are summoners actually this powerful? Wenren Qingyu finally let go of her bias against summoners, replaced by a deep sense of confusion. If summoners are this strong, why does everyone say they are weak? Tao Qian, standing nearby, heard this and said smugly, it's not that summoners are strong, it's that my bro is strong. At this moment, Zheng Yu was also calculating the damage. According to the stats and skill coefficients, archery mastery should deal about 600 damage per shot, but that is only theoretical. One still has to account for the opponent's armor and level. The cold courses were also level 1, so there was no level suppression. Armor would mitigate some of the damage, yet the damage dealt reached as high as 700 points. Could it be because of the headshots? Zheng Yu guessed. Theoretical damage and actual damage are always different. Headshots likely contributed to the increased damage. Since the cold courses were very slow, the Goblin Warrior could land headshots with almost every arrow, killing one small corpse per shot. 666. You have killed a cold corpse LE1 and gained 8 experience points. 711. You have killed a cold corpse ELV1 and gained 9 experience points. 705. You have killed a cold corpse LV1 and gained 8 experience points. 690. You have killed a cold corpse and gained 7 experience points. 659. You have killed. The cold courses were shot to death by continuous arrows before they could even get close to the goblin. 782. The last arrow hit right between the eyebrows. You have killed a cold corpse and gained 8 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level E.1 to LV.2 need 200 more experience points to level up. Health 410 to 510. Mana 160 to 23 to 26. 13 to 14. I leveled up. Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy. Leveling up meant an increase in the maximum health cap. As soon as he saved up a bit more, he could continue to upgrade his summon beast talent.
The Frozen Street Abyss is huge. You have to pass through the frozen streets and venture deep inside to find the boss. They are currently at the entrance of the Frozen Street. After killing 8 frost corpses, Zheng Yu followed the Abyss guide and waited at the first intersection for a few minutes. According to the guide, there is a level 4 frost corpse in a shop here. If you don't wait for it to come out and just walk past, you'll be pinched between the Abyss monsters ahead and this level 4 frost corpse. The Frozen Street Guide is a required course for every student in Jiangshui City. For Zheng Yu, the guide for Frozen Street is as deeply ingrained in his mind as the famous poem The Difficult Road to Shu. Click, click. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the ground started to freeze. A massive frost corpse stepped out from one of the shops. Abyss Monster's Corpse. Level 4. HP 2000. Attack Power 80. Skill 1. Bite. Skill 2. Slowing Aura. Skill 3. Ice Axe Throw. Roar! The level 4 frost corpse let out a low growl, warning the Goblin Wolf cavalry that had stepped into its territory. Clatter. Strange noises erupted from the surrounding shops as nearly a dozen more frost corpses emerged from the dark corners. My god, so many of them, Tao Chan exclaimed. Wu Zong, standing nearby, added, no wonder so many teams didn't want to group with me. It turns out I really don't contribute much. Whether it was Tao Qian or Wu Zong, who was 3 years their senior, this was everyone's first time entering an abyss. They had previously only known about the abyss through videos and online pictures. They had assumed the teams that refused to take them were just being overly cautious, and that the professionals who died in the abyss were just too clumsy. But after experiencing it firsthand, they finally understood the difficulty of the abyss. In other words, without Zheng Yu, they probably wouldn't have even gotten past the first wave of frost corpses, let alone this level 4 monster with 2000 HP. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Ke Ying, and Wenren Qingyu hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield, staying far away from that level 4 frost corpse. I finally understand why people didn't believe Zheng Yu when he said he wanted to compete for the leaderboard. This level 4 frost corpse alone is not something us level 1 noobs could ever handle. Tao Qian looked at the massive frost-covered monster with lingering fear, grateful that they had retreated so quickly. Wu Zong also nodded and said, I only trust you. If I had known you weren't even sure about this, I would never have followed you in. Then Wu Zong gave a silly laugh, but I'm glad I did. I mean, who would have thought a summoner could be this strong? Wu Zong looked like he felt he had gotten a great deal. The level 4 frost corpse was strong, sure, but it was facing the Goblin Wolf cavalry, which could deal over 700 damage with a single strike. The Goblin Wolf cavalry hadn't even moved much. Just by standing there and firing arrows, it had already wiped out a large group of frost corpses. Incredible! Wenren Qingyu, who had always been prejudiced against the summoner Zheng Yu, also praised him. She looked at the level 4 frost corpse's stats and asked skeptically, I'm really doubting now if those warriors outside who charge for carry services could actually beat this thing. The one answering her question was Zheng Yu, who was sitting nearby. Don't be so harsh. Although this corpse looks fierce, its 80 attack power means one skill could only deal 400 or 500 damage. Those warriors outside aren't working alone. They usually move in pairs, accompanied by a paladin or priest for support. They might not be able to one-shot the frost corpse, but since it has low agility, they can kite it to death without too much trouble. Faced with Zheng Yu's detailed explanation, Wenren Qingyu only wanted to know one thing. Why are you here too? Zheng Yu shrugged. Can I be here? Wenren Qingyu replied, you can, but it's weird. It feels like that goblin wolf cavalry is the one carrying us, not you. They were staying far away from the combat zone, honestly just there to leech XP, but they didn't expect the big shot carrying them to be here too. And even more relaxed than they were. He was literally lying down. No one even knew where he had gotten that lounge chair. Zheng Yu lay on the chair and said with a smile, you're right, the one carrying you is indeed that goblin wolf cavalry. I'm just a summoner. Perhaps they had never encountered a summoner before, but the feeling of being carried by a summon while sitting next to the player was quite novel. Tao Qian stared at Zheng Yu's lounge chair and asked, where did you get that? Brought it from home. My inventory has plenty of space anyway. You only brought one? Just one, but I have another at home. I'll bring it for you next time. Alright, this chair looks pretty comfortable. It's alright. I plan to bring my beanbag chair next time. By the way, want some coffee? You have hot water? Packed a thermos beforehand. People said the Frozen Street Abyss was cold, so I figured hot water was a necessity. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. The other three looked on with strange expressions as Tao Qian and Zheng Yu spoke about things that might seem normal, but were completely absurd given the current circumstances. Is this the Abyss? Why does it feel like you two are on vacation? Did you even bring tea? Zheng Yu looked up and asked, do you guys want some hot tea? Wu Zong Keying and Wenren Qingyu replied, sure, we'll have some. Thus, a very strange scene unfolded in the Frozen Street Abyss. Up ahead, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry was fighting intensely, killing a frost corpse with every arrow. Behind it, a group of young men and women were holding teapots, laughing and chatting. This was even more surreal than the goblin with the gentlemanly manners. Zheng Yu sat drinking tea, watching his experience point steadily climb. 694. Killed Frost Corpse 1 obtained 9 experience points. 7. Killed Frost Corpse 1 obtained 8 experience points. 782. Killed Frost Corpse obtained 9 experience points. With the level increase, the goblin's precision archery damage had also improved. It finished off the remaining nearby Frost Corpses. The level 4 Frost Corpse finally couldn't sit still anymore. It hurled a spinning ice axe at the goblin. Whoosh! The axe missed. The goblin had already stowed its bow, leaped up to dodge the axe, and landed directly in front of the level 4 Frost Corpse. It swung the hammer in its hand hard toward the head of the monster. Bang! 890. A single leap hammer strike wiped out more than half of the Frost Corpse's HP. The skill coefficient for the leap hammer was the same as the archery, but this time, it landed with perfect precision right on the head. And in reality, melee damage is indeed higher than range damage. Stun. The accurate hit to the head successfully triggered a stun. The Frost Corpse, which was already slow, was frozen in place by this hit. The Goblin Warrior gripped its heavy hammer, muscles bulging in its right arm, taking advantage of the stun period. Charge up! Heavy hammer strike. Bang. 1750. One-shot kill. Damage overflow. The entire body of the level 4 Frost Corpse was hammered into 2 halves. Killed Frost Corpse obtained 72 experience points. The experience gained a huge boost. It looked like just one more wave of Abyss monsters would bring him to level 3. Early leveling is still quite fast. You can basically hit level 4 just by clearing one simple dungeon. Zheng Yu's method of carrying others while leveling is even faster. Holy moly! 1750 damage. Tao Qian spilled half of the hot tea in his hand. Isn't this goblin supposed to be a basic starter summon? This is insane. Tao Qian had been able to keep his cool before, but after seeing the Goblin Wolf Cavalry deal a total of nearly 3,000 damage with its hammer strikes, he truly couldn't hold it together anymore. That could probably one-shot a paladin, Qiying added in surprise. Don't even need to estimate. Even though a level 1 paladin can reach 3,000 HP, they'd likely be shot dead by Brother Yu's goblin before they even got close. Zheng Yu felt it was no big deal. After all, this was a fully charged heavy strike. If the damage wasn't high, it wouldn't be worthy of the 15% stun chance. The warrior strike skill, combined with the stun effect from the leap hammer, was exactly what he needed to fully charge his attack. A strike with a 12x coefficient, plus all the stat bonuses, meant hitting this damage was within Zheng Yu's expectations. Next, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry finished off the remaining Frost Corpses. 14 level 1 Frost Corpses provided 112 experience points. One level 4 Frost Corpse gave 72 experience points. He was just a little bit away from leveling up. The only pity was that the level 4 Frost Corpse didn't drop any equipment. Minus 778. Killed Frost Corpse, gained 8 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level, 349 more EXP needed to level up. H-Pen to 6.1. MP 170, 26 to 31. Strength 14 to 15. After re-entering Cold Street, they encountered another wave of level 1 frost courses, which were easily wiped out, causing him to level up again. The Goblin Wolf Rider's level also rose to 3, its HP increased to 4,500, and its attack power rose to 160 points as Zheng Yu's intelligence stat increased. Now the Goblin Wolf Rider can deal 900 damage with a single arrow. Under the effect of precise archery, almost every frost corpse is killed instantly the moment it shows its head. They are sweeping through the area at a very fast pace. It's just that the experience reward is a bit low. Each frost corpse only gives 7 to 8 experience points. It is quite rare to encounter level 3 or level 4 frost courses. Level 3 frost courses provide 30 to 40 experience points. Level 4 frost courses provide 70 to 80 experience points. After a few waves, it took less than an hour to push into the depths of Cold Street, which is where the final boss spawns. If it weren't for the huge map wasting time on travel and the slow movement of the frost courses requiring them to wait for spawns, it could have been even faster. Along the way, Zheng Yu and his team walked and stopped. With the Goblin Wolf Rider holding the front line, each arrow killing a small frost corpse no matter how many spawned, they never reached their position. After all, the speed of a frost corpse is barely faster than walking. This is the final destination. Tao Qian looked at the center of the park at the end of Cold Street and said to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu nodded and said to them with a serious face, "Action stations." Yes. Wu Zong pulled a grill out of his inventory and opened it skillfully, while Tao Qian set up the fire to burn charcoal, asking worriedly, "Old Wu, do you actually know how to barbecue?" "Don't worry about it. Before I became a coach, I worked in a barbecue joint for 3 months. That's settled then, it's all on you." Qi Ying and Wenren Qingyu weren't idle either. They started setting up the table, with Wenren Qingyu brewing tea while Qi Ying handled the snacks and plating. As for Zheng Yu, he took out a recliner and lay down comfortably. Although the wind on Cold Street was chilly, the heater next to Zheng Yu provided just the right amount of protection from the cold. Tao Qian said while burning the charcoal, "I've checked this spot. No frost courses spawn here. We are perfectly safe." They were located on the roof of a small building by Central Park. Zheng Yu hadn't just brought tea. He'd brought instant noodles, the grill, snacks, and even meat skewers. The fastest an abyss run takes is nearly 3 hours. A summoner doesn't need to fight personally, so why should I just stand here and freeze? So Zheng Yu had basically emptied his fridge at home and even swiped the barbecue grill and heater that the old man downstairs wasn't using, focused entirely on top-tier relaxation. Wen Qingyu, while pouring tea, whispered to Qi Ying, "Is it really okay for us to do this?" Qi Ying rolled her eyes. "Not okay for who? You think it's disrespectful to the frost courses? Or that the barbecue won't taste good?" Wenren Qingyu was silent for a long time before saying, "It just feels so surreal." On this point, Qi Ying agreed, "Surreal doesn't even cover it. I never dreamed I'd clear an abyss run in this fashion." Wu Zong chimed in, "From now on, if anyone says summoners are weak, I'll be the first to object. I already told you it's Zheng Yu who is strong, not the summoner class," Tao Qian added to the conversation. Wu Zong shook his head. "No, what I mean is, even if a warrior is super strong, they can't clear an abyss while eating barbecue. You try to get a warrior to clear it while lying down and see what happens. Even if the martial god Nan Muyun were here and saw this, he'd have to say, 'Good heavens.'" Tao Qian nodded. "That's a rough way of putting it, but you're right." Qi Ying, "Indeed. Wenren Qingyu, old Wu, once you finish grilling, let me take a photo. I'm posting it to my social media feed once we leave the dungeon." Zheng Yu, who was nearby and overheard them, turned to Wenren Qingyu and said, "Send me a copy once you've taken it. I'll post it too." "Sure thing." "All right, great god, look over here." Wenren Qingyu snapped a photo of Zheng Yu first. In the photo, Zheng Yu is lounging in his chair, drinking hot coffee with a very relaxed expression. Wenren Qingyu added the caption, "The Abyss Coffee Barbecue Frost Courses and Great God Zheng Yu." Before Tao Qian's charcoal was even ready, a commotion erupted downstairs. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of continuous freezing echoed from the forest deep within the park. A clear reflective layer of ice crystals covered the ground. This is the first wave. Zheng Yu drank his hot coffee, watching the situation below in the park. It's not that a summoner doesn't need to do anything at all. It's just simple. He only needs to do 2 things. First, give orders to the summoned beast. Second, find a place to hide and keep the summoner safe. The rest can be left entirely to the summon. It is without a doubt the simplest class to play. Bang! The first to rush out was a level 5 Frost Corpse. The level 5 Frost Corpse had 2500 HP. It was huge and its slowing aura had a wide range. Even the Goblin Wolf Rider over 100 meters away would be affected. The elite Goblin Warrior drew its bow and fired. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the Frost Corpse's forehead. It was a headshot, but it didn't kill it instantly. Minus 928. A high damage hit of nearly 1,000 appeared, taking away more than a third of the Frost Corpse's health. Whoosh! Precise archery has no skill cooldown. As long as there is stamina, it can be fired continuously. Firing speed depends on the Goblin's agility. A second arrow followed immediately. Minus 901. Level 3 archery deals a minimum theoretical damage of 848. Combined with the critical headshot and deducting the Frost Corpse's ice armor resistance, every hit does over 900 damage. Whoosh! Another arrow. Minus 910. 3 arrows killed 1 level 5 Frost Corpse. Killed Frost 5 gained 105 EXP. So fierce. Wuzong, who was busy grilling, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Wuzong had studied the Cold Street Abyss for longer than Zhengyu and Tao Qian. After all, it was the only level 1 abyss in Jiangshui City. He had studied many guides on the Cold Street Abyss over the last 3 years. He clearly remembered that upon entering Central Park, you encounter a level 5 Frost Corpse, and you absolutely must not let it get close. You have to use the surrounding buildings to kite it. Otherwise, once you're caught in its slowing aura, the Frost Corpse, with its 2500 HP and 100 attack, would wipe out the entire team. That was considered the first bottleneck of the Cold Street Abyss. How to kill the level 5 Frost Corpse quickly. But watching it get killed in 3 arrows, the corpse barely moved a few steps. All the guides and strategies meant nothing compared to that goblin's shots. Are S-rank talents really this strong? He remembered a few S-rank professionals who had come out of Jiangshui City, but none of them seemed this overpowered. By now, the level 5 Frost Corpse was dead, and the first wave of Frost Courses that should have spawned with it were only just showing their heads. Roar. The Frost Courses, just walking out from the depths of the park, were headshot by an arrow before they could even let out a roar. Whoosh! Minus 941. Whoosh! Minus 909. Whoosh! Minus 932. It was practically a total wipeout. The Goblin Wolf Rider didn't allow any Frost Corpse to appear for more than 3 seconds. The moment one poked its head out, it got an arrow. Clean, quick, and decisive. The first wave was cleared. Level rose directly to level 4. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level. 600 more EXP needed to level up. HP 640 to 810. MP 180 to 190. Intelligence 31 to 37. Strength 15 to 16. Zhengyu realized that leveling up was exceptionally important to him. Not only did his HP increase, but skill damage also increased. As intelligence increases, base damage rises and skill coefficients rise accordingly. Precise archery can now theoretically deal 1000 damage, with actual values even higher, which already exceeds the standard of same-tier professionals. Most importantly, as long as Zhengyu hides well, the Abyss monsters won't attack him at all. If I want to farm hard or even nightmare-level Abyss dungeons, the goblins need to be even stronger. Should I go all in now? Zhengyu didn't dare to go all in before because he worried his HP would be too low, and if he were touched by an Abyss monster, he'd be dead. On the other hand, upgrading a Tier 3 Goblin talent to Tier 4 requires 100 talent points. His max HP wasn't high enough yet. After another level, it should be enough. Zhengyu decided to go all in, preparing to challenge the Cold Street Abyss on hard difficulty next.
Delicious. Tao Qian made a pig-like grunt of satisfaction. Tease, pair this with a cup of strong liquor and it's perfect. You have to admit, even though the meat is just average and the liquor is mediocre, eating a meal like this in the Abyss feels better than anything outside. The liquor was brought by Tao Qian. According to him, it was to build up his courage because he's a bit of a coward. The meat was grilled by Wuzong, but neither of them dared to refute the comment that the meat was mediocre and the liquor quality was poor, because it was Zhengyu who said it. Who would dare to argue with him? Downstairs, a goblin with a gentlemanly demeanor was circling Central Park, clearing away the lingering undead Frost Corpses. Upstairs, a group of young boys and girls were laughing and eating barbecue. No one would ever think this place is the Abyss. The second wave is over, we need to wait 20 minutes. The third wave of Frost Corpses and the boss will emerge from the forest, and once that's finished, we're done, Wuzong said while grilling the skewers. Wenren Qingyu asked, then why don't we just head into the forest directly? I can tell you didn't study the guide properly. Qi Ying, who was busy eating, interjected, for a simple level Frost Street Abyss, you only need to wait in Central Park. Entering the forest would just be a waste of time. Kei Ying is right. There must be something in Central Park that attracts these Frost Corpses, causing them to gather here. So waiting here is the fastest way to clear a simple Frost Street Abyss. I see. Wenren Qingyu put on an expression of understanding and shoved a meat skewer into her mouth. Obviously, she didn't really care. Tao Qian asked curiously, you don't read the guides at all, yet you want to become a professional? Wenren Qingyu looked at Qi Ying beside her nonchalantly. With a straight A student like Qi Ying around, why would I need to read the guides? I wouldn't understand them even if I did, and even if I did understand, I wouldn't remember them anyway. Better not to read them at all. Such a laid-back attitude drew admiring looks from everyone. So, let's speed things up. In 20 minutes, we finish the battle and get out of here. Zhengyu interrupted them. Got it. Everyone responded. If Jung Yu said it would be over in 20 minutes, it would be over in exactly 20 minutes, without a single second of error. For Jung Yu, the simple difficulty Frost Street Abyss had no challenges at all. At this point, Wu Zong asked, "You're not going to challenge the simple level for the next run, right?" An obvious question. Jung Yu shook his head. "No, I think I'll increase the difficulty." If it weren't for the fact that newbies are required to clear a simple level abyss at least once, Jung Yu would have chosen normal or hard mode immediately. At market price, it's 100,000 for a normal dungeon. I've saved some money over the years, I can afford it. Can you take me with you on the next run? Wu Zong asked earnestly. He had to cling to Jung Yu's coattails. Although he had enough money to get anyone to take him, Jung Yu was the type who could break speedrun records. The temple rewards teams that clear dungeons the fastest and break historical records. These rewards are incredibly valuable to professionals. If you think the price is too low, you can raise it. I can even take out a loan, Wu Zong asked nervously. He knew that once they left the abyss, Jung Yu, the record breaker, would definitely slap everyone in the face. And once he entered the abyss again, the price would inevitably go up. Everyone would be begging to join Jung Yu's party, including some professionals with real status, backing, and connections. But what if they get slapped in the face? For a record, what's a little bit of pride worth? But Jung Yu just smiled and shook his head. This gesture made Wu Zong's heart sink. As expected, you can only pick up a bargain once. Just as Wu Zong was feeling dejected, he heard Jung Yu say, 100,000 is definitely not enough. Let's make it 300,000. That left Wu Zong speechless. Even Tao Chan couldn't help but say, "Bro, that's a bit too expensive." Qi Ying, however, said with a wry smile, "Actually, it's not that expensive. Based on Jung Yu's clearing speed, I'd bet he could even set a record in a normal level dungeon. There are plenty of people who would pay 300,000 just for a record." Wenren Qingyu just looked at Jung Yu without saying anything, clearly having realized something. Jung Yu said with an innocent face, 300,000 to clear a nightmare-level dungeon. That's not expensive, right? It's really not expensive after all. The rewards for a normal-level dungeon record are also very generous. Wait, hold on. Only then did Wu Zong react. Did you say nightmare level? Jung Yu nodded. Yeah, I intend to challenge the nightmare level next run. I heard that so far, no one has cleared the nightmare level Frost Street Abyss, and I intend to be the first. If I clear it, not only do I get the first clear reward, but I can also snag the historical record while I'm at it. First clear reward, nightmare dungeon reward, and historical record reward, 3 sets of rewards. 300,000, is that expensive? Wu Zong immediately shook his head and said in a hurry, not expensive at all. But, do you really intend to take me? Wu Zong couldn't quite believe it, as that was the nightmare-level abyss after all. Not to mention the abyss in Zhongshui City. Even in the central districts where the geniuses gather, many nightmare-level dungeons have never been cleared to this day. Jung Yu smiled and said, as long as you're not afraid, I'll take you. I'm not afraid. Wu Zong expressed his stance immediately, fearing that if he was any slower, he would lose the chance. Really not afraid? This is a nightmare-level abyss. Jung Yu looked at Wu Zong. Wu Zong chuckled. Why would I be afraid? If you're not afraid, why should I be? This wasn't a gamble anymore, but an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Wu Zong wasn't afraid that Jung Yu wouldn't clear the nightmare level. What he was afraid of was regret. Once this chance was missed, it would never come again. Jung Yu looked up and asked Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu, what about you two? Wenren Qingyu immediately said, we're in. We're not afraid. 300,000, no, 600,000 for the both of us. We'll transfer the money to you in a bit. Qi Ying whispered from the side, but we don't have that kind of money. Wenren Qingyu looked at Ke Ying. Are you being naive or just pretending? Get a loan. You were willing to bet before you knew how strong Jung Yu was. Are you really going to back out now? Qi Ying nodded, but still asked Jung Yu a question. Why are you still willing to take us? In fact, this was something Wu Zong and Wenren Qingyu also wanted to know. They all looked at Jung Yu. Even Tao Chen wanted to know. After all, for a nightmare-level dungeon, even if Jung Yu charged $1 million, there would be people who could afford it. Jung Yu explained, the reason is simple. I just don't want to let other people get a bargain. Jung Yu was actually very petty. When he was recruiting teammates before, he remembered everyone who stood by, refused, watched the spectacle, or made insulting remarks. Why should I do them any favors? What I want is for them to regret not joining my party. What I want is for them to never have that choice again. I'm a petty person. If they weren't good to me before, they can stay far away from me from now on. They don't get the record for the first clear of the nightmare-level Frost Street Abyss. And the historical record isn't for them either. Then Zheng Yu looked at Qi Ying, Wu Zong, and the others and said with a smile, "Besides, you all have your own unique skills. You can make tea, you can grill meat, you know the rules, and you look good. Why would I want to trouble myself by finding other teammates who are disobedient, ugly, and spineless?" Zheng Yu was very blunt. Finding other teammates wouldn't necessarily be as obedient as these three. Wenren Qingyu agreed, "That's right, we have to make them regret it." Qi Ying chimed in, "Exactly, that's what they get for not joining the great Zheng Yu's party." Roar. As they spoke, a roar erupted from deep within the forest. Everyone turned their eyes toward the forest. The final wave of frost corpses was coming. Boss, Cold Corpse. Level, 7. HP, 11,000. Attack power, 150. Skill level 3, Slow Aura. Skill 2, Ice Shock. Skill 3, Reinforced Ice Armor. Summon courses. The boss of the Cold Street Abyss has finally appeared, accompanied by 2 level 5 Cold Corpses, 2 level 4 Cold Corpses, and a horde of nearly 20 level 1 Cold Corpses. The boss Cold Corpse has a massive body, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its entire body is wrapped in a thick layer of ice armor. Roar. It looks at the Goblin Wolf Rider and lets out an angry roar. With that roar, ripples of cold air spread through the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. The ground, the trees, and even the air begin to freeze. This chill even affects Zheng Yu and the others watching from upstairs. Even the stove loses its effect as the temperature plummets. Every abyssal boss has high HP, and this Cold Corpse is no exception. Over 10,000 HP. It's dizzying to look at. Break the ice armor first, then charge. Zheng Yu reminds the Goblin Wolf Rider. He is afraid the Goblin Wolf Rider will waste its skills and stamina on the ice armor. Whoosh! The elite Goblin Warrior fires arrows from a distance first. The advantage of the Goblin Wolf Rider is that it can fight both in melee and at range, has high HP, and the giant wolf is highly mobile. It is truly an all-around summon. Even its only flaw, being unattractive, has been improved by the VIP Butler Bond effect. 0. An arrow hits the level 7 boss Cold Corpse's ice armor. Click. A crack appears on the ice armor. No damage was dealt. This was within Zheng Yu's expectation. According to the walkthrough, the ice armor can block any 3 attacks and refreshes every 30 seconds. This is what makes it a difficult obstacle for many professionals. And it's also the reason why Abyss dungeon runs take so long. Because the Cold Corpse has over 10,000 HP and novice professionals have low attack power, they have to whittle it down bit by bit. Coupled with the protection of the ice armor, it increases the difficulty even further. For a well-configured team, if there are no high-level professionals leading, it's all about stalling. Finishing a Cold Corpse in 5 hours is already considered fast. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a pure novice clearing the simple Cold Street dungeon in 8 hours is already considered impressive. Those who can solo it in 8 hours are considered strong. After all, it is a solo run. All the clearance records on the leaderboard are set by level 10 professionals. Whoosh. Whoosh. 0. The Goblin Warrior fires 2 more arrows. It pierces through the ice armor directly. Roar. The angry boss Cold Corpse roars at the Goblin Warrior, and the corpses around it suddenly speed up, running toward the Goblin Warrior. Whoosh. 1167. Whoosh. 198. Whoosh. 1200. Facing the numerous Cold Corpses, the Goblin Warrior remains very calm, like a battle-hardened veteran, firing arrows steadily and rapidly. The giant wolf it rides carries the Goblin Warrior, nimbly dodging the ice axes thrown by the corpses. Don't let its 3-meter-long size fool you. It moves with a sense of lightness. The ice axes flying from different directions cannot hit them. In fact, the movement helps the Goblin Warrior maintain balance, allowing it to continue firing arrows with precision. Watching the Goblin Wolf Rider fight is a treat. Yeah, if I knew summoner operations were this easy, why did I choose Monk? Woo, didn't you pick Monk because you could only change into a monk? With your 0.1 intelligence rating, you couldn't become a summoner anyway. Hey, don't sweat the details. While they talk, the Goblin Wolf Rider leaps high and lunges at a level 4 Cold Corpse. Bang! A sound of a skull cracking. The level 4 Cold Corpse dies on the spot. Without any pause, the Goblin Warrior fires 3 arrows. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
199.
111, 22. 197. The boss Cold Corpse instantly loses 3000 HP. Roar. The angry boss Cold Corpse roars and releases cold air. Hum. The ground trembles. The cold air spreads out like a shockwave. The boss Cold Corpse's skill Ice Shock. This is a large area skill. Crack. 807. A damage number appears over the Goblin Wolf Rider's head, and the giant wolf's fur is covered in ice crystals. Because summons don't have defensive equipment, they take more damage. But fortunately, the level 4 Goblin Wolf Rider has high HP, a full 4900. Taking a hit like this doesn't change much. Oh whoa. A wolf howl rings out. Charge. After the Cold Corpse releases a skill, there is a brief moment of stiffness. Taking advantage of this stiffness, the Goblin Wolf Rider unleashes its strongest skill, Wolf Rider Charge. Under the bonus of the VIP Butler Bond, the Wolf Rider Charge has evolved into a VIP skill. Not only does the damage coefficient increase, but it can also charge at 3 targets simultaneously. The Wolf Rider's charge is exceptionally brave, and on both sides 2 phantoms of giant wolves appear. The giant wolves make a rumbling sound as they run. Boom! A loud noise. The Goblin Wolf Rider crashes into the boss Cold Corpse. The other 2 phantoms crash into the level 5 Cold Corpses respectively. 762, 5542. 2 exaggerated massive damage numbers directly shatter the level 5 Cold Corpses. Killed Cold Corpse gained 110 experience points. Killed Cold Corpse gained 104 experience points. Level 5 Cold Corpse instantly killed. 48 one time. A high damage number also appears on the boss Cold Corpse. Due to level suppression, the damage didn't exceed 5000, but it still wiped out half of the boss Cold Corpse's health bar. But it's not over yet. The Goblin Wolf Rider doesn't give the boss Cold Corpse any time to react. The moment the charge finishes, it turns around and follows up with 3 arrows. Crack, 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 timing it perfectly to shatter the Cold Corpse's newly refreshed ice armor. The moment the ice armor is broken, the Goblin Wolf Rider immediately switches to a giant hammer, leaps up and lands a heavy blow on the Cold Corpse's head. 1200. With the leaping hammer strike skill upgraded to level 4, the stun chance has also increased to 19%. Whether it's the Goblin Warrior's luck or the Cold Corpse's weak resistance to stunning, it seems to trigger a stun nearly every time. The Goblin Wolf Rider twists its waist, pulling the hammer back as far as possible. Charging. Then it uses all its strength to smash down on the head of the Cold Corpse, just as it recovers from the stun. As long as it can hit the head, the Goblin Warrior never aims for the body. Whoosh. The hammer swings with the sound of breaking air. Bang. A fully charged warrior strike hits the Cold Corpse's head with massive force. Splatter. Like a frozen watermelon being smashed. The Cold Corpse's head shatters into several pieces. 3005. This charged strike dealt a massive 3000 damage. Since the Cold Corpse had already taken an arrow, the Wolf Rider's charge plus the leaping hammer and the fully charged warrior strike formed a mini combo totaling exactly 10,000 damage, instantly killing the boss Cold Corpse. Seeing this, Tao Chan and the others remained silent. Although they were somewhat used to it, they were still too shocked by the high damage to speak. 5000 damage. Is this something a level 4 petty summoner can dish out? Even a hidden class like a Swordmaster, which has the highest damage output, couldn't do this, right? This outrageous level of damage gives Wuzong, Keiying, Wenren Qingyu and the others more confidence for the upcoming Nightmare level Abyss. The damage is enough and it can tank hits too. For Zheng Yu, this simple Abyss dungeon is just a breeze to push through. If they are careful and diligent and use more kiting, the Nightmare level Abyss shouldn't be too hard. Wuzong and the others can't help but feel thrilled at the thought that they are about to become the first professionals in Zhongshui City to clear the Nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. After all, before this, they were all considered unwanted classes. Killed Boss Cold, .7, gained 521 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 piece of ice armor. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 pair of Novice Mage Boots, LV.1. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 4 to 5 and 1,446 more experience points needed for next level. HP 810 to Mana 190 to 200. 37 to 45. Strength 6 to 17. 12 to 13. Remaining free attribute points. Skills: Contract Circle, Summon Beast Frenzy. Summon Space, VIP Butler Class Goblin Wolf Rider, currently 2 can be contracted. Talent: Demon Contract Butler's Heart, 2 remaining opportunities to draw Hextech Augment runes. Equipment, none.
You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss, Simple, and received the following rewards. Cold Street Treasure Chest, Simple, 300 Profession Experience, and 5 Life Recovery Potions, 200. You'll be teleported out of the Abyss in 1 minute. Please get ready. That's it? We cleared it? Wenren Qingyu said, still looking a bit dazed, because it was too easy and too fast. It took less than 3 hours in total. Eating barbecue, sipping a little wine, and just strolling along with Zheng Yu's summoned beasts, was that how we cleared it? Tao Qian bragged, this is the Abyss, that's all? Haha, trash. Zheng Yu, you act like you were the one who cleared it. Before leaving the instance, Zheng Yu said, I won't disband the team after we get out. Kei Ying and Wenren Qingyu, you two go handle your loans as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for you. But be quick about it. If I want to climb the rankings, I have to minimize rest time. Kei Ying and Wenren Qingyu nodded. Got it. Business is business. Zheng Yu wouldn't take just anyone, but he wouldn't carry them for nothing either. 300,000 for a nightmare-level Abyss clear record is already very cheap. Normally, clearing an Abyss is incredibly draining on a professional's energy and stamina. After all, 7 or 8 hours of continuous fighting and running maps is something nobody can handle. Most people would take a day off to recharge before fighting again. But Zheng Yu is different. Draining energy? Who has ever heard of eating barbecue draining energy? Wasting stamina? He's not the one doing the fighting. As long as the summoned beasts have plenty of stamina, there's no need to worry about it. To climb the rankings, every second counts. The minute was up. The 5 of them were teleported out of the Abyss. It was now around 1 a.m. The Cold Street Abyss lobby was still crowded. Most were waiting to form parties, and some professionals had even set up tents in the lobby to live there. Luck isn't something you bump into, it's something you wait for. In order to snag a carry at the first opportunity, they decided to stay put. Another team just cleared it. Man, I'm jealous. These newbies clearing at this hour are probably pros who dived in right after their first job transfer. They're the first wave. Wait, isn't that Zheng Yu? Don't talk nonsense. Zheng Yu just entered the Abyss 3 hours ago. He wouldn't be out until tomorrow morning at the earliest. It's not even certain if Zheng Yu can make it out at all. Exactly. No, are you guys blind? Look for yourselves. Isn't that Zheng Yu, the class monitor from class 3 next door? Or am I the one going blind? You know, he does look a lot like Zheng Yu. But the thing is, it can't be him. I've been keeping track of the time. He hasn't even been in there for 3 hours. How is that possible? Is there a possibility that... Impossible, absolutely impossible. He's a summoner. The impression that summoners are weak and can't clear the Abyss was deeply ingrained in their minds. Just as people started to recognize Zheng Yu, but were afraid to believe he could clear the Abyss so quickly, a temple-wide announcement for all professionals made the entire lobby go quiet. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team, Summoner Squad, for breaking the historical clear time record for the Cold Street Abyss. Simple. Clear time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, 23 seconds. Leader Zheng Yu, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kei Ying, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. Rewards, 500 Profession Experience, 1 History Record Gift Pack, Cold Street Abyss Simple, and 1 History Record Holder Title, Cold Street Abyss Simple version. Silence was the main theme of the lobby. The temple provided this to all professionals in Jiangshui City, not just the newbie professionals. It popped up right in their faces, so there wasn't a single professional who missed the information. These kinds of record-breaking notifications happened often. As professionals grew stronger, newbies got better treatment, and records were frequently broken. But the problem was, this time it was different. The team composition was too bizarre. The leader was a summoner. The team members were 2 monks and 2 assassins. Assassins are useless before level 15. They might be better than mages, but not by much. Monks have some combat power, but not a lot. Compared to mainstream fighters and knights, they are hard to form teams with. No way, he really cleared it and broke the record? Is this fake? How could a summoner possibly do it? Some were skeptical. But others had already tried to private message Zheng Yu, only to find that he had closed his private messages, rejecting all contact. However, that didn't stop them from wanting to latch onto the carry, especially Zheng Yu's former classmate. Brother Yu, congratulations. Zheng Oh, congrats for what? For breaking the record solo, of course. Zheng Yu, me breaking the record has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to congratulate me? Brother Yu, have some water. Zheng Yu, no, not thirsty. Brother Yu, have you eaten? Why not take a rest, my treat? Zheng Yu, no, not hungry. Zheng Yu rejected every attempt to cozy up to him. Before you ignored me, now I'm out of your league. Zheng Yu wasn't that big-hearted. He was the type to keep score and pay back every slight. Brother Yu, I'm a fighter and I've already cleared the Cold Street Abyss once. How about we team up to challenge the normal Abyss? Zheng Yu, not interested. You're too weak. No, but I'm a fighter. Zheng Yu, so what if you're a fighter? Are you saying fighters are weak? Zheng Yu solo the Abyss? I can tank for you and help with damage. Even though you cleared the simple abyss, the normal difficulty is a different story. Jung Yu, you can't handle it. I'm a level 4 fighter with the Iron Wall skill. Are you saying I can't tank? Jung Yu nodded. You really can't. Heh, you've really gotten cocky. You think just because you cleared the simple abyss, you're strong? Without a fighter to tank, you won't even make it through the normal instance. You want to climb the rankings without help from teammates? I've never seen a genius who climbs rankings based on simple abyss clears. Faced with his mockery, Jung Yu looked at him seriously and asked, do you know the difference between you and Neja? What? Neja has 3 heads and 6 arms. You just 1 head and 2 arms. After saying that, Jung Yu ducked into the tent Tao Qian had just set up to find some peace. Inside the tent, Tao Qian asked puzzled, why is it not like what I imagined? Jung Yu asked, what's different? Tao Qian said, I thought they'd regret not teaming up with you and be all frustrated and stuff. Tao Qian looked disappointed. He hadn't seen the scene he wanted to witness. Jung Yu smiled, it's still early days. This is just the simple instance. Besides, this is perfectly normal. When they feel regret, they start to make excuses, act tough, and convince themselves that just because you cleared simple, you won't be able to handle normal. Even those who truly regret not coming to me will bottle it up. Even if it hurts inside, they won't show it. You'll see. Even when we clear the nightmare level abyss, some will still act tough and say stuff like, summoners are weak in the late game, my future is dim, and so on. Jung Yu, who was used to keyboard warriors, understood these things very well. That's why he decided not to take anyone other than Tao Qian and the others. That's not satisfying, Tao Qian said, dissatisfied. But Jung Yu smiled, you're wrong. Their toughness is just a disguise. When they get home, deep in the quiet of the night, they'll lie in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, scrolling through their playlist and start feeling emo. They'll start to regret, blame themselves, and reflect. This feeling will be magnified infinitely after we clear the nightmare level abyss. Jung Yu said with a smile, especially that fighter from earlier. He thought he had some talent and that being in my team would be an honor for me. But in a little while, he'll regret why he didn't lower his posture when talking to me, why he didn't choose to team up with me at the first chance. But you won't see him pounding his chest in frustration. If it were you, you wouldn't either. Tao Qian also sighed with relief and nodded. You're right. If I were him, I'd act tough to the bitter end too. Don't let anyone else into the tent. I have things to do. Jung Yu stopped the topic and said to Tao Qian, don't worry, with me here, no one will disturb you. Tao Qian promised. Tao Qian stood outside the tent, blocking every professional who wanted to talk to Jung Yu. Wu Zong had gone out to borrow money from friends because he was a bit short. Kei Ying and Wenren Qingyu went to find some local loan sharks to get cash, so Jung Yu was alone in the tent now. He had to boost his strength to prepare for the upcoming nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. He claimed the historical record reward. Experience increased by another 500. Level leveled up again. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level LV5 to LV6 146 EXP required to level up. HP 1010 to 1230. Mana 200 to 2 and 45 to 53. Strength 17 to 18. 13 to 14. Remaining free attribute points 17. With the 10 points of intelligence from the novice staff, after reaching level 6, his overall intelligence has increased to 53. His max HP has also returned to over 1,000, and he still has 17 unused free attribute points. Jung Yu pondered for a moment. He decided to put all the attribute points into HP. After reaching level 5, his summon slots increased to 2, which means he now has the ability to summon a second creature. Going all in now will not only upgrade his goblin to tier 4, but also advance his new summon to tier 2. Compared to the small damage increase from boosting intelligence, it is better to upgrade his summon talent. Otherwise, a tier 0 summon would be useless against Nightmare Grade Abyss monster. Jung Yu opened his rewards first. One is the clear reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, simple, contains Cold Street Abyss equipment, potions, materials, and valuable ores. The other is the simple grade Historical Record Reward. Historical Record Pack, simple, contains high-level Cold Street Abyss equipment, high-level potions LV5, and other items. He opened both treasure chests. Congratulations! You opened the Cold Street Treasure Chest, simple, and obtained a piece of Novice Warrior armor. Congratulations, you opened the Historical Record Pack, simple, and obtained an Ice Crystal Pendant Levy 5 silver. Silver equipment. Jung Yu's face lit up with joy. Equipment is categorized into 9 tiers: common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, brilliant, legendary, and godly. 9 grades in total. He didn't expect to pull silver grade equipment from the pack. For a novice, this is already considered miraculous. Ice Crystal Pendant, silver grade, LV.5. Attributes: intelligence plus 25, mana plus 100. Effect: after equipping, grants plus 10 ice resistance, reduces ice type slow effects by 20%, and grants immunity to freezing once. Activates once every minute. Not bad. besides adding 25 points to intelligence. Whether it's ice resistance, freeze immunity, or the reduction of slow effects, this gear is perfectly tailored for the Cold Street dungeon. The stats are average, but the effects are very suitable for Jung Yu right now. He put on all the equipment he could. The frost armor dropped from the boss Cold Corpse. A pair of mage boots. The frost armor adds 300 HP and comes with a frost armor effect. Although the cooldown for the frost armor effect is quite long, it is extremely useful for a class with low HP like Jung Yu. The mage boots add in 50 HP and 5 points of agility. The 450 HP added by this equipment cannot be sacrificed. And it is precisely because of these two pieces of equipment that Jung Yu feels confident enough for his next all-in strategy. First, he adds all 17 free attribute points into HP. Consuming one free attribute point increases max HP by 50. Consuming 17 free attribute points exchanged for 850 HP. Currently, Jung Yu's usable HP is 2080. HP added by equipment is 450. Without hesitation, he directly sacrificed 1,000 points of max HP in exchange for 100 talent points. He dumped it all into the Goblin Wolf Rider. Goblin Wolf Rider Tier 3, Talent Evolution to Goblin General Tier 4. Base HP 4,000 to 8,000. 5.0 to 6.0. New skill V General's Command. Notice, General's Command is affected by the VIP Steward bonus, evolving into VIP Steward Grade General's Command. General's Command, VIP Steward Grade, call Goblin Army, 18 units. The number increases with level for temporary combat. Summons 2 Goblin Wolf Riders, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Suicide Bombers, 5 Goblin Shield Bearers. The summoning duration is unlimited, cannot be summoned again until the entire Goblin Army is defeated. Hiss, this is something else. Jung Yu looked at the newly refreshed skill and felt that this HP sacrifice was well worth it. Evolving directly from a Goblin Wolf Rider to a General. Not only has his strength improved in all aspects, the added skill truly makes the Goblin a General on the battlefield. The appearance of this skill gave Jung Yu more confidence in clearing the Nightmare Grade Abyss. Next, Jung Yu opened his phone. He entered the Sanctuary Mall. He purchased the Summoner Skill Book that he had long ago added to his cart. Summon Fire Sprite. Skill Book, learnable at level 5. One-time item. The book disappears after learning. Summoner class can learn it to obtain a developable Tier 0 talent Fire Sprite. Price, 2,000 yuan. Still very cheap. Other level 5 skills sell for at least 5,000, and warrior skills have been hyped up to tens of thousands. Inside the tent, he drew the contract array. The tent Tao Chen built is large enough to summon a Fire Sprite. A flash of firelight. A ball of fire appeared in midair. The next moment, the fireball established a telepathic connection with Jung Yu. Feeling the chill in his body, it proactively released warmth to wrap around him. It wasn't burning, but rather a flow of warmth that was just right for Jung Yu's body temperature. The fireball made no sound. This is a pure elemental entity. Just as mages can control fire elements, this fireball is an elemental entity with a life of its own. Summon, Fire Sprite. Level 6 levels up with the summoner, HP 1100. Attack, 172 Intelligence, 2.0 Coefficient. Talent, Tier 2 talent points away from upgrade. Skill I, Fire Aura can control the temperature in a 10-meter diameter area. At maximum intensity, it deals 121 burning damage per second to all objects. 172 Fire Sprite Attack, 0.7 Coefficient. Skill 2, Fireball LV6. Releases a fireball that locks onto and pursues the target, dealing 5 feet 2 Fire Sprite Attack, 3.2 Coefficient Fire Damage. Summon Equipment, none. Looking at the Fire Sprite stats, Jung Yu truly felt the weakness of a summoner. Although the sprite levels up with the summoner, the actual improvement is not significant. A normal warrior who levels to 6 can stop fearing the simple grade Cold Street dungeon, but with an unupgraded Fire Sprite, he still couldn't clear it. A single fireball only deals 551. How many fireballs would he need to take down the 10,000 HP Cold Corpse boss? Jung Yu glanced at the current Goblin General's stats. Summon VIP Steward Grade Goblin General. Level 6, levels up with the summoner. HP 8900. Attack 489. Talent Tier 4, 500 talent points away from upgrade. With the 6.0 attack coefficient, the Blade Tooth equipment, and the Steward Bond, the attack power reached nearly 500. Skill, damage has nearly doubled. Now the warrior's minimum charged hit can deal 4,000 damage. It completely crushes the Fire Sprite. It seems a summoner's strength depends entirely on the summon's talent rank. Fortunately, the demon contract can increase talent rank. Jung Yu checked his own remaining HP. 1080 plus 450 equipment HP. Because the Fire Sprite is a level 5 summon, it actually required more talent points to upgrade than the Goblin. Tier 1 needs 2 talent points. Tier 2 needs 15 talent points. Tier 3 needs 85 talent points. Jung Yu calculated that it required a total of 102 talent points, which equals 1020 max HP. Just enough. Jung Yu looked at his remaining base HP of only 60 and couldn't help but laugh. I'm probably the class with the lowest HP in history, right? Thankfully, there's 450 HP from the gear, otherwise 60 HP would really mean instant death upon the slightest touch. Jung Yu directly upgraded the Fire Sprite to Tier 3. Summon, Fire Sprite, Evolution to Summon, Twin Fire, Tier 1. Summon, Talent Evolution to Summon, Fire Demon, Tier 2. Summon, Fire Demon to Summon, Twin Fire Demon, Tier 3.
Boom! The flames erupted violently. If it weren't for the contract array, the tent Tao Qian rented would have been burned to the ground. The scorching fire could not harm Jung Yu as he was the summoner. On the contrary, he felt a sense of intimacy wash over him. Whoosh! The flames danced. Eventually, they took the form of two fire spirits snuggled together. Floating in the air, the fire spirits were about a meter tall, looking a bit like the fire character from Fireboy and Water Girl. They were cute, lightweight, and well-proportioned. They were vastly better looking than any goblin. However, they lacked the domineering and majestic presence of the VIP Butler General. The twin fire spirits felt more like a pair of cute, obedient children from next door, well-behaved, sensible, lively, and quite smart. At this moment, their stats had undergone a massive change. Summon twin fire spirits. Level 6 scales with the summoner's level. HP 3000. Attack power 375/78 current summoner intelligence times 4.8 coefficient. Talent Tier 3 and 50 talent points until upgrade. Skill Eye Flame Aura level 6. Controls the temperature within a 10-meter diameter. At maximum intensity deals 825 burn damage per second to all objects. 375 Fire Spirit attack power times 2.2 coefficient. Skill Fireball level 6. Launches a fireball that locks onto the target, dealing 325 fire damage. 375 Fire Spirit attack power times 6.2 coefficient. Skill Pact, special skill, no level. The twin fire spirits exist in symbiosis, allowing them to cast skills simultaneously for stack damage and double fire elemental damage. Skill Eye Cage level 6. Sets the location for a flame cage in advance. Triggers automatically when an enemy enters the area, trapping them in high-temperature flames and dealing 2100 damage per second. 375 Fire Spirit attack power times 5.6 coefficient. Summon equipment, none. They gained 2 more skills. One is Twin Pact, the other is Flame Cage. Twin Pact means double casting and double elemental damage, making the damage output of the twin fire spirits truly staggering. And Flame Cage is a pure damage skill that functions as a trap. The damage might not look high at first, but looking closely, 2100 damage per second is significant. It is not an explosive burst like the Wolf Cavalry charge. But at 2100 damage per second, it can kill a 10,000 health frozen corpse in 5 seconds. Wait. Jung Yu suddenly realized. The 2100 damage does not yet include the double bonus from the Twin Pact. In other words, if the fire spirits target a 10,000 health frozen corpse, they could finish the fight in 3 seconds. Strong. Jung Yu couldn't help but exclaim. However, even though the twin fire spirits are strong, they still fall short compared to the Goblin General with his Tier 4 talent. The Goblin General's current damage output with a single charge can instantly kill a frozen corpse, making him even more powerful. After upgrading the fire spirits, Jung Yu still had one crucial upgrade untouched. That is his core, the Hextech Augments. Every 5 levels, he gets 2 Hextech Augments. Jung Yu couldn't wait to draw them. Drawing Hextech Augments. Congratulations, you have drawn your 3rd augment, Gold Tier Augment, all about companionship. Congratulations, you have drawn your 4th augment, Silver Tier Augment, Library Card. All about companionship, provides a training dummy. All attacks targeting the summoner will prioritize the training dummy. If the training dummy survives the Abyss run, you receive 10 talent points. Library Card. Obtain a Tome of Traits. You can choose one of 4 random emblems and receive an equipment reforger. Doesn't seem half bad. Although he didn't pull a prismatic augment, the training dummy effect is exactly what Jung Yu needs right now. Enemies are forced to attack the taunting unit first, the training dummy. A classic life-saving augment. Jung Yu's base HP is low, and the training ensures he won't be sniped or killed by surprise. Very good augment. Plus, getting 10 talent points for free after every Abyss run is great. That's equivalent to a free 100 max HP boost. He really needs those talent points. Without hesitation, Jung Yu opened the Tome of Traits provided by the Library Card augment. Please choose one from Mage Emblem, Ione Emblem, Bastion Emblem, or Butler Emblem. Let's go with the Butler Emblem. A single emblem isn't enough to activate a trait on its own. He already has 2 butler emblems. Giving one to the fire spirits won't activate the 4 butler synergy, but it will allow them to share the 20% HP and 20% attack boost. Obtained butler emblem. Obtained equipment reforger. Equipment reforger converts equipment you cannot wear into equipment you can use. This is a good one. Jung Yu stored the equipment reforger in his inventory and gave the butler emblem to the fire spirits. Everything was ready. At that moment, Jung Yu received a message. It was from his homeroom teacher. Jung Yu, you're the one who broke the record, right? Jung Yu replied, yes. The teacher called him shortly after. Look, if you have time tomorrow, come to the Jiangshui City Government Building. The mayor wants to see you. Jung Yu wasn't surprised. Every year, newcomers who break records are personally hosted by the mayor and given rewards. Jung Yu asked, is it for the reward? The reward is one thing, they also want to do some publicity. And then, before the teacher could finish, Jung Yu said, I probably don't have time. Please just collect the reward for me. The teacher sounded a bit troubled. Jung Yu said directly, just tell the mayor I'm about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he doesn't want to lose this record, then I'll go. Jung Yu didn't like those kinds of events, mostly because they had no benefits. He only wanted the reward. The rest didn't matter. After all, at the end of the day, he was only a low-level professional. Fame and reputation weren't important for now. Too troublesome and too much fuss. Nightmare level? The teacher thought he misheard. Yes, you heard me right, nightmare level. Anyway, don't ask too much. I don't want to explain too much either. Just watch the results. The mayor will understand. After saying that, Jung Yu hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, the teacher scratched his head, then called the mayor, feeling quite confused. Brother, lend me some money. At the martial arts hall, Wu Zong found his older brother Wu Shan, the owner of the hall. How much do you need? 500,000. How much? Wu Shan almost dropped his teacup. Look, we're brothers. If you need money, I'll lend it to you. But 500,000 just like that? Do you think I'm made of money? No? Then get lost. Wu Zong didn't get angry. He just showed Wu Shan something. A title? The record holder for the Cold Street Abyss clearance time? Wait. Wu Xian jumped off the sofa, opened his computer and went to the official website of the Jiangshui City Temple. He didn't even need to search. A notification popped up immediately. Congratulations to the professional Team Summoner Squad for breaking the historic clearance time of the Cold Street Abyss. Simple. Clearance time, 2 hours 48 minutes 23 seconds. Leader Jung Yu Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. My God, you actually did it. So that's why you didn't show up for work today. You decided to get back on the professional path? Wu Xian was overjoyed. He had always known his brother was skimping on meals and spending to save up for another shot at the professional career. He didn't expect him to actually make it. Not only did he make it, he even got a record. He knew for sure he had carried the record because he knew his brother's strength well. A D-tier monk didn't have the capability to set records. Then he noticed the team composition. Brother, this team composition is a bit weird. Wu Zong said, don't worry about the classes, Jung Yu has S-tier talent. No wonder. So, are you going to send the money or not? He's planning to take me through the nightmare level abyss. I need to tell your sister-in-law. No one has ever cleared the Cold Street Abyss at nightmare level. This is something we can put on the pantry. We'll get to kneel in the front row for the ancestor worship ceremony next year. Come with me to the bank. For a southerner who came here to start a business, nothing is more important than bringing honor to the family. How much do you want to borrow? Compound Interest Lending Company. A bald guy with tattoos stared at Qi Ying and Wenren Qingyu and asked, 2 million. Any collateral? No. Then why should I lend it to you? How about... The bald guy pointed at a camera on the desk, a couple of photos? Qi Ying was about to get angry, but Wenren Qingyu pulled her back and stared at the man. Are you sure you won't lend it? Then I'll go find another company. The man was stunned. He hadn't seen anyone so arrogant while begging for money. But he still asked patiently, what's the money for? Clearing the abyss. What difficulty? Nightmare level. Kidding me. Serious. You think I'd believe that? Plenty of people come here to scam me, and none of them left in one piece. You'd better not tick me off. Fine, forget it then. I was going to advertise for you guys after Jung Yu clears it for us. Who? Jung Yu.
You don't know?
Of course the bald man knew him. He was a professional too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bold enough to lend high-interest loans. The news from a few hours ago was still the hottest topic on the forums. After all, a summoner managed to achieve an astonishing result. 2 hours and 45 minutes, what kind of concept was that? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. Meaning, a summoner, a class that everyone thought was the weakest bar none, didn't just break the record, but beat it by a full hour. He's preparing to challenge the Nightmare Abyss directly. The man's tone softened. Yes, he told us that himself. Then how do I know he'll take you in? Wenren Qingyu showed him the team info. It's been hours since we finished the Abyss. If he wanted to drop us, he would have done so already. Are you lending it or not? Lending. The man didn't hesitate this time. Even if Zheng Yu couldn't actually clear it, he was willing to take a chance. He knew very well that if Zheng Yu could really clear the Nightmare Abyss, all resources in the province would be funneled toward him unconditionally. His future potential was limitless. Even if you can't befriend such a legendary figure, you definitely don't want to make an enemy of him. 2 million, right? First things first, regardless of whether Zheng Yu clears it or not, the money must be paid back with interest. Because he didn't know the relationship between these two pretty girls and Zheng Yu, he had to make the terms clear to prevent them from skipping out on the debt. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu, but his lending company's rules are rules. Otherwise, he couldn't run a business. No problem, Wenren Qingyu said with a smile. When Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu returned after getting the loan, they found Zheng Yu sitting outside the tent, chatting with a group of people. Oh no! Ke Ying blurted out after seeing the group. What's wrong? Wenren Qingyu hadn't realized the significance yet. The people chatting with Zheng Yu are the team that just broke the record for the normal level Abyss yesterday. Ke Ying explained. Wenren Qingyu also remembered that earlier yesterday, there was indeed a notification that the normal level Abyss record had been broken. 2 things happened yesterday. One was Zheng Yu, a summoner, leading a team to clear the simple level Cold Street Abyss. The other was 4 A-tier professionals, leading a B-tier professional to break the normal level Abyss record. In terms of buzz and discussion, Zheng Yu the summoner was certainly higher. After all, it's a summoner, anything Zheng Yu does generates plenty of attention. But in terms of professional recognition, breaking the normal level Abyss record was actually more significant. Among this year's new professionals in Jiangshui City, having 4 A-tier professionals is the most we've seen in a decade. Now that they've all teamed up, I suspect they're here to recruit the great Zheng Yu. After Ke Ying's explanation, Wenren Qingyu finally understood why she was so panicked. If Zheng Yu joins their team, no one will be leading us. Not only would the money be borrowed for nothing, but we'd still have to pay interest. That bald guy's loan isn't exactly legitimate. Hurry, let's go over. Wenren Qingyu pulled Ke Ying and quickly approached them. They heard a haughty and condescending voice saying, "We didn't think much of you before, since you're just a summoner, and we were afraid you'd slow down our clearing speed. But you've proven yourself by solo leading a dungeon clear. Although it was just the simple difficulty, it's still not bad. Who is this guy acting so high and mighty?" Wenren Qingyu couldn't help but look over. She saw that the speaker was a handsome young man, but his arrogance and disdain for Zheng Yu's summoner class made her feel as if his handsomeness had suddenly turned greasy. Both Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu recognized this person. Li Feng. They were from the same school. He's an A-tier warrior, and it said his talent type is perfect for combat. He's not only a popular class, but also a prodigy, so he certainly has the right to be arrogant. So, after some discussion, we've decided to recognize your strength and allow you to join our team to clear the Abyss together. As Li Feng said this, the face of the only B-tier warrior in the group darkened. It was obvious that they didn't all agree. At the very least, that B-tier warrior didn't. After all, if Zheng Yu joins the team, this B-tier warrior would have to leave. So he harbored resentment toward Zheng Yu. But Zheng Yu asked with a strange expression, "So who are you people? What do you want with me?" Zheng Yu might as well have had the words, "Are you sick?" written on his face. You're trying to show off your superiority to my face. Unfortunately, Li Feng, who confidently assumed Zheng Yu would be eternally grateful to join their team, couldn't even read the expression on Zheng Yu's face. He actually thought Zheng Yu didn't know who he was. "I am A-tier warrior. I know you just cleared the simple level Abyss. We're pretty decent ourselves, having just cleared the normal level Abyss dungeon and broken the historical record," Li Feng said with a smug look. "Oh, that is indeed pretty average." Li Feng, did you say average? Zheng Yu nodded. "No, maybe you misheard. I'm talking about the normal level historical record. And Jung Yu asked, expressionless, aren't you surprised? Jung Yu laughed. Brother, saying that out loud ruins the vibe. Who goes around asking others, I'm amazing, aren't you surprised? That's not a very smooth way to brag. Li Feng. Anyway, you called it average yourself, so I just went along with you, and now you're getting impatient. Jung Yu pointed at Li Feng with the tone of someone who's seen it all. Your bragging skills still need work. Li Feng. This exchange left Li Feng speechless. He had never met someone who talked like this. Even though he had come over specifically to flex on Jung Yu. His original intention was, look, even if you're an S-tier talent, don't you still have to beg to join our team? It was supposed to be a win-win. He keeps his pride while recruiting a decent teammate. But he didn't expect Jung Yu to give him no respect at all. Wait, are you crazy? Seeing this, another A-tier talent standing next to Li Feng accused him. You may have an S-tier talent, but don't forget you're a summoner. We're letting you join our team as a favor. Don't be ungrateful. This person was clearly more perceptive than Li Feng. They saw that Jung Yu was just toying with Li Feng, so they lashed out. Jiangshui City hasn't seen an S-tier talent in years, but by switching to summoner, you're just dragging the city's reputation through the mud. We're kind enough to bring you along, and you take our kindness for granted? Don't think you're hot stuff just because you cleared a simple level Cold Street Abyss. When S-tier talents from other cities crush you, it'll be Jiangshui City that loses face. Jung Yu was speechless. Oh wow, are they really resorting to moral kidnapping? If this guy were on social media, he'd be a master keyboard warrior. Li Feng realized his teammate had gone too far, so he quickly interrupted and said to Jung Yu, let's be honest, we're planning to try the hard-level Cold Street Abyss next. We're striving to set another record. Actually, we knew you were an S-tier talent, but because you chose Summoner, we really didn't plan on bringing you along. After all, you know yourself, summoners are just too weak. But it's different now. You've proven your strength, enough to join us, so we're prepared to give you a hand. So you won't fall too far behind other S-tier talents. At least you can have a hard-level record to your name. Li Feng spoke more softly this time. But the tone was still full of an unmistakable condescending sense of discrimination. Qi Ying and Wenren Qingyu off to the side were laughing hysterically. I'm dying. Ha ha ha, he actually said he'd give Jung Yu a hand. Who's helping whom here? The funniest part is, he thinks letting Jung Yu join his team is doing him a favor? I can't, I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. The reason they were laughing was that with Li Feng's tone and attitude, Jung Yu would 100% not join their team. As long as our ace doesn't leave, everything is fine. Their laughter also caught the attention of Jung Yu and Li Feng. Is it that funny? Li Feng's expression darkened. Yeah. Wenren Qingyu answered honestly. Then keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Once we break the hard-level record, let's see if you're still laughing. Li Feng clearly realized that Qi Ying and Wenren Qingyu were the two assassins from Jung Yu's team. Jung Yu's dismissive attitude and their mocking laughter made Li Feng furious. If it weren't for the fact that fighting is prohibited in military zones, he would have attacked them already. Don't mind them. We're aiming for higher records. We're not like them, a teammate said. Exactly. They want to compete for the rankings. They have no big picture vision. Even if Li Feng and Zheng Long's tone was a bit off, if you want to compete for rankings, you have to endure it. Are you sure you're taking my side? Your attitude is definitely problematic. We were supposed to invite Jung Yu to the hard-level abyss to increase our clear chance, but you were just so arrogant. Before this only rational teammate could finish, they were pulled away by Li Feng and the others. Jung Yu watched them go with amusement. He could actually understand Li Feng and his group's mindset. A tier talent, popular class, just broke a record. They're at the peak of their confidence, and with his summoner class as a misconception, it's hard for them to act like seasoned professionals who prioritize gains over pride. They're at that age where young people care too much about face and showing off. Did you get the money? Jung Yu asked Qi Ying and the others. Qi Ying nodded and transferred 600,000 to Jung Yu. Jung Yu nodded and said, got it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong are out getting ingredients. They should be back soon. If there's anything you two want, get it now. Or don't complain if there's nothing you like to eat once we're in the abyss. Although they clearly understood what Jung Yu meant, it still felt weird. Are we really going into the abyss? Or is this just a picnic? I'll go get some desserts. Qi Ying said. Wenren Qingyu glanced at Qi Ying. You adjusted pretty quickly. Then I'll get some fruit. Qi Ying.
The news of Zheng Yu rejecting Li Feng's invitation spread like wildfire and actually became yet another trending topic on the forum. Zheng Yu has gotten ahead of himself. He actually turned down a team made up of 4 A-rank talents. As the only S-rank talent in Jiangshui City and the first one we've seen in years, his decision is simply baffling. A detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the Cold Street Abyss on simple mode in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Rational analysis. Zheng Yu refusing Li Feng invitation is actually a good thing. It proves his immense self-confidence. I think Zheng Yu is just scared. He's probably satisfied enough with just clearing the simple mode. After all, Li Feng and his group are preparing to enter the hard mode Abyss. Coward Zheng Yu, trash summoner, just a venting post, don't enter if you don't like it. My guess is that Zheng Yu will enter the normal mode Abyss and still lead the team solo. I'm putting it out there. Zheng Yu won't be able to compete for the rankings. After getting rejected by Zheng Yu, I've decided to start roasting him. The Jiangshui City Professional Forum was filled almost entirely with posts about him. Zheng Yu actually found it quite amusing as he watched. He found it quite fun to be the subject of all this discussion. The internet has a magical ability. No matter how big the reversal or how painful the slap in the face, the people posting always stay behind the scenes. So there's really no reputation to lose. You can say whatever you want and change your stance whenever. Once I clear the Nightmare Mode Abyss, the forum will likely flip its narrative again. Regardless, it's interesting. Zheng Yu killed time by browsing the forum. Soon Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned from shopping, and Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu bought some fruits and snacks. They put everything into their inventory slot. Brother Yu, we're all set, Tao Qian said. Zheng Yu nodded, thought for a moment, and added a piece of advice. If you have the money, it's best to buy a resurrection item, just in case. Tao Qian immediately said, a resurrection cross already costs 5 million on the market. We can't afford that. Wu Zong chimed in, I don't think there's much danger. I believe in Brother Yu's strength. Zheng Yu, you're 3 years older than me. Why are you calling me brother? Wu Zong replied casually, hey, in the path of cultivation, it's about who achieves mastery first. Whoever is stronger is the big brother. Zheng Yu looked at Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu, and you two? Wenren Qingyu said, we can't afford resurrection crosses either, but we bought 5 invisibility items. As she spoke, she distributed 1 to each person in the team chat group. Even Zheng Yu received 1. Invisibility potion. Enters stealth for 1 minute, immune to all damage. You can move but cannot attack. Any attack will break the invisibility state. Doesn't the market price for this seem to be 300,000 each? Tao Qian said in surprise. I know an alchemist, so I managed to get them for 200,000 each. Tao Qian sighed at the fact that Wenren Qingyu had such connections, then said, 200,000 each isn't cheap either. Are you really giving these to us? Consider it a token of appreciation and a way to tie ourselves to the great Zheng Yu's boat. Wenren Qingyu didn't hide anything and said it directly. Her style of doing things was, if you're going to suck up, do it openly. And don't do it in a lowly way, but treat everyone with equal respect. Using borrowed money to buy the invisibility potions was actually Ke Ying's idea. But Wenren Qingyu insisted that if they were going to buy them, they couldn't just buy them for themselves. They had to buy 1 for everyone. She wanted to firmly grasp onto this team. In other words, this team was her future. Even if Zheng Yu eventually surpasses them and stops teaming up with them, Wu Zong and Tao Qian would still make excellent teammates. With a Nightmare Mode Abyss as a starting point, their future prospects shouldn't be too bad, even if not entirely smooth sailing. Zheng Yu didn't refuse. He saw through Wenren Qingyu's intentions and simply accepted the potion. He couldn't keep carrying Tao Qian forever. He was already level 6. And Tao Qian, who had been tagging along, was only level 4. After 1 more Nightmare Abyss, he would reach level 10 and it would be time to move to a new map. Tao Qian would still have to stay here. Wenren Qingyu and the others were decent teammates. For a brother like Tao Qian, who trusted him unconditionally, he hoped Tao Qian could carve out his own path as a professional, rather than always relying on him. At his own leveling speed, solo clearing was the only appropriate way. No teammates would ever be able to keep up with his pace. Zheng Yu accepted the invisibility potion. He went directly to the interface and selected the Nightmare difficulty for the Cold Street Abyss. System alert. You have selected the Nightmare difficulty for the Cold Street Abyss. This difficulty 100% replicates the reality of the Abyss and restores its entire history. It is extremely difficult and has a high mortality rate. Please choose carefully. 3, 2, 1. The system even thoughtfully gave Zheng Yu 3 seconds to think. Are you sure you want to enter the Nightmare Mode Abyss? Yes. He was already prepared. There was no reason to back down. Zheng Yu, summoner. No problems here entering the Abyss. Tao Qian, monk. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Nightmare Mode Abyss, I'm coming. Wu Zong, monk. First time in a Nightmare Abyss, a bit nervous. Ke Ying, assassin. Good luck, great Zheng Yu. Wenren Qingyu, assassin 1. Entering Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Mode. Please wait. At the same time, all professionals waiting in the Cold Street Abyss lobby saw a notification. Notification. The Team Summoner Squad has entered the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Mode. The notification caused an immediate uproar. Is this summoner squad the one with Jung Yu? Aside from Jung Yu, who else is a summoner here? It has to be him. My god, is he crazy nightmare mode? I can only say he's courting death. Impressive. Regardless of whether Jung Yu is a summoner or not, the courage to enter the nightmare mode abyss is worthy of my respect. He's way too reckless. He just cleared simple mode, and now he's heading to nightmare? That's quite a jump. Looks like the forum analysis was right. Jung Yu really has gotten ahead of himself, thinking that just because he cleared a simple mode abyss, he could take on the nightmare mode. This isn't just about getting ahead of himself, he's completely lost his mind. Is there any chance, just maybe, that Jung Yu actually clears it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Jung Yu clears the nightmare mode Cold Street Abyss as a summoner, I'll stand on my head and eat my own poop. I'll do the 5-speed fan challenge. What year is it that you're still doing the fan challenge? If you've got guts, go eat some Japanese seafood. Heh, I dare not. At this moment, Li Feng and his group, who were preparing to enter the hard mode abyss, also received the notification. They froze at the same time. They looked at each other and could all read something in each other's eyes. No way, we absolutely cannot enter the nightmare abyss, the B-rank warrior said directly. Zheng Long frowned. This Jung Yu is too ruthless. Going straight into nightmare mode, if we go into hard mode, won't we look inferior? That's not ruthless, that's suicidal. No, to be precise, he's just going there to die. Anyway, I'm not going to the nightmare abyss. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm just a B-rank warrior, I'm out! Seeing that there was a disagreement in the team, Li Feng spoke up. Don't act tough. Jung Yu is Jung Yu. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. There's no need to go to our deaths just to win a point. Jung Yu was obviously provoked by us earlier, he's just lost his head and is heading into the nightmare abyss to die. As long as we clear the hard mode abyss steadily, we're already crushing 90% of A-rank professional. Li Feng was still relatively calm, but in reality he was also afraid. He wasn't even sure if he could clear the hard mode abyss, which is why he invited Jung Yu to increase their chances of success. Nightmare mode? He didn't even dare to imagine it. In other words, nightmare mode isn't prepared for people like us, and it's not even meant for S-rank professionals. It's meant for those true geniuses, the SS-rank professionals that the Central District poached. Long story short, Jung Yu is seeking death, we just shouldn't follow him. In any case, he won't be able to clear the nightmare abyss. If Jung Yu were an SS-rank talent, he might be a little worried. But considering Jung Yu was taking 4 dead weights in with him and was a summoner, he wasn't worried at all. Hiss! The temperature here is way lower than the simple grade Cold Street Abyss. I feel like my lungs hurt with every breath I take. As they entered the nightmare grade Cold Street Abyss, the biting cold hit them head-on, causing Tao Qian and the others to shiver uncontrollably. Only Jung Yu was relatively resistant to the cold thanks to the fire spirit he had contracted. It is said that the nightmare grade difficulty simulates the true scene of the abyss as it was at the time. Whether it was the simple grade abyss we entered before, or the hard grade one Li Feng and his group went into, those were actually simplified and weakened versions. Kei Ying said as she recalled the information she had read. Tao Qian wrapped himself in a thick coat and said, "So, it's not that the nightmare grade difficulty is enhanced, it's just that the nerfs have been removed." That should be the case. Kei Ying nodded. At this point, Jung Yu said, "I have uploaded 2 documents to the chat group. The first one I sent is the basic information on the nightmare grade abyss, and the second is the walkthrough for the hard grade Cold Street Abyss that someone made earlier. I don't know if it will be useful, but having some knowledge never hurts." Jung Yu didn't just decide to enter the nightmare abyss on a whim. Before even stepping into the abyss, he had done plenty of research. He had looked into everything about the Cold Street Abyss and the nightmare grade difficulty. He was considered a top student at school, after all. As Tao Qian and the others read the documents, Jung Yu spoke. "Before we entered, we received a prompt. The nightmare grade restores the true appearance of the abyss 100% and recreates the entire history of the abyss. The abyss is like a locked segment of time and history. Professionals can enter the abyss and continuously relive that period of history. And the nightmare grade abyss is a 1-to-1 restoration of the history sealed away by the abyss. The difficulty goes without saying, and the storyline must be different from the other levels. I have read every single guide on the Cold Street Abyss on the forums, and you can basically piece together a narrative framework." Jung Yu summoned the Goblin General and continued, "In the simple grade Cold Street Abyss, we can only reach Central Park. Killing a level 7 boss, the Cold Corpse, ends the fight. In the normal grade Cold Street Abyss, you need to enter the forest and find a spring. This spring is the source that froze this entire street. You have to protect this spring until you've fended off all the Cold Corpse attacks to clear it. The highest level for the normal grade is a level 9 Cold Corpse. The difficulty is average." Average difficulty? Listening to Jung Yu's description, Tao Qian and the others pursed their lips, muttering to themselves, but said nothing. only you would call a level 9 Cold Corpse average difficulty. In the hard grade abyss, besides protecting the spring, you also need to fish out a frozen female corpse from within it and send it to an unfrozen lake deep in the forest. On the way, you'll be chased by a special spider-type cold corpse. Killing this spider, or enduring the cold to deliver the corpse to the center of the lake, will clear the dungeon. That is where the guides end. Currently, there is no guide for the Nightmare Grade Cold Street Abyss. Hearing Zheng Yu, Tao Qian remarked, "Of course there's no guide for the Nightmare Grade, after all, nobody has ever cleared it." Wu Zong added, "Every professional who has ever entered the Nightmare Grade Abyss has never come out." Kei Ying and Wenren Qingyu shivered, clearly quite frightened. Only Zheng Yu laughed and said, "Well then, that means you won't have to pay back your loans." Wu Zong, Kei Ying, and Wenren Qingyu. "By the way, Brother Yu, your Goblin Wolf Rider seems a bit different." Tao Qian stared at the Goblin General and said, then he met the gaze of the Goblin General sitting on the giant wolf and immediately felt a heavy, overwhelming pressure. It was as if this upright, gentlemanly-looking goblin was a battle-hardened general capable of exerting pressure just with his eyes. Not a bit, he's totally different. Tell us more about how he's different. Zheng Yu made a joke and didn't explain. He masked the Goblin General's stats. With nearly 10,000 HP and close to 500 attack power, it was truly terrifying. To save the trouble of explaining, he simply didn't show them the goblin's stat. Roar! As the Goblin General walked into the entrance of the Cold Street, familiar roars echoed all around. The cold courses walked out of the shops, following the same old routine. Based on previous experience, the goblins would have to clear at least 3 or 4 waves of cold courses on this street, which would take at least an hour. Whoosh! The Goblin General was more decisive than the previous Goblin Warriors. He fired an arrow on sight, no nonsense at all. Clack! 35th one. Just a normal arrow. Dealt 3,000 damage. Killed a level 5 Cold Corpse, gained 110 experience points. Instantly killed a level 5 Cold Corpse. Damn! Does every first wave of Cold Courses in the Nightmare Grade start at level 5? Tao Qian said, surprised by the level of the corpse. What do you mean, level 5? Look behind! Wenren Qingyu pointed at a shop hidden on the side of the street. A bulky, fat monster, weighing at least 300 pounds, was holding a bone cleaver and staring fixedly at the Goblin General. Isn't this a type of cold corpse that only appears in hard grade? Having just read the hard grade guide Zheng Yu sent, they recognized this fat cold corpse with the bone cleaver. Wu Zong couldn't help but say, as expected of the Nightmare Grade, the very first wave of cold courses is already comparable to the strongest non-boss enemies in hard grade. Roar! The fat cold corpse let out an angry roar. But it didn't come forward. It was as if it was shooing the Goblin General away, telling him not to enter the Cold Street. But the Goblin General wouldn't listen. He raised his hand and fired an arrow. Whoosh! Clack! 0. The fat cold corpse had an ice armor as well. If it didn't do damage, he'd just fire a few more. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Goblin General's fire rate was faster, mainly because the Goblin General's agility was twice that of a Goblin Warrior, and his attack speed was significantly higher. 0. 0. 2998. Breaking through the ice armor, the arrow landed right on the fat cold corpse's meaty face, piercing through the eye socket and getting stuck just below its eyeball. Roar! Seeing that the threat was useless, it roared in fury and charged out of the shop. Because of its massive size, it crashed through the door frame, bringing down part of the wall as well. Like a tank made of meat, the ground trembled with every step it took as it recklessly bulldozed its way toward the Goblin General. The Goblin General, facing the massive fat cold corpse, showed no fear. Gripping his warhammer, he gave his giant wolf a light pat on the neck just as the fat corpse was about to ram into him. The giant wolf understood and leaped quickly, easily dodging the charge. Boom! The fat cold corpse rammed into the stone pillar behind him, shattering it completely. 8-7. Damage numbers appeared over the fat cold corpse's head. According to the hard grade guide, the fat cold corpse has immense strength and high HP, but very low intelligence. It only knows how to charge forward blindly, and it can't break. If it hits an obstacle, it even takes damage. So the way to deal with it is to constantly dodge its charges and slowly grind it to death. However, that is the way for normal professional. It wastes time and doesn't have much room for error. The best approach is killing it instantly. At the moment the fat cold corpse hit the stone pillar, the Goblin General was already in position, his hammer descending toward the corpse's head. Bang! 3596. Stunned. High damage numbers appeared. A backstab and a precise strike to the head triggered a stun effect. The fat cold corpse was frozen in place. With the level 6 General Goblin, his jump smash damage multiplier was now at 6.2 paired with 489 attack power. He's dealing 3,000 damage. When factoring in headshots, inertia, and impact, 3,500 damage was entirely reasonable. The same no-nonsense combo. Jump smash descends. Stun triggered. During the stun, the warhammer swings back to charge up smash. Boom! A powerful hammer strike sent the fat cold corpse flying, uprooting the stone floor tiles on impact. 6-8-23. Exaggerated damage numbers appeared again. The charged power smash reached maximum force, and the damage was quite significant. 27-9, 28-7-6, 26-3-3, 29-22. Not only that, the flying fat cold corpse crushed 4 or 5 level 5 cold corpses behind it. Boom! The 10,000 HP fat cold corpse died instantly. Along with it, the entire first wave of cold corpses was crushed. Killed a level 5 cold corpse, gained 101 experience. Killed a level 5 cold corpse, gained 103 experience. Killed a level 5 cold corpse, gained 112 experience. Killed a level 5 cold corpse, gained 106 experience. Killed a level 6 butcher shop owner cold corpse, gained 449 experience. Congratulations, obtained equipment bone cleaver bronze grade level 5. Congratulations, obtained high quality pork consumable level 5. It dropped gear? Jung Yu took a look at the bone cleaver that had appeared in his inventory. Equipment name, bone cleaver. Required level, 5. Grade bronze. Attributes, strength ease +2. Effect, 5% chance on attack to trigger bleeding, causing 20 damage per second. Jung Yu thought about it and decided against using the equipment forger, as it was only level 5 equipment. A bronze grade level 5 item isn't worth using an equipment forger on. However, this bone cleaver is very suitable for bleed-based warriors. The price is hyped quite high on the sanctuary market, so it could sell for a good price.
To be honest, Jung Yu is not short of money. It is not that he has plenty of money right now, but that he has already displayed enough talent and potential, and his future resources will be covered by the state. That is the reason why he only charged Tao Qian and the others 300,000. Of course, a bigger motive was simply to annoy those people outside who were gossiping about him. He put away the bone cleaver. He noticed there was still a consumable item in his backpack. A piece of premium pork. Premium pork. Eating this restores 1,000 health points and grants 500 points of additional shield. Pork is best eaten cooked. If you do not have time to cook it, eating it raw is fine, though you will likely get a stomachache. Another ingredient added. Jung Yu threw the premium pork into his ingredient storage. Meanwhile, the Goblin General had already cleared out all the cold corpses at the entrance of the cold street. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level 6, 2.7, 2441 experience points needed for the next level. Health 500 to 800, 450 from equipment stats. Mana 3 and 10 to 320 and 50 from equipment stats. 78 to 86, 35 from equipment stats. Strength 18 to 19, 2 from equipment stats. 14 to 15, remaining free attribute points. Nothing beats a nightmare level abyss, 1 level up in a single run. Levels are just too important for professionals. It is not just because leveling up boosts all stats. More importantly, levels 10, 25, and 50 are considered 3 distinct stages. Level 10 allows you to learn exclusive skills and opens up different subclasses within the same profession. Level 25 is Professional Evolution. Level 50 is Professional Awakening. It is said that level 70 unlocks even more powerful abilities, but Nan Muyan is the only player in the world to have reached above level 70. He only mentioned that level 70 is a watershed, and life before and after level 70 are 2 completely different worlds. He did not reveal any specific information. In short, leveling up is the only path to becoming stronger. Along the way, the Goblin General led the path. Jung Yu and the others followed behind. As they ventured deeper into the cold street, the temperature grew colder and colder. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. After entering the cold street, they encountered more and more cold corpses. They no longer appeared in waves, but showed up wherever they walked. Furthermore, these cold corpses were no longer generic. Each one had its own unique identity. For instance, the fat cold corpse they met at the entrance was known as the pork shop owner cold corpse. They had just killed a fishmonger cold corpse a moment ago, and now they were facing a chef cold corpse. The chef cold corpse was the strongest one Jung Yu had encountered so far. Wearing a chef uniform stained blood red, its face looked as if it had been scalded by hot oil, covered in burn scars and swellings. It was terrifying in appearance and very strong. Chef cold corpse. Level LV9. Health 17,000. Attack power 300. Skill level 4 slow or Skill 2 reinforced ice armor. Skill 3 look, a cleaver. Throws a cleaver. Skill look, a bunch of cleavers. As a chef, isn't it normal to have a pile of cleavers? 17,000 health is truly terrifying. Its attack power isn't high, but it keeps throwing cleavers as if it had an infinite supply. The level 4 slow aura is one level higher than the boss cold corpse in the simple level abyss. This made it impossible for the Goblin General to remain unscathed. Its body was covered in many cuts, and one cleaver was even stuck in the giant wolf's leg. Oh, whoa! The giant wolf howled in pain. No wonder it is a nightmare-level abyss. At this moment, sitting in a wind-sheltered corner, the 5 of them were gathered around the twin fire elementals, warming themselves while eating grilled sausages. It is my first time seeing the giant wolf get hurt, and my first time seeing the goblin struggle so much in battle. Brother Yu, are you really sure you don't need the twin fire elementals to join the fight? Tao Qian asked with some concern. Zheng Yu looked at Tao Qian, then at the sausage Tao Qian had placed in the hand of the fire elemental, and smiled, saying, "If the fire elemental goes to fight, who is going to grill our sausages?" Tao Qian replied, "And irrefutable. Rest assured, we have barely scratched the surface. The Goblin General is just being stingy with its skills. It would be very easy to take down this chef cold corpse if it wanted to." Zheng Yu took a bite of his sausage and said leisurely, "Every summoned creature has its own personality. The Goblin General is more cautious and conservative with its skills. Perhaps it senses something even more dangerous ahead, so it is saving its skills to deal with those threats. Although skills do not have cooldown timers, they generally cannot be cast twice in rapid succession. Whether it is a professional, a summoner's creature, a druid's beast, or a necromancer's skeleton, there are 2 mechanisms that cannot be quantified by data: stamina and energy. Therefore, the number of skills cast, the interval between spells, and the stamina expended during constant movement all vary. Especially skills like the Wolf Rider's Charge, which are high-consumption moves. Each use is a test of stamina and energy. Whoosh! 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 The Goblin General chose to engage in a ranged duel with the chef cold corpse. Then, the giant wolf used nimble maneuvers to dodge the cleavers. Although the chef had plenty of them, there was a wind-up motion before each one was thrown. After just a few attempts, the Goblin General had mastered the pattern, making it easy to dodge the cleavers and fire its arrows. Whoosh! Skill 2.
Archery Mastery Level 7.
It fired an arrow with precision, dealing 3066 points of damage. 34-5. 3,500 damage per arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! 351. 3443. 3,500 per shot. Even though the level 9 chef cold corpse had high health, 3 arrows brought it down to half health. Another 3 arrows broke through the ice armor, and 3 more arrows sent the chef cold corpse to its grave. Killed the pork shop owner Cold Corp obtained 771 experience points. Congratulations, obtained armor hat Bloody Chef Hat, bronze grade. Armor, Bloody Chef Hat. Equip level. Bronze. Health plus 500. Chef skill effect plus 10%, chance of creating special food plus 15%. Warning, please do not wear this chef hat in the cold street abyss. Someone hates this hat. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. He took the warning as a clue. No one knows exactly what happened in the history of the cold street abyss, because no one has ever cleared the nightmare level abyss. This chef hat is clearly related to the story of Cold Street. The goblin seems to have found something, Wu Zong reminded. Only then did Zheng Yu notice that after killing the chef cold corpse, it had retrieved a cake from the restaurant where the chef had appeared. A blood-red cake. A normal cake would have fruit or chocolate on the frosting, but this cake had organs on it. Damn, that is disgusting. Tao Qian almost threw up looking at the cake the Goblin General brought over. There was a heavy smell of blood, and mangled organs were placed on top. Due to the extremely low temperature, the organs had frozen onto the cake. Human organs. Unlike Tao Qian, Ke Ying, and the others who were repulsed, Wenren Qingyu did not act like a girl who had just graduated from high school. She looked at the organ fragments on the cake seriously and carefully. Zheng Yu said they should be from a child, about 7 or 8 years old.
So, what is this?
Wenren Qingyu asked. Zheng Yu glanced at the item attributes and said, a quest item. It says it is a delicious cake made by the chef for the 100th anniversary of Fuyan Street. Delicious? Yeah, that's what it says. So this place, originally called Fuyan Street, was actually a food street built by cannibals? Wenren Qingyu guessed. Zheng Yu shook his head. I don't think so. They ate pork and killed fish. It should have been a normal market street as we imagine it. That makes sense. Wenren Qingyu agreed with Zheng Yu's point. Hey, when you two are analyzing things, could you please move away from that cake? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you two were hungry for it. Qiying retorted as she watched Zheng Yu and Wenren Qingyu staring at the organ cake with excitement. Roar! Unlike the simple difficulty dungeons, it didn't take long to wait. As soon as the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, the massive high-level Frost Corpse rushed out. Elite Frost Corpse, level 13, HP 39,000. Attack power 600. Skill 1 level 4 Slowing Aura. Skill 2 Strengthened Ice Armor. Skill 3 Frost Shock. Skill 4 Ice Axe Throw. The skills remained the same, the size stayed the same, and the attack patterns were unchanged. The only things that had changed were its HP and attack power. Holy crap, level 13, 39,000 HP. That's a terrifying amount of health. It went from being a previous boss monster to an elite monster. But honestly, it feels manageable. If a team of 5 high-talent level 10 warriors were here, a level 13 Frost Corpse wouldn't be much of a threat. I feel like the real difficulty is yet to come. So while the difficulty is still simple, let's get the fire started. I'm hungry. Zheng Yu interrupted their desire to just watch the show and urged them to get to work. You can't work on an empty stomach. You need to be full and energized to properly watch the show. I bought some lamb chops. Wuzong took a fresh rack of lamb out of his inventory. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up and he immediately called the twin fire demons over. Give the lamb to them. Wuzong tossed the lamb directly to the twin fire demons. One fire demon held it. The other fire demon was in charge of wrapping the lamb in just the right temperature. Within seconds, the lamb started to change color, emitting a sizzling sound. Brother Yu, your fire demon summons are so convenient, Wuzong said with envy. They grill so fast, and there's no need to worry about it getting burnt, scorched, or undercooked. Zheng Yu said with satisfaction, Fire Demon Barbecue, you can trust it. Tao Qian looked down at the level 13 Frost Corpse with concern. Are we really going to let the goblin face all those Frost Corpses down there by himself? At this moment, there was more than just the elite Frost Corpse in Central Park. Swarms of Frost Corpses were emerging from the forest behind the park. This time it really was a swarm, and the lowest level ones were level 3 or above. There were even 2 level 10 Frost Corpses staring hungrily at the Goblin General. Zheng Yu laughed, who said he was alone. As he spoke, they heard a woo sound. Tao Qian and the others looked down. They noticed the Goblin General was holding a horn, and the sound was coming from it. A whoa! Following the blast of the horn, several wolf howls echoed out. Clack, clack, clack. Behind the Goblin General, a combat squad made up of goblins marched out. In the front were 5 goblin shield bearers holding massive silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders moved to the Goblin General's side. Behind them followed 5 goblin archers and 5 goblin berserkers with crazed, bloodthirsty expressions. At the very back stood a goblin mage holding a staff, a perfect team made entirely of the goblin race. The Goblin General's new skill. Skill 5, General's Command. Goblin Archers, ready. At the Goblin General's command, the 5 goblin archers standing behind the shield bearers drew their bows. Aim. The bows were pulled to their maximum. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows were released. 1190. 1281. 1308. 1554. 5 damage numbers appeared on the bodies of the nearest Frost Corpses. Although the numbers weren't as high as the Goblin General's, they were comparable to the damage of an ordinary professional. Whoosh! 3158. Whoosh! 2100. Whoosh! 1971. 3 more arrows. These 3 came from the Goblin General himself and the 2 Goblin Wolf Riders beside him. Keep it up. Aim. Fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows never stopped flying. One by one the arrows struck and one by one the Frost Corpses fell. Killed Frost Corpse, level 3, gained 32 experience points. Killed Frost Corpse, level 4, gained 70 experience points. Killed Frost Corpse, level 4, gained 69 experience points. Killed. Other than the few high-level Frost Corpses, none of them could even reach the vicinity of Central Park. They had just stepped out of the forest. Before they could walk a few steps, they would be hit by at least 2 or 3 arrows. A level 4 Frost Corpse has about 2,000 HP. They can't even withstand 2 arrows from an ordinary Goblin Archer. Only those at level 8 or above could take a few more hits before being finished off by the Goblin General. Killed Frost Corpse, level 8, gained 602 experience points. Killed Frost Corpse, level 7, gained 499 experience points. Killed Frost Corpse, level 8, gained 617 experience. Killed. I leveled up again, Tao Qian said, showing pleasant surprise as he cooked instant noodles. What level are you now? Zheng Yu asked. Level 5. Only level 5? Zheng Yu was a bit surprised. He was about to hit level 8, and he hadn't expected them to just reach level 5. Tao Qian said, we haven't participated in the fighting from start to finish, so the experience is naturally lower. But this is still fast, okay? When a team of 5 plays the Abyss, the experience is split, so they are only slightly higher than us. You have to remember, it hasn't even been a day since I switched classes. It's actually quite fast. Of course, I can't compare to you. You cleared the Abyss, you killed the monsters, you're competing for the rankings, so your level naturally rises faster than ours. Tao Qian was already very satisfied with the current leveling speed. No, not satisfied. It exceeded expectations. Less than a day and already level 5. And that's not all. If we finish the entire Nightmare level Abyss, we'll reach at least level 7. That's already better than 90% of newcomer professionals. Wu Zong on the side added, I specifically checked Li Feng and the others' levels earlier. Li Feng is only level 6 and they have cleared the dungeon twice. In other words, once we finish clearing the Nightmare level Abyss, our 4 levels will be just a tiny bit behind yours and Li Feng's group. Most importantly, our leveling is effortless. It really is effortless. Eating lamb chops while clearing the Abyss. And it's a Nightmare level Abyss at that. Something no one could ever imagine. Wenren Qingyu stared at the goblin combat squad below and said with envy, I finally understand the terror of a summoner. I remember the summoner textbook saying that if a summoner truly has talent, one person is an army. I used to scoff at that. Now it seems it's true. Originally they were genuinely worried. With so many frost courses in Central Park, could a single goblin prevent them from advancing? The worry was completely unnecessary. Prevention? They were already slaughtering them. It had reached the level of a massacre. Yeah, if anyone tells me summoners are weak in the future, I'll shove this video in their face and leave them speechless. They call this weak? This is freaking invincible, isn't it? Wu Zong couldn't help but curse. You can't blame them for being so surprised. Because even Zheng Yu hadn't properly estimated the actual combat capability of this goblin squad. They can take a beating and deal damage. The goblin shield bearers can block almost all thrown axe attacks and even withstand the level 13 elite frost corpse's frost shock skill. The goblin archers, goblin wolf riders, and even the goblin berserkers have archery capabilities. Long range, high damage, fast firing speed. If this isn't invincible, what is? Moreover, as beings that generally aren't known for high intelligence, their tactical proficiency is extremely high. It's mainly because they follow the goblin general's commands. They won't disobey in the slightest. Standard war machines. 2/3 of the Frost Corpse swarm had already been wiped out before they could even step into Central Park. Only the level 13 Elite Frost Corpse and a few other high-level ones were still struggling. And they were basically at the end of the line too. Frost courses are inherently slow in movement. With volley after volley of arrows raining down, the level 13 Frost Corpse was down to half health, and one of the level 10 corpses was already lying on the ground. Killed Frost Corpse, level 10, gained 954 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 7 to 8, 4400 x62 experience for next level. HP 800 to 1100 plus 450 from equipment. Mana 320 to 330 plus 150 from equipment. 86 to 95 plus 35 from equipment. Strength 19 to 20 plus 2 from equipment. Agility 15 to 16. Remaining free attribute points. Level 8. Zheng Yu was delighted.
That is intense. Watching the frost zombies fall one after another. Tao Qian and the others actually developed an illusion. A nightmare level abyss, it is not that difficult after all. Of course, that was just an illusion. With 40,000 HP, if they had to slash at these frost zombies themselves, they wouldn't be able to kill them even after hacking away for a whole day. But a single ice shock deals 2,000 damage. 2 ice shocks would be enough to take down even high HP monks. Yet, that group of shield bearers had already withstood 4 ice shocks. Under the barrage of the archers, the ice armor seemed to have no value at all. However, every guide states that the frost zombies' most annoying skill is the ice armor, because it blocks any damage and can easily give a professional player a false sense of security. You think you are so close to killing them, but your damage lands on the ice armor, and in the end, you get killed by the frost zombies' counterattack. Then there is the level 4 slow aura. Once a frost zombie sticks to you, you can only describe it as being unable to move an inch. I will go, wait, no I won't. Tao Qian finally woke up from his illusion. If I go, I will get one-shotted, Ke-Ying added. Same here, Wenren Qingyu said as well. It is just that watching Zheng Yu kill frost zombies makes it look truly simple. If they went themselves, they would definitely be killed instantly. Not to mention the level 13 elite frost zombie, even the lower level swarm constantly crawling out of the forest is something no ordinary professional could withstand. While eating and drinking, a huge crowd of frost zombies had already fallen. The experience points were skyrocketing. The cold that makes the Frost Street Abyss such a headache also vanished thanks to the existence of the twin fire spirits. In the end, the swarm of frost zombies still could not get close to the Goblin General. Even the level 13 elite frost zombie fell 30 meters away from the Goblin General after a barrage of shots. With the General's command skill active, it was practically a flawless victory. The only thing that sustained damage was the shield in the hands of the shield-bearing goblin. The shield was the only battle log. It was covered in ice shards and frozen axes hacked into it, along with cracks caused by the ice shocks. The Goblin General did not even move a single step. Boom! As the Goblin General fired the final arrow to finish it off. The 13-level elite frost zombie was taken down, its cold corpse hitting the ground heavily with the sound of cracking ice. Killed elite frost zombie level 13, gained 1547 experience points. Congratulations, obtained weapon Ice Blade Silver Grade, level 10. Level 10 equipment. Zheng Yu was delighted. He immediately opened his inventory to check the new gear. Weapon, Ice Blade. Required level 10. Requirements, Assassin Shadowr Grey Warrior or any Dagger Mastery class 35 plus agility to equip. Grade, Silver. Stats, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 20%. Equipment effect, attacks deal ice damage plus 200, landing a critical hit guarantees a freezing effect. An Ice Attribute Dagger? Zheng Yu looked at Ke-Ying and Wenren Qingyu. I have a dagger here, do you two want to buy it? A dagger? Ke-Ying and Wenren Qingyu's eyes lit up simultaneously. Zheng Yu said, but the requirements are quite high, I doubt you can use it right now. As he spoke, he posted the stats into the party chat. Yeah, that is a bit high. It requires 40 agility, and I only have 22. Ke-Ying looked at the stats and said she couldn't equip it. Zheng Yu countered. While the requirements are high, the effects are excellent. I remember assassins have a backstab skill. Dodging and then backstabbing has a high chance of a critical hit. Combined with the weapon's crit freeze effect, you can guarantee a freeze after a backstab and then follow up with another set of damage. Ke-Ying and Wenren Qingyu looked at Zheng Yu in surprise. I didn't expect you to know so much about assassins. Zheng Yu shrugged. I understand all classes except for Summoner. I just checked, and this Ice Blade sells for 300,000 at the Sanctuary Auction House. I will sell it to you for 200,000 as compensation for the invisibility potion. If you want it, come find me after the Abyss is over, but since you are both assassins, you guys figure out who gets to use it. The Ice Blade had decent stats, but the price wasn't actually that expensive. For a good dagger usable between levels 10 and 15, a market price of 300,000 really is not expensive. After all, most professional players are stuck in this level range. The reason it is not expensive is because there are very few assassin professionals. If it were a warrior weapon, it would start at least 800,000. The price premium for those is too extreme. Ke-Ying and Wenren Qingyu seemed to be discussing in private whether to take the dagger. Zheng Yu did not disturb them. Instead, he said to the Goblin General, "Rest here for a bit. Once we finish eating, we will head into the forest." Central Park was the only rest area. Once you enter the forest, you are forced to keep moving until the very end. Resting here is the best timing. It allows the Goblin General and the combat squad to recover their stamina and lets them finish the lamb chops. Eating lamb chops, an hour later, Zheng Yu and his party were well fed. Summoned beasts do not need to eat. Otherwise, Zheng Yu would have prepared some lamb chops for these heroes too, after packing up their things. Guided by the Goblin General, they entered the forest. Before entering the forest, Zheng Yu took out a dummy and tossed it to a Goblin Wolf Rider, telling it to strap the dummy behind the giant wolf. The forest is the final stage of the difficult abyss. As long as you guard the spring and deliver the female corpse to the unfrozen lake, you clear the level. In Nightmare mode, the forest is not the end. It is where the real difficulty begins. To be on the safe side, Zheng Yu put out the dummy that could help block damage for him. Training Dummy Grade 2 has 5,000 HP and can take all damage intended for the summoner. Two identical dummies can be combined to upgrade to a Grade 3 Training Dummy. This is equivalent to a 5,000 HP shield. It is perfect for Zheng Yu right now. After entering the forest, the temperature dropped once again. The twin fire spirits raised the temperature of the aura so that Zheng Yu and his group wouldn't get frostbite, while keeping it from getting too hot. The forest was larger than they had imagined. Following the map from the difficult mode guide, they located the spring. Hiss! Upon reaching the spring, they all gasped, because right next to the spring, a massive spider was crouching. The giant spider frost zombie was a monster they already knew about from the guides, But they hadn't expected the Nightmare Level 1 to look like this. The spider's head was a human head. Its body was covered in stitch marks. Looking closely, the black furry skin that should have been spider skin was actually human scalp. Piece after piece of human scalp was stitched onto it, and the black fuzz wasn't spider hair at all. It was human hair. Ugh! Ki-Ying couldn't help it and almost threw up. No wonder those frost zombies were missing their scalps, their heads exposed with frozen flesh. They had all been stitched on here. This does not look like a monster. It looks more like an act of revenge. Jung Yu recalled the organ-shaped cake made by the human child, and the female corpse that the guide said had to be fished out of the well. He more or less understood why the street had ended up like this. Roar! As the goblin general entered the area around the spring. That human-skin spider let out a threatening roar at the goblin general. It still was not an active attack, but rather an act of expulsion. That's right, they actually do not want to fight us. They are forced to, because there is something they fear even more. Human scalp spider. Level 15. Grade Elite. HP 60,000. Attack power 1050. Skill I, Artificial Spider Silk. Skill 2, Ice Attribute Venom. Skill 3, Brutality. Skill Resentment Infusion. Skill V, Grudge. Jung Yu looked at the stats of this human skin spider and finally felt the true difficulty of the Nightmare Abyss. He said to the twin fire spirits beside him, "You join in too." Whoosh. The flames suddenly intensified. The twin fire spirits had been holding back for quite a while. Watching their fellow summoned beast, the goblin general, fighting back and forth while they were only relegated to roasting meat and sausages, they had been bottling up a fire and were dying to vent it. The human skin spider is very fast. Upon spotting the goblin general, it quickly shifted its position, dodging the arrows shot at it the moment they met. Puff! It spat out a glob of white viscous liquid. It was synthetic spider silk. The silk pinned a shield goblin's shield directly to the ground, leaving it unable to move. The human skin spider then spat out 3 more webs in quick succession. But they turned to ash the instant they were about to touch the shield goblin. Whoosh! The twin fire spirits arrived on the battlefield, furious. Flames were burning intensely all over their bodies. The ground, frozen by the cold, melted completely. Even the soil began to dry out as the temperature soared. Sizzle! As the temperature rose, the skin stitched onto the spider's body began to show signs of scorching. Since it is an ice-type monster, fire is its natural nemesis. This is also why Jung Yu chose a fire type for his second summoned beast. Forn 41, Fun 28, 39, 59. Waves of damage numbers suddenly appeared on the spider's body. Flame Aura! It deals 1186 points of burn damage every second. And it's not just 1 instance of damage per second. It's 2 instances of damage every second. Twin fire spirits double auras. The burn damage from the flame aura, the elemental suppression of fire, and the doubled fire attribute damage from the twin fire spirit. It was dishing out nearly 3,000 damage per second. The human skin spider's health bar was visibly dropping. It wasn't just the spider, the ground and the surrounding trees were all set ablaze. Boom! The flames engulfed almost everything in the vicinity. Even the goblin general retreated with his troop. He continued to command the goblin archers to keep firing. Roar! Though the scorching didn't seem to cause the spider physical agony, as an ice monster with heavy yin energy, it absolutely loathed fire. It shot out spider silk, trying to bind the twin fire spirits. But before the silk could reach them, it was already burned to ash. Seeing that its silk was ineffective, the spider charged straight at the fire spirits despite the flame. Protect the twin fire spirit. Jung Yu ordered. The goblin shaman, standing in the back, raised its staff. A green glow emerged from the tip of the staff. The human skin spider's body suddenly jerked, and the head stitched onto it slumped down as it fell into a deep sleep. Sleep spell? Wu Zong recognized the magic. It's a level 5 mage skill, considered a decent crowd control ability that most mages learn early on as support. He didn't expect goblins to possess such magic. The sleep duration was short, only about 1.5 seconds. But for the twin fire spirits and the goblin general, that time was enough. Flame Cage. Wolf Rider Charge. Faced with a 55,000 HP human skin spider, the spirits and the general had already received Jung Yu's order to go all out. They unleashed their strongest skills. A ring of fire appeared beneath the spider. Crimson flames gathered within the circle. Boom! A roar echoed. Flames erupted within the circle, completely enveloping the spider. Flame Cage level 8. Deals 2645 damage per second. 2985. 2 damage numbers popped up instantly. The burst damage of the twin fire spirits isn't actually that high, but their sustained damage is terrifying. Double damage every single second. Plus, the spider had almost 0 magic resistance, making the damage they dealt incomprehensible. Roar! The human skin spider snapped out of its sleep. It scrambled backward frantically, trying to escape the flame cage. But by then, the goblin general had entered the fray. Since they were both Jung Yu's summons, The fire spirit's flames didn't harm the general, making it the perfect combination. Awoo! The giant wolf's charge was unstoppable. He led the goblin general straight into the flame cage and brought his hammer down. 14891. A massive damage figure of nearly 15,000 floated up. Hiss. Tao Qian and the others watching from behind gasped. What the hell is that? 15,000 damage from a single hammer strike. I can't even fathom this damage. 15,000 in one hit, that's too terrifying. If the opponent were a professional class user, who could possibly survive that hit? Tao Qian and the others whispered from a distance. Not necessarily. Abyss monsters are abyss monsters and class users are different. Monsters usually have high HP and low defense, while class users have various gear and skills, making them hard to one-shot, Wuzong analyzed rationally. Hard to one-shot? Tell me, at the same level, who could survive 15,000 damage? Tao Qian retorted. Wuzong. Indeed, no one could. And that was just one skill. Keep in mind the Goblin General had a combat squad supplementing damage, and a fire spirit constantly dishing out burn damage every second. Kei Ying said, so, going by what you're saying, if Zheng Yu entered a pro fighting tournament, wouldn't he be a guaranteed winner? Wenren Qingyu interjected, not necessarily. The only requirement for the tournament is to be level 25 or above. There's no level cap after the second promotion. Actually, Wuzong has a point. Zheng Yu's damage is high, but it might not translate that way against actual human class users. First, there's elemental suppression. Second, there's defensive capability. And most importantly, class users aren't like abyss monsters. They won't just stand there and take the hits. With level advantages, gear advantages, and job advantages, I don't think Zheng Yu could steamroll everyone like this. Of course he would achieve good results, but he wouldn't be at the very top. I think the summoner's advantage is in clearing the abyss, but they would be at a disadvantage in a fighting tournament. After all, you only need to ignore the summoned beasts and target Zheng Yu directly to resolve everything. In the abyss, monsters only attack the summoned beasts that threaten them. That's exactly why we can stand here so easily and watch the show. But fighting tournaments are completely different. Class users aren't simple monsters. Why bother fighting the summons when you can just one-shot the summoner and end it all? Besides, except for warriors, no class is perfect. You can't expect to excel in both abyss clearing and competitive fighting. Wenren Qingyu analyzed. She only dared to analyze so brazenly because Zheng Yu wasn't by their side. Because at that moment, Zheng Yu was near the springhead, observing something.
Zheng Yu is fishing for a corpse. The Goblin General and the twin fire spirits are in battle. Zheng Yu is responsible for pulling out the female corpse to complete the task. This job cannot be handed over to anyone else, because only the professional who pulls out the female corpse can obtain the mission item required to enter that unfrozen lake. He uses the rope by the well to make a slip knot and drops it down. He finds the unfrozen surface of the water down in the well, where a pale woman's head is exposed. No offense meant, but I am taking you to where you belong now. Although he had prepared himself mentally, this was indeed his first time fishing for a corpse, so he was still a bit clumsy. He also felt a bit of superstition in his heart. The battle ahead was nearing its end, and the skin spider, stunned within the circle of fire by the Goblin General, was continuously taking damage from the flames. Its health was already close to zero. There was not a single piece of intact skin left on its body. It was all burned into a horrific state, just as the Goblin General was preparing to deliver the final blow to the skin spider. A shrill sound abruptly cut off the Goblin General's attack. Ah! The sound was like the screams of thousands of people. Blood began to seep out from within the body of the skin spider. Gray phantoms emerged all around. A chill rushed over them. It made Zheng Yu shiver uncontrollably. It actually ignored the fire aura of the twin fire spirit. Zheng Yu looked toward the skin spider. That chill wasn't cold air at all, but icy, resentful energy. Ah! The screaming continued. Blood gushed from the eyes and ears of the Goblin General, and damaged numbers appeared above its head. 1259, 1141. Two massive damage numbers popped up. Terrified, Zheng Yu quickly ordered the Goblin General to retreat. This damage was already extremely high. Keep in mind that a level 8 Goblin General only has a max health of 9,900, and it lost over 2,000 in health just from hearing the scream. Fortunately, the range of the resentment's damage was small. Not only was Zheng Yu unhurt, but the twin fire spirits, over 10 meters away from the skin spider, were also unaffected. Next, that resentful energy entered the body of the skin spider. Snap! 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 The skin spider suddenly increased in size. Its health surged back by 2/3. It has triggered its brutal mechanic. A brutal mechanic is an ability possessed by bosses, where they enter a second phase when their health hits bottom. An ability that should only belong to a boss was appearing on an elite monster. The skin spider, having absorbed the resentment, now exuded an aura that warned all living beings to stay away. And it was truly deadly to approach, as anyone getting close to the skin spider would be harmed by the resentment, their health dropping rapidly. This feels more like a nightmare abyss now, Zheng Yu remarked. He now understood why the guide suggested the best approach was to escape with the female corpse rather than trying to kill the skin spider. The brutalized skin spider could kill people in an instant. Zheng Yu immediately gave the goblin general a 1,000-point recovery potion. And finally, he dragged the female corpse out of the well. You have obtained the frozen Mad Mother. A notification appeared. This signaled that the frozen street abyss was entering its final stage. Once this corpse is delivered to the depths of the forest, he should be able to meet the true boss of the frozen street abyss at the nightmare difficulty level. Zheng Yu guessed that it was very likely a child, because the hints given were already very obvious. Brother Yu, are we leaving? Behind him, Tao Qian called out nervously. Because after Zheng Yu pulled the corpse from the well, the roars of various cold corpses began to ring out from all around the forest. All the cold corpses had been mobilized. Zheng Yu said, "Let's go." It was impossible to stay here. Cold corpses were appearing from every corner of the forest, and staying would mean being trapped. There were too many, and even the goblin general couldn't ensure their safety. Zheng Yu tossed the corpse to the goblin general. "Carry it, and don't lose it." Understood. The goblin general caught the corpse. Zheng Yu added, "Don't let the skin spider get close to the twin fire spirits. Get the shield soldiers up there to hold it back." The twin fire spirits were their most important source of damage. As long as they could withstand a few waves of attacks from the skin spider and buy enough time for the twin fire spirits, its tens of thousands of health points would soon be burned away. The skin spider at nightmare difficulty was incredibly fast. They could shake off the cold corpses, but they couldn't escape the pursuit of the skin spider. The only solution was to kill it immediately. Upon receiving the order, one of the shield soldiers from the goblin combat squad stood their ground with their shield raised, holding off the skin spider. 658, 699, 644. As soon as it entered the skin spider's resentment range, a series of numbers appeared above the goblin's head. Zheng Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the damage values. Fortunately, the shield goblin had decent defense. The corrosion that dealt over 1,000 damage to the goblin general only dealt around 600 to the goblin shield soldier. The shield goblin stood fearlessly before the skin spider. Roar! The skin spider was now exuding a brutal aura, attacking without any pattern, frenziedly lashing out at any living thing in sight. It roared and charged at the shield goblin. A flurry of biting. 5489. The shield goblin was torn into pieces instantly. One shot. Damn it! Not just Tao Qian and the others, even Zheng Yu exclaimed in surprise. If that had been a professional, they would have been dead instantly. The goblin shield soldier was a summoned unit summon, which could be resummoned repeatedly, so he didn't feel heartbroken about the loss. But the combat power of the brutalized skin spider was truly alarming. No wonder no one has ever cleared the nightmare abyss. A monster that can one-shot players isn't even a boss, just an elite monster. How is anyone supposed to pass this? Tao Qian shouted wildly as he watched the second shield soldier being torn to pieces. "Stop yelling, hurry up and run." Zheng Yu took the lead to slip away. There was no other way. There were too many cold corpses. They were swarming in thick masses. The scene felt like an apocalypse being besieged by zombies. The goblin combat squad needed to deal with the most troublesome skin spider, and even if they had the time, they couldn't stop such a large swarm of cold corpses. "Fire spirits, make it quick," Zheng Yu urged. The twin fire spirits and the goblin general retreated while throwing fireballs and shooting arrows at the skin spider. Whoosh! The twin fire spirits were furious. It had thought it was finally time for it to shine. Unexpectedly, it had run into such a tough opponent. The flames roared. 2 fireballs shot toward the skin spider. Boom! Boom! They exploded on the skin spider's face. 3548. 3666. Keep it up. At this point, only the twin fire spirits could deal high damage. The third shield goblin was also torn to pieces by the skin spider. But the twin fire spirits required energy to cast spells, and due to the prolonged release, the fire aura's damage had begun to weaken. Just then, the goblin mage actually plunged its fingers into its own chest. It retrieved a bone from inside its chest, placed it on the top of its staff where a groove was. A series of obscure, hard-to-understand incantations echo. A purple light shone upon the twin fire spirits. The next moment, the twin fire spirits restored their status completely, and the flames began to burn fiercely once more. Boom! The flames turned a terrifying shade of purple. Any cold corpse that approached the twin fire spirits was instantly turned to ash. Flame domain, no cold corpses allowed. The twin fire sprites have accepted the life sacrifice from the goblin shaman, increasing their overall strength, size, damage, and HP. The duration is 1 minute. The goblin shaman has only made 2 moves in total. The first was a sleep spell that halted the human skin spider's attack, and the second is right now, sacrificing life to boost the overall power of the twin fire sprites. The twin fire sprites grew larger, their flames turning from red to deep purple. Any cold corpse that entered the range of their flame aura was reduced to ash within seconds. Level 5 cold courses with low HP turned to ash the moment they entered the flame aura. Level 10 cold courses with higher HP could only last for 5 seconds at most. Defeated elite cold corpse level 10 gained 921 experience points. Defeated elite cold corpse level 6 gained 321 experience points. Defeated elite cold corpse level 5 gained 129 experience points. Defeated elite cold corpse level 7 gained 503 experience. A continuous stream of experience flowed in. The experience bar was climbing crazily. In just 1 minute, he had gained nearly 3,000 experience points. He was just a tiny bit away from reaching level 9. With cold courses dying constantly and his experience growing, Zheng Yu was tempted to stay here and grind for a while. But Zheng Yu knew that the twin fire sprites could only achieve this level of power under the goblin shaman's sacrifice bonus. Once the shaman's buff wore off, the twin fire sprites would quickly lose their stamina. Facing the endless stream of cold courses in the forest, the twin fire sprites would not be able to hold them off after the 1-minute buff ended. Kill the human skin spider, then we retreat. Zheng Yu said to the twin fire sprites. The human skin spider is what matters most. The human skin spider closest to the twin fire sprites was bombarded by fire spells. The twin fire sprites had already reached their stamina limit and could not release any more skills, but thanks to the goblin shaman's life sacrifice, their stamina was fully restored. They unleashed a full set of spells on the human skin spider. Double fireballs, double flame prisons, double fire attribute damage. Boom! The human skin spider was instantly engulfed in purple flames, emitting black smoke and a thick, pungent smell of burning rubber. Defeated elite human skin spider level 15 gained 2,691 experience point. Congratulations! Obtained armor chest piece human skin spider armor golden grade level 10. Congratulations! Obtained armor headgear human skin spider cap golden grade level 10. Congratulations! Obtained armor legwear human skin spider trousers golden grade level 10. Level 8 to 9, 6,800 experience, 598 points still needed for the next level. HP 1100 to 1410 with 450 from equipment stats. Mana 330 to 340 with 150 from equipment stats. HP 5 to 15 with 35 from equipment stats. Strength 20 to 22 with 2 from equipment stats. Agility 16 to 17. Remaining free attribute points 10. Nice, very nice. Zheng Yu was overjoyed looking at the 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. At the level 10 stage, golden grade is considered the highest tier of equipment, and any piece of level 10 golden gear sells for around $1 million regardless of class. The price markup is one aspect. It also has something to do with merchants hyping up the market. But more importantly, level 10 golden grade equipment can be used all the way up to level 20. Only those who can safely survive the level 10 to 20 range can truly be considered to be making a living as a professional. Most wealthy professionals are willing to pay this price. Zheng Yu looked at the 3 golden grade items. Armor chest piece, human skin spider armor. Required level, 10. Class requirement, any class. Grade, golden. Stats, HP plus 4,000, physical dis plus 15%, magic defense plus 15%. Equipment effect, when attacked, human skin spider armor absorbs 10% of the damage. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, including chest, head and legs. 4,000 HP. Zheng Yu was stunned. The HP granted by a single piece of equipment was more than double his current total HP. It's a pity that equipment HP cannot be converted into talent stats, otherwise I could have upgraded the twin fire sprites to tier 4. Zheng Yu turned to ask Tao Chen and Wuzong how much HP do you two have now? Tao Chen said, Wuzong gave a more detailed answer. I just reached level 6 and I have 5490 HP. How come you have over 1,000 more than me? Tao Qian was surprised. Wuzong explained, my highest potential stat is Constitution, and when Constitution potential is high, the upper limit of HP growth is higher. Monks are tank classes with HP second only to paladins. Zheng Yu figured that once they reached level 10, they would probably have 8 or 9,000 HP, so a golden grade piece adding 4,000 HP didn't feel quite as outrageous anymore. Equipment is the most important source of combat power for a professional. It also adds 15% physical and magic resistance, and can even absorb 10% of additional damage. These are very good stats. Set effect? Zheng Yu saw the final description on the equipment. It was actually a set, and it dropped all 3 pieces at once. This human skin spider really has some good loot. Armor headgear, human skin spider cap. Required level, 10. Class requirement, any class. Grade, golden. Stats, HP plus 1500, stamina plus 10%, stamina recovery speed plus 10%. Equipment effect, when the wearer or their summoned creature has low stamina, it replenishes it once, with a 2-hour cooldown. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, including chest, head and legs. A cap that increases stamina. The cap was made entirely of black fuzzy spider skin. Zheng Yu had worried that the human skin spider set would be made of actual disgusting human scalp. Fortunately, it didn't look that gross. Zheng Yu didn't mind spiders. What he hated was things made from human skin. Armor legwear, human skin spider trousers. Required level, 10. Class requirement, any class. Grade, golden. Stats, HP plus 2000, movement speed plus 15%, agility plus 5. Equipment effect, slow, binding, and other negative effects are reduced by 20%, jump power plus 30%, and immune to all slowing and binding effects from spider webs. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, including chest, head, and legs. The effect of the footwear was mediocre, because it couldn't be applied to summoned beasts. This is the difficulty summoners face. Equipment effects, aside from intelligence, rarely affect summoned beasts. After all, summoned beasts are technically considered skills. Increased HP or speed doesn't help the skills themselves much. For many years, the summoner class has been abandoned for a reason, and it's not like no one has tried to prove its worth. It's just that the class itself is fundamentally lacking. All 3 pieces of gear were level 10, so Zheng Yu couldn't equip them yet, but he still saw the set bonus. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, including chest, head, and legs. Wearing all 3 items simultaneously activates the set bonus, intelligence plus 50, strength plus 50, and agility plus 5, and activates the grudge set effect. Grudge marks the last enemy that attacked you. Your next attack on that target will deal grudge damage, which uses crit damage values but does not benefit from crit bonuses. Grudge. Zheng Yu remembered this as one of the human skin spider skills. No wonder the human skin spider could instantly kill the shield goblin with 6,000 HP. It must have been this grudge effect. It can deal crit damage, but it's not a real critical hit, just a numerical value. But that is enough. This set bonus could make the goblin general's burst damage even higher. At the same time, the flames on the twin fire sprites turned from purple back to red. The goblin shaman's life sacrifice effect had worn off. We are retreating. Zheng Yu immediately withdrew the stamina-drained twin fire sprites back into the summoner's space. The goblin shield bearers brought up the rear. The goblin general and wolf riders cleared the path ahead. Zheng Yu and his team ran all the way toward the frostless lake.
All the shield bearers are dead. The 2 wolf riders didn't make it out when they were surrounded earlier either. The goblin shaman sacrificed his life. That leaves only 5 archers and 5 death squad. After escaping the encirclement of the cold corpses and getting close to the still lake, the swarm stopped pursuing. They seemed to be terrified of this lake. This gave Zheng Yu and his team some time to rest. Zheng Yu checked the battle losses. The goblin general had lost half his HP and the giant wolf was injured in its right leg. Most of the goblin combat squad had been lost, but fortunately the 5 death squad members were still standing. These 5 were the trump card Zheng Yu had prepared for the boss inside the still lake. The twin fire spirits were completely drained of energy and were recovering inside the summoners. Zheng Yu looked around. The cold corpse swarm had vanished, and the silent surface of the still lake showed no signs of life at all. Let's rest for a bit. We'll head to the still lake once the twin fire spirits have fully recovered their energy. No one raised any objections to Zheng Yu's plan. While he spoke of resting, Tao Qian and the others were already setting up chairs and preparing food. Actually, it wasn't just Zheng Yu's team that did this. Other teams did the same. An abyss run can easily take several hours, and it's said the longest ones can last over a month. Resting halfway through to recover stamina, energy, and treat wounds is a necessity, unless it's that kind of relentless pursuit abyss. Jung Yu took a pile of medicine out of his inventory. He tossed some prime pork directly to the giant wolf. The giant wolf swallowed it in a few gulps. The injury on its leg began to heal visibly. Jung Yu selected different recovery potions and restored nearly 4,000 HP to the goblin general, topping off his health. The twin fire spirits remained in the summoner space, because the summoner space is the fastest place for summoned beasts to recover. Damn, I'm exhausted. Tao Chan lay down inside the tent that had been set up. Jung Yu chuckled and said, "What are you tired for? It's not like you were doing the fighting." Tao Chan laughed. "It's just that I haven't run in a while, so it felt a bit strange to suddenly have to sprint." Heh! Jung Yu let out a laugh at Tao Chan's clowning around. Wu Zong, while preparing food, remarked, "I finally understand the difficulty of a nightmare abyss. With that many cold corpses earlier, regular professionals wouldn't have been able to make it through." Kei Ying, who was slicing fruit, chimed in, "I don't think the cold corpses are the hardest part. Any professional who truly dares to enter a nightmare abyss is already elite. They should have ways to break through. The hardest part is that human skin spider. It's fast, deals high damage, and in its berserk state, it can one-shot anyone in a single bite. Who could survive that? No wonder Jiangshui City hasn't had anyone clear it all these years, despite having S-class professionals. It's genuinely difficult." Jung Yu asked, "By the way, haven't S-class professionals of the past tried entering the nightmare abyss? The rewards for a nightmare abyss are incredibly generous. You could say that clearing a nightmare abyss at each stage provides a solid equipment foundation for leveling up to the next, because a nightmare abyss is guaranteed to drop the top-tier equipment for that level. The top-tier gear for level 10 is a platinum warrior weapon. It was dropped from a nightmare abyss in another city. They say that after a warrior reached the 25 level class advancement, that platinum weapon was resold at auction for a staggering 20 million. A level 10 weapon selling for tens of millions is already absurd. Even more absurd is that after changing hands a few times, it's now being speculated at 40 million. It has even been dubbed the strongest level 10 warrior weapon. In other words, with this weapon, even a warrior with the most useless talent could easily level up to the third stage. This is exactly why Jung Yu is determined to clear the nightmare dungeon. Although the country provides resources and subsidies, they claim it's unlimited, but it's not really unlimited. It just means you won't run out of basic resources. It doesn't mean you can have every resource in existence. Things like that strongest level 10 warrior weapon require you to earn them with your own ability. Unfortunately, the Nightmare Abyss is just too hard. Non-SS class professionals have little chance of clearing it, and even for SS class professionals, it requires the most suitable teammates to even stand a chance. You could say that the world's skepticism toward Jung Yu isn't entirely baseless. Tao Qian and the others who followed Jung Yu into the Nightmare Abyss are also plenty reckless and bold. Tao Qian believes no S-class professional has tried it. Whenever we enter a Nightmare Abyss, there's always a public announcement. I haven't seen any news of S-class professionals entering one in previous years. Wenren Qingyu looked at Jung Yu with interest and said, "Well, you'll have to ask our high-profile captain about that. Public announcements aren't free after all." Tao Qian looked to Jung Yu for an answer. Jung Yu shrugged and said, "If I don't make an announcement, who would know I entered a Nightmare Abyss? They'd just think I was scared to group up with Li Feng. Of course I had to announce it." Tao Qian's mouth twitched. "I thought the announcement was a passive effect. Turns out it's an active skill? How much did it cost?" Qi Ying asked curiously. "To push it directly to everyone's faces? 50,000 in total." Qi Ying, 50,000 just to post a notice. Qi Ying felt it was a bit of a weight. But Jung Yu thought it was worth it. "Why should I be low profile? I'm so powerful. If I don't flaunt it a bit, wouldn't I be wasting my talent?" Jung Yu said half-jokingly. But Tao Qian and the others felt that Jung Yu didn't actually mean that sincerely. Wenren Qingyu thought of something and then asked, "You said earlier you didn't have a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking, because the subsidies for an S-class talent definitely include at least one life-saving resurrection item. So, did the Jiangshui City Resource Department not give you your supply?" Jung Yu looked up at Wenren Qingyu. "You know quite a lot." Wenren Qingyu shrugged. "Before my family fell, the Wenren clan was considered a top-tier family. I know about these things." Jung Yu said nothing. He didn't ask about which family she was from or why they fell. Everyone has secrets, just like they wouldn't ask Jung Yu why his summoned beasts were so strong, or why the Goblin Wolf Rider had turned into a Goblin General. Asking more than that would be impolite. Wenren Qingyu was right, his subsidy still hadn't arrived. The reason Jung Yu spent 50,000 on that announcement was also because he was angry. Logically speaking, as an S-class talent, his subsidies and resources should have been delivered long ago. They should have been given before he even entered the Abyss. Others might be slower, but an S-class talent should always be the priority. This is a form of respect for S-class talent. Why weren't they given? Jung Yu knew well enough. No one had contacted him. It wasn't until he broke the Abyss record that the mayor of Zhongshui finally remembered him. What is this? It's clearly discriminatory treatment. Why was Li Feng, an A-class talent, able to clear and break the normal Abyss record so quickly? Because his supplies arrived on time. A class talent's supplies, but he didn't. Just because Jung Yu doesn't say anything doesn't mean he doesn't know, and it doesn't mean he isn't angry. He could afford the cost of the announcement. And he wanted to warn those who are holding back his resources that he holds a grudge. I'm a person who holds a grudge, and I don't like swallowing my pride. Since there are things that can be told to everyone, there's no need to hide them. Do you know? After we broke the history record for the simple level Abyss, the mayor approached me directly. Wenren Qingyu asked, "Did he call you directly?" Jung Yu smiled and shook his head. He had my homeroom teacher tell me to proactively reach out to him. Wenren Qingyu. Jung Yu said with a very understanding attitude. I obviously understand. Zhongshui City doesn't have many resources. If they gave them to Li Feng, where would they find resources for a summoner? So now I'm very curious. If I clear the Nightmare Abyss, how will the mayor respond? Wenren Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "I remember the head of the Zhongshui City Resource Department is surnamed Li." Jung Yu said with a full smile, "I know. His son is Li Feng. The mayor shouldn't be that petty, right?" Tian asked, feeling confused. To become a mayor, one must be at least level 45 or higher. A local official doesn't just manage the politics of their region. They are also responsible for protection and maintaining order through fort. Your class level is everything. Not necessarily. You have to understand that for professionals with S-rank talent or higher, the state doesn't just provide resources once. The follow-up resources are incredibly substantial. Besides, a mayor needs results. He wants to level up too, and after level 40, every single level is a struggle. Zhongshui City's performance hasn't been great these past few years. Although you have S-rank talent, the summoner class is easy to manipulate. It is highly likely that your resources have already been handed over to Li Feng. Wenren Qingyu analyzed with cold logic. Jung Yu nodded. It's impossible for the mayor to swallow my resources, but none of this could have happened without his approval. It's a simple case of comparison, an S-rank talent, but with a garbage class, versus an A-rank talent with a popular class, whose father also happens to be the director of the resource department. Jung Yu shrugged. With that connection, the answer is self-evident, Tao Chan asked, puzzled. Doesn't the mayor oversee the resource department? Why would the mayor need to suck up to the resource department director? Wenren Qingyu shook her head. First of all, you have the relationship backward. The resource department is the resource department, and the mayor is the mayor. There is no hierarchical relationship between them. In fact, the resource department is even more important. You know why? They control the resources. And you are using the wrong word. It's not sucking up. First, the mayor needs results. Judging by Jung Yu's class, even though Li Feng's talent is lower, he is a bona fide warrior, which guarantees stability. Second, the mayor and Li Nan are mutually beneficial. Before my family fell from grace years ago, I heard of Li Nan. You could say that his coming to Zhongshui City is just for a temporary training stint. He'll be leaving soon. I see. With Wenren Qingyu's explanation, everything clicked for Tao Chan. It wasn't that the mayor was petty, it was that they were the ones thinking too small. The higher-ups calculated the pros and cons precisely. Offending a nobody without a background and no future as a summoner is a calculated loss. It's better to give the resources to the director's son from the resource department to build connections and secure his path. Plus, he gains an A-rank warrior. The talent isn't as high, but it's stable. Whether the resources go to Jung Yu or not, they can call it reasonable. Since the resources never reached Jung Yu, and he has no summoners guild to fight for him, the other side can spin the story however they like. The homeroom teacher said over the phone that the mayor would personally present the reward. But Jung Yu knows perfectly well that the mayor just realized he might not be as bad as expected, but since the resources were already allocated, he just needs to go through the motions to keep him pacified. Dangle a carrot, then offer a bit of compensation. Just keep him quiet. It's exactly that kind of reasonable logic that pisses Jung Yu off. Why should something that belongs to him be given away to others? That's why Jung Yu rejected the mayor's invitation even though he had the time. He's holding a grudge. What can you do? Jung Yu was never a magnanimous person. Whether he needs the resources or not is beside the point. What belongs to him cannot be handed to others. Even if he doesn't want it, that's no reason for these people to snatch it away. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone, looking quite surprised. He refused to see me? The homeroom teacher's voice on the other end was cautious. Jung Yu said he's going into the abyss and time is tight. He said he'll have him contact you once he's out. The teacher tried to phrase it as tactfully as possible. Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled. Hey, the kid is holding a grudge. Because he didn't get the resources? Fine. When he gets out of the abyss, I'll just give him some compensation and be done with it. The other end of the line was silent for a long time. Then the teacher asked in a strange tone, Mayor, I want to know, did you really not give Jung-yu any resources at all? The tone wasn't as respectful as before, it sounded more like an interrogation. Mayor Jo-yoon frowned. He heard the teacher's sharp tone and felt the urge to get angry. Who do you think you are to question me? But he took a moment and held it in. He knew the man might not be in a good mood. He explained patiently, Teacher Zhang, you know that resource allocation requires a rating audit. After evaluating with experts in Jiangshui City, we all agreed that Li Feng has greater potential. Even though Zheng Yu has S-rank talent, his class is a summoner. Our city has been at the bottom of the rankings for years. We can't afford to waste more resources on him. There really aren't many resources left. You need to understand the government and our decision. The homeroom teacher heard the mayor and replied softly, Are the experts always right? Mayor Jo-yoon's tone became impatient. Comrade Zhang Chung, let me say this again. This is a decision based on evaluations, and the Provincial Resource Department has already approved and issued it. If you have any complaints, take them to the provincial authority. Jo-yoon was annoyed. Although he is the mayor, many things are beyond his control, especially regarding political performance. Does he not want to issue resources to an S-rank talent like Zheng Yu? It's not that he doesn't want to, he can't. The state issues resources for S-rank talents in 4 batches. One at level 1, level 10, level 25, and level 40. All 4 batches are extremely generous. But they were skeptical about whether Zheng Yu could even reach level 10. If we issue the first batch, who gets the second? Should we tell the higher-ups like last year that Jiangshui City's key trainee flunked out again? What future does a summoner have? Why waste the resources? It just so happened that the son of the Jiangshui City Resource Department director is an A-rank warrior. It was the perfect win-win situation. As for Zheng Yu, just a summoner. Soon enough, he'll fade into obscurity. His decision to give the resources to Li Feng would instead be praised as the right choice. He also knew that Zheng Yu and his teacher would definitely have complaints. So, as a mayor, him calling the teacher personally and patiently explaining the context was already giving them more than enough respect. What else did they want? Did they really think he, the mayor, owed them something? He wasn't lying. Once Zheng Yu's S-rank summoner status was reported, several departments including the Education Bureau, local high school principals, and the Resource Department all came knocking. They held countless meetings and made various plans. The final decision was to report to the province and make an exception, withhold resources from the S-rank Zheng Yu and grant them to the A-rank Li Feng instead. Jo-yoon noticed the silence on the other end and said earnestly, The province approved it, so what can I do? I can only promise that Zheng Yu will receive some compensation, but the follow-up resources must go to Li Feng. You need to understand me and the province. There are more and more professionals now, and those with high talent are becoming more common. Zheng Yu's S-rank talent is really not that rare anymore. That's how it is. Think it over. He hung up the phone. Jo-yoon called in his secretary. Prepare some resources from our own budget, don't touch the resource department's allocation, and prepare it for Zheng Yu. He did feel a bit guilty, so he still intended to make it up to him. The secretary said, Mayor, I don't think you need to prepare them. Jo-yoon looked up in confusion. The secretary said, Teacher Zhang likely didn't tell you, but the abyss Zheng Yu entered this time is a nightmare grade 1. Jo-yoon froze for a moment. Is he trying to die? The secretary didn't answer but continued, Before entering the nightmare grade dungeon, he paid to post an announcement. Every professional in the Frost Street Ruins lobby knew Zheng Yu had entered a nightmare grade abyss. Jo-yoon's expression turned odd. This kid has quite a temper. Is he trying to vent his dissatisfaction by dying? He didn't think for a second that Zheng Yu had the capability to clear a nightmare grade abyss. The Frost Street Abyss has been in Jiangshui City for over a decade and no one has ever cleared it on nightmare difficulty, let alone a summoner. Only now did Jo-yoon realize why Teacher Zhang's attitude was so strange earlier. He went from respectful to questioning. It was because he knew Zheng Yu had entered the nightmare abyss and likely wouldn't be coming out alive. Zheng Yu didn't borrow money, had a poor family background, and had no resources. That means he walked into a nightmare abyss with nothing. If that's not suicide, what is? Mayor Jo-yoon started to smile, not thinking this was a bad thing. Prepare an obituary. Do you know how to write it? The secretary's years of experience weren't for show. He knew exactly how to spin this. He said, I'll write it to sound deeply sentimental and express our regret for Jiangshui City losing an S-rank talent. Also, I'll exaggerate the fact that he paid for a public announcement, portraying him as arrogant because of his S-rank talent, ultimately causing his own demise. I'll also mention the flaws of the summoner class, like their inability to easily disengage from combat and that revival crosses don't work for them. And I'll subtly mention Li Feng's achievements on the side. Jo-yoon shook his head and said, Leave Li Feng out of it. Keep him away from this. Understood. The secretary noted down, avoid conflict of interest. The resources I asked you to prepare earlier, get them ready and give them to Zheng Yu's teacher. I recall Zhang Chung has a child in his first year of high school, right? Let him do whatever he wants with them. Understood.
Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu lay on a recliner, eyes closed, resting. Since there is no internet access inside the abyss, he could not even browse the forums. All he could do was drink some coffee and rest his body. He rested for about 2 hours. The twin fire spirits recovered their spirits. Summoners can see the status data of their summoned beasts. After a short nap, the Goblin General's mental and physical status reached 98%. His HP was fully restored. The Goblin General did not enter the summoner space to rest, but this goblin, tagged as a seasoned veteran, relied on his endurance as his greatest strength. His mental and physical state was always kept in good shape. As a veteran who had seen war and was accustomed to slaughter, constantly walking between life and death, the Goblin General always remained vigilant and focused. The Goblin General never allowed himself to be truly relaxed, which is why he could never reach 100% in status. The twin fire spirits, however, had quickly recovered to 100% while inside Zheng Yu's summoner space. The twin fire spirits were tagged as young, lively, and energetic militant elements. Youth was their greatest asset. Militancy was the nature of the twin fire spirits, but this also led to rapid consumption. Because they did not know how to pace themselves in battle, they ended up in the situation they just had, where they ran out of energy and could not release their skills. Lacking endurance, yet all their skills were sustained effects. I need to find a way to improve the twin fire spirits' combat sustainability. Zheng Yu pondered. After reaching level 10, summoners gain exclusive nurturing skills, allowing them to train their summoned beasts by modifying their traits, developing their attributes, and refining their skills. Ultimately, they reach a state suitable for combat. Because it is overly cumbersome, and the cost far outweighs the benefits in terms of actual combat capability. Many summoners, after struggling through the beginner phase and reaching level 10, eventually choose to give up the summoner profession. But for Zheng Yu, no matter how they are nurtured, their combat power is ultimately decided by talent, so he had nothing to worry about. At this moment, Tao Qian and the others were packing away the camping equipment, tents, bonfire, food, and hot water. They were quick and efficient. Zheng Yu felt a bit emotional. Where else could I find such great teammates? If only you guys were the same level as me, then I wouldn't need to look for new teammates for the dungeons after level 10. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong were not particularly strong, Tao Qian was a brother who truly understood Zheng Yu's thoughts. Often, before Zheng Yu even opened his mouth, Tao Qian had already done the job for him. Just like when Zheng Yu said he wanted to compete for the leaderboard, Tao Qian immediately started recruiting teammates without a moment's hesitation. Wu Zong's barbecuing skills had improved by leaps and bounds, especially the grilled kidneys, cooked just right and seasoned to perfection. Wenren Qingyu was great at making tea. Qi Ying was clearly a girl who was used to working, as she was very agile when packing things up. The key is that both of these girls are good-looking. They work hard, are easy on the eyes, and are obedient. What more could a man ask for? Zheng Yu felt that he might find it hard to meet such obedient and well-behaved teammates in the future. Brother Yu, no worries, we're all level 6 now. After clearing the Nightmare Dungeon, we'll definitely reach level 7, and getting to level 10 will just be a matter of 1 or 2 simple dungeons. Tao Qian had already calculated it. Level 2 dungeons are for levels 10 to 20. Even if you clear another Nightmare Dungeon, you won't exceed level 20, so there's still a chance. And I heard that after level 20, you need hundreds of thousands of experience points to level up, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to ride your coattails. Zheng Yu hated to part with this group of capable support players. Tao Qian and the others were even more reluctant to let go of their ticket to greatness, Zheng Yu. With Zheng Yu's way of grinding the abyss, the levels would increase very quickly, and since they were competing for the leaderboard, there was no time to rest. They couldn't possibly keep hitching a ride on Zheng Yu's abyss runs forever. But they would take every chance they could get. At the very least, they could still ride his coattails during this level 2 abyss stage. After packing everything up, Zheng Yu summoned the fully recovered twin fire spirits, with the Goblin General standing at the very front. Zheng Yu glanced at the time. It had been 6 hours since they entered the Nightmare Abyss. This was now the final stage of the abyss. In the hard difficulty abyss, it only goes as far as the skin spider before ending. If you can't kill the skin spider, you need to deliver the female corpse to the center of the lake. From this point on, it is uncharted territory for all the awakened professionals in Jiangshui City. Zheng Yu tossed the training dummy to Tao Qian. You guys just wait here. If you notice anything wrong, you can exit the abyss in time. Let's go. With that, Zheng Yu had a goblin martyr carry the female corpse, while he and the goblin general rode the great wolf into the freezing lake. The freezing lake was very shallow, only reaching the halfway point of the great wolf's legs. The ambient temperature was at least minus 40 degrees, yet the freezing lake remained rippling and crystal clear. In the center of the freezing lake, there was a small grave. No one knew whose grave it was. The grave was not large, stranded in the center of the lake, half submerged by the lake water, but the peak of the grave remained dry. They walked to the grave with the female corpse without any obstacles. There were no cold corpses, no skin monsters, only a bone-chilling cold and a palpable sense of resentment. Crack! A crisp sound of ice forming came from behind them. The temperature plummeted. The moment Zheng Yu stepped onto the grave mound, the freezing lake froze instantly. A monstrous aura of resentment surged out from the grave. Zheng Yu retreated quickly, standing on the frozen surface of the lake, while the goblin general, the twin fire spirits, and the goblin combat squad prepared for battle. It was clear that he had activated the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss, the final monster of the Nightmare Abyss. Are you here to try and talk me into sparing them too? A cacophonous voice echoed from all around. It didn't sound like one person, but as if hundreds of vengeful spirits were screaming at the same time. Zheng Yu stepped back quickly and said, "I'm just here to return something to its rightful place." As he spoke, he had the goblin general set the female corpse down. But this did not stop the temperature around them from dropping. Resentment, a frigid air, and fury swirled across the freezing lake. Whoo! The twin fire spirits intensified the heat of their flame aura to resist the cold. Return it to its rightful place. She should have spent eternity in that deep well, never seeing the light of day, just like she did to me. Are you trying to plead for her as well? The voice was shrill and piercing, filled with hatred. Crack, crack, crack. Several cold corpses climbed out from around the freezing lake. Zheng Yu's face darkened, because these cold corpses were actually level 15. Martyrs, hold them off. Goblin General, start digging up the grave. Even a single level 15 skin spider is difficult to kill, let alone a horde of level 15 cold corpses. It would be impossible to clear them quickly. He had to take down the boss in the grave. Only then could he completely clear the Nightmare Abyss. The Goblin General launched a charge, rushing toward the grave at an incredible speed. Roar! A cold corpse blocked the Goblin General's path. Boom! The cold corpse used its body to intercept the wolf cavalry's charge. The level 15 cold corpse was sent flying instantly upon impact. 1851. With 656 attack power, a level 9 Goblin General delivered a 27-fold wolf cavalry attack multiplier, dealing nearly 20,000 damage in one hit. It wiped out 2/3 of its HP immediately. The cold corpses here don't have much health. Zheng Yu retreated to the back to observe the battle. This is the fighting style of summoner-class professionals. Not just summoners, but druids who summon beasts and necromancers who summon undead creatures all fight this way. The further you stay back, the better. If it weren't for the fact that a professional must enter the frozen lake to trigger the boss mechanics, he wouldn't want to step into it at all. Twin fire imps, suicide goblins, and archers clear a path for the Goblin General. Whoosh! The two fire imps released flame halos and fireballs to deal damage and wear down the cold corpse's health. Goblin archers harassed from behind, chipping away at the health. Goblin suicide troops blocked the cold corpse with their bodies, buying time for the Goblin General. The Goblin General leapt up, slamming his heavy hammer onto the grave mound. Stop hiding. The cold corpses you control can't stop me. Keep hiding and I will dig up your grave. Boom! The Goblin General's heavy hammer came crashing down, yet it was caught firmly by a pale small hand. Finally, you've come out. Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes as he looked at that pale hand. It was the size of a child's, roughly 7 or 8 years old. The fingers were deathly pale, the nails caked with blood and dirt, and the skin was covered in a layer of frost just like the other cold corpses. Its stats also appeared before Zheng Yu. Cursed Shao Qi.
Level 50.
Rank, Tier 1 Curse. Source of Curse, God of the Cold Prison. HP 200,000. Attack Power. Skill I Absolute 0. Skill 2 Bone Chilling Cold. Skill 3 Lord of the Frozen Lake. Skill I Female. Skill V Tisk. 200,000 HP. That is somewhat intimidating. No wonder few people can clear nightmare level abysses. This 200,000 HP alone is enough to scare off so-called genius professionals. God of the Cold Prison. Zheng Yu wasn't actually unfamiliar with this term appearing on a nightmare-level boss. It's just like in the game. The sanctuaries, abysses, and digitized professionals that suddenly descended upon Earth all have a grand background and opposition to the gods. According to the lore of other nightmare-level abysses, one can infer that the abyss is a byproduct of the appearance of gods. For instance, this child named Shao Qi before him. He possesses the ability to freeze everything and create cold courses, yet he ended up lying in a coffin within the frozen lake. The favor of a god is not a blessing. It is a curse. This is all the information Zheng Yu knows about the abyss. After all, even the highest level person, Non-Muyan, is only level 71 and hasn't encountered an abyss with actual gods yet. Crack. A crisp freezing sound occurred on the Goblin General. As the boss Shao Qi climbed out of the grave, the temperature in the surroundings dropped even further, and it instantly froze the closest one, the Goblin General. Ice Crystal Pendant effect triggered, immune to one freeze effect. The ability has entered cooldown and will be ready again in 1 minute. The effect of the Ice Crystal Pendant gear was activated. Although this necklace is only level 5, it is extremely effective in the Cold Street Abyss. Not only does it grant immunity to freezing once per minute, it also adds 10 points of ice resistance and a 20% slow reduction effect. Without this necklace, it would be impossible for the goblin to still be standing in front of Shao Qi. Boom! Once unfrozen, the Goblin General didn't hesitate. Without waiting for boss Shao Qi to fully climb out, he pounded away at that outstretched hand. Once, twice, 3 times. The display of force was huge, but it didn't deal a single point of damage. Zheng Yu frowned. Not dealing damage is normal, given that elites and above in the Cold Street Abyss are protected by ice armor. But even so, some damage numbers should appear, even if it was just 0 damage. Retreat. Zheng Yu immediately realized something, and had the Goblin General quickly move away from the only ground on the frozen lake. Ah! But it was a step too late. A shrill cry erupted from around the graveyard. The frozen lake, which had been covered in ice, shattered completely, returning to its original rippling water state. Zheng Yu, standing on the lake surface, stepped directly into the water. Although the lake was only knee-deep, the bone-chilling cold made Zheng Yu's entire body numb, a piercing chill spreading from his leg bones to his spine. At the same time, the Goblin General and his wolf were sent flying backward together. 487, over 4,000 damage, instantly taking away nearly half of the Goblin General's health bar. Plus 1,000, plus 2,500. Zheng Yu quickly replenished the Goblin General's health. He had found plenty of recovery items back at the restaurant with the cook cold corpse, and they were finally coming in handy. The reason why no damage was dealt earlier was that boss Shao Qi was charging a skill. Bone-chilling cold deals damage comprised of resentment and freezing air. While condensing this cold air, the boss does not take any damage. A boss skill. The mechanism involves channeling, and the boss is invincible during the channeling phase. What a disgusting mechanic, Zheng Yu muttered, drinking a potion himself. An invisibility potion given by Wenren Qingyu. A bone-chilling cold blast dealt 4,000 damage to the Goblin General. If that hit him, the damage would have been overkill. Even with training dummies, he had to play it safe. If he ran into trouble, it would be game over. In the distance, Tao Qian and the others looked on in shock. My God! Tao Qian cursed out loud. He had only seen the Goblin General inflict that kind of damage on cold courses before, never seeing the goblin itself take such massive damage. Isn't this just too absurd? Straight to 4,000? Qi Ying looked at her own HP and murmured, if it were me, I would have been killed instantly. No wonder nightmare-level abysses are so hard to clear. This is simply impossible to beat. Wu Zong looked worriedly at the scent-flying Goblin General and Zheng Yu, who was covered in frost. Can this be won? A silence followed. Even Tao Qian, who usually had full confidence in Zheng Yu and supported him unconditionally, said nothing. They were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only wait in suspense, hoping that Zheng Yu had some hidden trump card to turn the tables. Zheng Yu certainly had trump cards, but now was not the time to play them. This was only the first exchange with the Cold Street boss. Ah! The shrill screaming continued. At this moment, the boy named Shao Qi, cursed by the god of the cold prison, had fully climbed out of his grave. He floated in midair, surrounded by freezing mist. Resentment had even turned into visible black smoke, swirling around him. A 7 or 8-year-old boy whose internal organs had been hollowed out. His face was full of scars. One arm was bent at a 90-degree angle, awkwardly pressed against his chest. His chest was completely empty, revealing a few severed intestines and mangled flesh. Fortunately, due to the frigid temperature, everything inside was frozen solid, so there was no slimy blood or gore. Ugly, terrifying blood. Yet Jung Yu felt a pang of sorrow. That organ cake was without a doubt made using this child. It was impossible to imagine how much pain this child suffered while alive. Whoosh! By now, the twin fire imps had already taken care of the 2 level 15 cold courses. They adjusted the temperature of their flame hollows accordingly and returned to Jung Yu's side to dispel the cold. Because Jung Yu was still in stealth mode, only the Goblin General, the twin fire imps, and the remaining Goblin squad could be seen here. Xiao Qi, floating in midair, stared blankly at the twin fire imp. Clearly, he hated fire. "You all deserve to die too." The voice echoed from all directions. Raspy, tearing sounds, men, women, children. Xiao Qi was speaking by controlling all the spirits in the cold street abyss. He rushed directly toward the twin fire imps. The flames made him feel uncomfortable. He could also sense that these twin fire imps were the biggest threats. Block him! Jung Yu retreated quickly, enduring the cold while moving away from the twin fire imps to avoid collateral damage. The suicide troops swarmed up. A look of disdain crossed Xiao Qi's scarred face. He flicked his right hand, and cold energy like an ice dragon swept through those 5 suicide troops. Clatter! Frozen solid instantly. His skill absolute 0. Looking at the frozen suicide troops, Xiao Qi's pupilless white eyes showed sheer contempt. But the next moment he froze in place. Because only 4 of the suicide troops were frozen. A 5th one had appeared behind him, unknown to anyone. Get away! Boom! Before he could react, with a loud blast, that suicide troop exploded right in front of the boss. Purple flames completely engulfed him. 5874. Jung Yu's first trump card. A suicide troop that could use the assassin's blink skill and was capable of self-detonation.
The damage from the Goblin Zealot's suicide explosion is actually not bad. It deals around 5,000 damage. But against Boss Xiao Qi, who has 200,000 HP, it's just a drop in the bucket. However, the explosion damage isn't what matters. What matters is that the blood splattered from the Zealot's body after the explosion is poisonous. Not only is it poisonous, but it's also highly flammable. The Goblin Zealot, they don't just fear no death, they also have the ability to explode upon death. Having taken poison and injected special blood their whole lives, the Goblin Zealot's blood has turned into a whole different weapon. Sizzle. The blood splatters all over Boss Xiao Qi. It actually makes a sizzling, corrosive sound. 109, 125, 158. The damage is gradually increasing, popping up 3 or 4 times per second. Whoosh! The death of this Zealot has bought time for the twin fire spirit. The fire cage is ready to be unleashed. Boom! The flames ignite the purple blood on Boss Xiao Qi, and the already corrosive blood instantly bursts into fire. Like maggots on a bone, it tortures Xiao Qi's skin and body. 258, 269, 3684, 2284. The burning of the Zealot's toxic blood, the damage from the fire cage, plus the scorching of the fire aura, 3 types of damage mixed together. The Cold Street boss's HP is dropping visibly. You have to remember the twin fire spirit's damage is double, nearly 10,000 HP per second. It made Tao Qian exclaim in disbelief. Nightmare Great Abyss is truly difficult, but Jung Yu is just too monstrous. Is this a summoner? This is a damn boss versus boss battle, isn't it? Tao Qian didn't think much of the twin fire spirits before, as they were just guys responsible for grilling sausages, but he didn't expect them to be this fierce. But it's still not enough. Even though the twin fire spirits have the upper hand, and Jung Yu has 4 zealots to intercept the Cold Street boss at any time to give the spirits enough output time. As long as there's enough time, the twin fire spirits can burn everything. But Wenren Qingyu still frowned tightly. All bosses have a berserk state, and this Cold Street boss hasn't released any skills yet. If it enters a berserk state, the Goblin Zealots won't be able to hold it off. Tao Qian and Wuzong also showed expressions of worry. You have to win. All Wuzong and the others can do now is pray. Ah! Another ear-piercing scream. The resentment-filled voice instantly froze the Zealots about to approach it. Crack! The Zealot was frozen to death on the spot. It didn't even get to explode. Jung Yu. Alright, that's how you want to play, huh? Jung Yu originally planned to send another Zealot to intercept Boss Xiao Qi. The twin fire spirits have high output, but they are also quite fragile. Just one hit and the twin fire spirits could die. But who would have thought this little boy with empty organs actually predicted the movement of the Zealot, even though you can actually evolve countermeasures? Looks like I can't just treat you as a game boss anymore. Summon Frenzy. Jung Yu brought out his second trump card. It is also his only active skill as a summoner. Summon Frenzy enrages all of the summoner's pets, causing them to enter a berserk state and boosting their overall strength. The skill description is very simple. No stats, no coefficients, just a simple introduction. According to that textbook that was barely a textbook, the degree of amplification of the summon frenzy depends on the strength of the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the amplification, but the duration of the frenzy will be shortened accordingly, and they will enter a weakened state after the frenzy ends. The duration of the frenzy is related to the talent level of the summoned beast. The higher the talent, the longer they can last. This was the experience summarized by the author of that textbook after personal practice. Summon Frenzy, the summoner's ultimate trump card. The summoner class is weak, but this Summon Frenzy skill is definitely not weak. Whoosh! The moment the skill was released, the flames on the twin fire spirits instantly turned purple. Higher level flames letting the damage double once again. Oh woo! Not only the twin fire spirits, but the goblin general, the giant wolf, the zealots, and the goblin archers all went into a frenzy. Their eyes filled with madness. Their auras became chaotic. The one that changed the most was actually the zealots. They were already irrational due to being a special type of unit, but now, after the frenzy, they have completely lost their minds and become purely insane monsters. Roar! The zealots roared. They stared at boss Xiaoqi with wild eyes, the kind of gaze that had only primitive desires, which actually made Xiaoqi hesitate for a split second. It was that tiny bit of hesitation that gave the summoned beasts a chance to attack. All four zealots flashed in front of boss Xiaoqi. Boom! The first one explodes. Boom! The second one explodes right after. Boom! The third one. Boom! The last one. 4 consecutive explosions took away 30,000 HP from boss Xiaoqi. And it didn't stop there. The Goblin General followed right behind. Goblin Charge, like a steel blade stabbing into boss Xiaoqi's heart. An exaggerated massive amount of damage popped up. 3, 2, 4, 8, 9. Directly dealing 30,000 damage. Plus the continuous scorching of the twin fire spirits and the Goblin Archers topping off the damage. Boss Xiaoqi's HP was left with only a little over 40,000. Beautiful, Tao Qian shouted excitedly. With this combo, the HP is dropping fast. If I didn't know this boss had 200,000 HP, I would have thought it only had a few thousand based on this drop rate. That is so damn insane. I didn't expect the summoner to have such a powerful skill. It's pretty strong, said Wenren Qingyu. Are you sure it's the skill that's strong and not Zheng Yu, retorted Tao Qian. Wenren Qingyu nodded and said, both are strong. I observed it before. Zheng Yu's Goblin Charge can deal up to 18,000 damage at once. But after using this Summon Frenzy skill, the damage increased by nearly double. This is not a skill a professional under level 10 should have. The skill basically means the stronger the pet, the stronger the amplification after Frenzy. For other summoners, it's just average, because doubling a piece of trash still equals 2 pieces of trash, but for Zheng Yu, Tao Qian added 1 monster becomes 2 monsters. The kid has entered the berserk state. Wuzong's words interrupted the two of them. A bone-chilling cold air rushed towards them. Ripples appeared on the frozen lake. When Zheng Yu's frenzy combo brought its HP down to the last quarter, the cursed Xiaoqi entered a berserk state. His hidden 2 skills were also revealed. Skill IV Father? Skill V Mother? I just want to ask who exactly is winning this Nightmare Grade Abyss. Wuzong held it in for a long time before asking the question he had been wanting to ask. If Zheng Yu is this monstrous and still has such a hard time in the Nightmare Grade Abyss, can other professionals actually clear it? The reason he asked this question was because behind the boy with the empty organs, the human-skinned spider that Zheng Yu spent so much effort to finish off had appeared again. That is the father. The female corpse Zheng Yu pulled out from the bottom of the well stood up slowly. That is the mother. The existence of a father and mother should be to shield the child from the wind and rain. When I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I'm dead, you should at least do something for me. Xiaoqi showed his original voice for the first time. A crisp child's voice. No level? No HP bar? After the skin spider and the female corpse from the well appeared, Wuzong's that the monsters the cold street boss called Mommy and Daddy had no stats at all. That was why he wanted to ask who exactly is winning in this Nightmare Abyss, because he couldn't see any chance of winning at all. Zheng Yu's 5 suicide units have all exploded, and his frenzy state feels like it's coming to an end. They've only just pushed the boss into its berserk state. How are they supposed to fight from here? At this moment, Wuzong already had the urge to withdraw from the abyss. If it weren't for the Goblin General still holding the line, he might have already left. Wenren Qingyu stared intensely at the center of the lake. You need to understand, only Zheng Yu has the strength to fight this boss here. None of us can help. For other cities to clear a Nightmare Abyss, they need at least 1 player with an SS tier talent, and the remaining team members must be at least S tier to have any qualification to clear it. And even then, there's no guarantee of a clear. Honestly, the fact that Jung Yu has made it this far is already impressive. Wenren Qingyu had actually given up hope on clearing the level. She hadn't expected the Cold Street Nightmare Abyss to be this powerful. Wenren Qingyu, Ke Ying, and Wu Zong all looked dejected. After all, they had borrowed a lot of money to bet on Jung Yu clearing the Nightmare Abyss. Money wasn't really the biggest problem though. They had reached level 6 or 7 in a single day, which at least counted as a start. They could just earn money and pay it back slowly later. The real tragedy was this Nightmare Abyss. If they could clear a Nightmare Abyss just once, the completion rewards, historical record bonuses, first clear rewards, and special Nightmare tier rewards, these resources would be enough to sustain them until at least level 20, when they could enter the third stage of the Abyss. What a shame. Fantasies are just fantasies, and reality is cruel. Looking at the current situation, they couldn't see any turning point for Jung Yu. 2 monsters whose levels couldn't even be read. 1 boss that had entered its berserk state. Looking at Jung Yu's side, the Gemini fire spirits were about to run out of energy, and while the frenzied goblin warrior could still fight, he couldn't hold off 3 monsters at once. The goblin suicide units had all perished in explosions. The goblin wolf riders, previously left behind to cover the retreat, were surrounded by the horde of cold corpses. The goblin wizard sacrificed its own life just to kill the skin spider. Only the weakest combatant, the goblin archer, remained. At this point in the battle, Jung Yu had lost all chance of victory. "I'm going to help him." Tao Chan pulled out his monk staff. He charged out. "You're crazy." Wu Zong grabbed Tao Chan. "What good are you going to do by going up there? Can you kill the skin spider or block the female corpse from the well?" If this were an abyss of any other difficulty, their level 6 strength might still count for something, but this is a nightmare abyss. Forget about them. Even if Li Feng were here, he would only be a burden. But I can't just stand here and watch Jung Yu die. Tao Chan was desperate. They can leave the abyss as long as they aren't in combat. But Jung Yu can't. As long as he cannot shake off the boss's attacks, he cannot exit the abyss. Without thinking, Tao Chan prepared to rush in to help Jung Yu. "You're just going to your death if you go up there," Wu Zong warned. "Doesn't matter." Tao Chan's eyes were firm as he raised his monk staff and turned to head into the frozen lake. Even though he knew clearly that he was no match for the boss or the cold corpse monsters, he went anyway. Not for any other reason, but if Jung Yu died, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Damn it! He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. A moment later, Wu Zong noticed that Ke Ying had also pulled out a dagger. He was stunned. "You aren't thinking of going up there to die too, are you?" Ke Ying nodded seriously with her baby face. "For me, I can only turn my life around by becoming a professional player. Otherwise, it's no different than being dead." After speaking, she entered a stealth state and slowly crept into the frozen lake. Wu Zong was bewildered. He could understand Tao Chan going to help Jung Yu, because the two had been brothers since childhood and had a deep emotional bond. But what about Ke Ying? "Don't look at me, I don't know either." Wenren Qingyu noticed Wu Zong looking at her and said casually, "Arms crossed." Then she pointed to the surroundings and said, "You were planning to leave, right? Better do it quickly." Only then did Wu Zong notice a rustling sound around them. The cold corpse horde was reappearing because of the skin spider's resurrection. Damn it! Damn it! Wu Zong was torn. He had gotten along well with Jung Yu and the others, but that was only because Jung Yu could lead him to level up. But the situation was different now. The cold corpse horde had appeared, leaving him with nowhere to hide, and Jung Yu's goblin general was being suppressed by the skin spider and the female corpse. He saw no hope of winning. He stood in silence for a moment. He looked up and asked Wenren Qingyu, "Aren't you leaving?" Wenren Qingyu took out her dagger. "My sister is here. If I leave now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Wu Zong looked at Jung Yu and Tao Chen with a complex expression. "I want to live." Wu Zong finally sighed. "Going up there now is just suicide. Help me tell Tao Chen that I'm sorry." Wu Zong ultimately chose to leave. He felt he had been crazy enough to follow Jung Yu and Tao Chen this far. Betting is fine, but you can't gamble with your life. After all, he had already witnessed the opponent's overwhelming strength. Continuing to bet would just be foolish. He wanted to become a professional player, and he was indeed lured by the rewards of the Nightmare Abyss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed money from his brother to enter the abyss. But the thing is, the die is cast, the ending is decided. There is no hope left. Let me give you some advice. While you aren't in combat yet and can still leave, try your best to exit. Where there is life, there is hope. Wu Zong looked at Wenren Qingyu with some reluctance and advised her. Wenren Qingyu made no effort to hide her disgust. "Mind your own business. And don't harbor any inappropriate fantasies about me. You're not qualified. Besides, I have no obligation to pass any messages for you. Get lost." Wu Zong. He had indeed taken a liking to Wenren Qingyu. But it was just a pity that beautiful women like Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu would end up dying with Jung Yu and the others. Alright then. Wu Zong shook his head. He chose to forcefully exit the abyss instant. Forcefully exiting the abyss will result in a 2-level deduction and a negative effect of reducing experience gain by 60% in your next abyss run. If you understand the penalty mechanism for forceful exit, please click confirm. You will exit the abyss in 10 seconds. Wuzong sighed. Compared to his life, what did a penalty like this even matter? Confirm exit. Exiting Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare difficulty 10-9-8.
Team notification. Party member Wuzong Monk has left the team. Due to a forced exit from the Abyss dungeon, Wuzong will receive a penalty. Zheng Yu looked back. He saw Wuzong vanish into a beam of light right where he stood. He also noticed Dao Qian, holding his monk staff, shivering as he ran towards him across the frozen lake. "Brother Yu, I am here to assist you," he shouted while running. Then, because his legs were numb from the cold, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, a footprint appeared on his back. Thud. He was stepped back down. Kei Ying. It was obviously Kei Ying, the assassin who had been hiding. Before Tao Qian could stand up again, another footprint landed on his back. "Goodness, you two are going too far," Tao Qian cursed. Assassins are fast, can hide, and have blink abilities, but they need a foothold, and the prone Tao Qian was the perfect target. Zheng Yu looked at the two beautiful assassins with surprise. "Why didn't expect us to stay?" Wenren Qingyu raised an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Indeed. Given the current situation, his chances of winning were slim. Tao Qian was a true brother who would risk his life for him. But Kei Ying and Wenren Qingyu, in the end it was just a relationship based on interests." Wenren Qingyu pointed at the baby-faced Kei Ying. "She said she believes in you." Zheng Yu glanced at Kei Ying. When they were resting, he heard in idle conversation that it was Kei Ying's decision to join his team. Although Wenren Qingyu came from a prestigious family and knew more, when it came to making decisions, she always followed Kei Ying. "Why?" Zheng Yu asked. He then pointed to the Goblin General, who was being beaten down and was already at half health, based on them. Kei Ying pursed her lips and said, "I am gambling too, betting that you still have a trump card." Zheng Yu laughed. "To gamble, you at least need to have cards. If the cards are gone, where can you gamble?" Kei Ying wasn't fooled by Zheng Yu. She said directly, "Because you are about to level up." "Smart." Zheng Yu nodded. Neither Wuzong, who would rather suffer the penalty of quitting than stay, nor the knowledgeable Wenren Qingyu had noticed that he was close to reaching level 10. It was this seemingly cute and petite girl who observed it. That is right. This is Zheng Yu's final trump card, and the big gift he prepared for the Cold Street boss Xiao Qi. Actually, up to now, the boss's strength has exceeded his expectations, probably because he is clearing the dungeon solo, which significantly increased the difficulty. According to his plan, the summoner's berserk skill was supposed to be saved for the brutal phase. After all, getting stuck at level 10 to instantly boost his strength was too risky. But this is the only trump card he has left. I must say, it lives up to the reputation of a nightmare-level abyss. It has forced me to reveal all my trump cards. Level 10. Wenren Qingyu asked with confusion. Although reaching level 10 does increase strength, it is far from the qualitative leap of the class evolution at level 25 or the awakening at level 50. Her concerns were valid. Level 10 only counts as a small boost. Levels 25 and 50 are where the major boosts happen. That depends on the person. For me, every level up is a huge boost, Zheng Yu said in a calm tone. Meanwhile, the twin fire spirits burned another level 15 Cold Corpse to death. Killed Cold Corpse, gained 1681 EXP. Congratulations, level up. Lev 9 to 0541 EXP needed for next level. HP 410 to 1750 450 from gear attributes. Intelligence of 5 to 116 35 from gear attributes. Remaining free attribute points 20. Reached level 10. Acquired basic summoner specialization skills, summon physical cultivation, summon skill training, and summon attribute cultivation. Level 10. Zheng Yu looked at the improved stats and nodded in satisfaction. He ignored the 3 newly acquired specialization skills for now. Specialization skills wouldn't give him an immediate boost. The most important things were the HP cap and the free attribute points. Level 10 gave him 10 attribute points. 1 at equals 50 max HP. 20 free attribute points meant 100 talent points. This means that as long as he sacrificed another 500 HP, he could directly evolve the Twin Fire Spirits to Tier 4. This was Zheng Yu's reliance. The Tier 3 Twin Fire Spirits were already capable of suppressing the Cold Street boss. If upgraded to Tier 4, the situation would be reversed. Most importantly, Zheng Yu discovered that every time he upgraded a summons tier, its status would be reset to its peak. Boom! A loud noise echoed. He saw the goblin general thrown away by the skin spider. The well corpse pressed her hands to the ground, and a giant ice spike erupted from the frozen lake, piercing the giant wolf's belly. Thud! The blood spray was frozen into ice shards instantly. With a whine, the giant wolf drew its last breath. Only the goblin general was left fighting alone. Zheng Yu did not hesitate. He quickly added all his free attribute points to HP, then sacrificed 1500 HP to exchange for 150 talent points. He dumped them all into the twin fire spirits. It takes 100 talent points to upgrade from Tier 3 to Tier 4 for the Goblin General. The twin fire spirits require 150 points to upgrade from Tier 3 to 4. But the more talent points required, the greater the boost after upgrading. Hum! A beam of light descended upon the twin fire spirits. Summon twin fire spirits Tier 3 talent evolved to twin flame dragon snake Tier 4. Summon twin flame dragon snake. Level 10 scales with summoner level. HP 95. Attack power 6 and 16. Current summoner intelligence 6-point coefficient. Talent Tier 4 850 talent points needed for next level. Skill I. Can control the temperature within a 50-meter diameter. When maximized, deals 2088 burning damage per second to everything. 696 fire spirit attack 3.0 coefficient. Skill 2. Exhale ultra-high temperature flames to cause massive damage. Flame breath has super strong adhesion and is difficult to extinguish, causing 4892 696 fire spirit attack 7.0 coefficient, fire damage per second. Twin contract, special skill, no level. The twin fire spirits coexist, can release skills simultaneously. Damage stacks, fire damage doubled. Skill fire snake hell elf 10. Pre-create a fire snake hell. When enemies enter the range, it automatically triggers. The area is engulfed in high-temperature flames, dealing 7-239, 6-9 fire spirit attack 10.4 coefficient damage per second, and creating 2010 summoner level 2 coefficient fire snake clones. Each fire snake clone can deal 1392, 6-0 coefficient explosion damage. Summon equipment, none. A snake hiss mixed with a dragon roar sounded over the frozen lake. Hiss. The evolution light faded. A two-headed snake appeared before everyone. Its body was over 5 meters long, connected to two dragon-like yet snake-like dragon heads. Dark red flames clung to its bright red body. The moment the twin flame dragon snake appeared, the cold that filled the entire cold street abyss was dispelled. Boom! Fire descended. Boss Xiaoqi, who had always thought victory was in his grasp, looked at the two-headed fire snake with a sullen face and apprehension. Fire naturally counters ice. The previous Tier 3 twin fire spirits already had it overwhelmed, forcing it into a berserk state. Now this twin flame dragon snake made Xiaoqi feel the threat of death. This time Boss Xiaoqi let out a scream of agony. Fire counters ice. This is the absolute nemesis of the cold street abyss. Whoosh! Flames instantly engulfed everyone present. After evolving to Tier 4, the range of the flame aura increased to a diameter of 50 meters. Although it couldn't cover the entire freezing lake, it was large enough. The flames didn't just make Xiaoqi scream, they also forced the skin spider and the woman from the well, both with ice attributes, to retreat constantly, desperate to escape the scorching heat. This left an opening for the Goblin General to catch its breath. Tao Qian and the others fell silent once again. They watched the twin flame dragon snake, speechless. Even though Ke Ying had long guessed that Zheng Yu might have some trump cards at level 10, she didn't expect this one to be so excessive. As soon as the twin flame dragon snake appeared, it immediately suppressed the cold street boss in its berserk state. Someone is going to regret this. Seeing the boss being suppressed, Tao Qian stopped holding back, stood beside Zheng Yu, and said with a chuckle, "Actually, it is quite understandable." Zheng Yu knew that Tao Qian was referring to Wu Zong, who had already withdrawn. After all, he has no reason to risk his life here for me. Although Wu Zong had spent 3 years preparing, he even gritted his teeth and borrowed money to become a professional and make it into the family registry. But compared to his life, all of that is insignificant. It is not enough to be a reason for him to stay here and die. His departure is justifiable. As for the result, I will bear it myself. Whether it turns out good or bad, it has nothing to do with him anymore. I'm just curious about your reasons for staying. Zheng Yu looked at Wenren Qingyu and Ke Ying with genuine curiosity. Betting that I have a trump card at level 10 is not a strong enough reason for you two to stay here. Seeing that Zheng Yu was serious and wasn't just fishing for excuses, Wenren Qingyu replied, I need strength to seek my revenge. I had no hope for revenge before, but if we can clear this nightmare level dungeon, there is a chance. Kei Ying has to become a professional. She committed a grave mistake in her family and is currently wanted by them. Without strength, the consequences will be worse than death. Those are hard reasons to argue with. One for revenge, one for survival. Both of them need strength. Family wanted list? Zheng Yu was quite interested in this term, mostly curious if a family would really go so far as to kill their own blood relatives. Kei Ying did not explain why her family was hunting her, but it surely wasn't something trivial. In short, both of them are people with complicated pasts. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian exchanged a glance. It's still better to live as an ordinary person. During their conversation, the twin flame dragon snake had already unleashed its most powerful skill, Hell of Fire Snakes. In an instant, the center of the freezing lake turned into a sea of fire. Boss Xiaoqi felt as if he were in hell, being burned and eroded by the flames. Numbers representing damage appeared densely over his body. Roar! Seeing that Xiaoqi was about to be burned to death, the woman from the well lunged at him, shielding him from the flames. Sizzle! But the woman from the well couldn't withstand the damage from the flames either. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, the sound of hissing snakes echoed. They surrounded the skin spider, which was trying to escape, and kept attacking it. As a father, the first thing this skin spider thought of when it encountered danger was to run away. Each Hell of Fire Snake summons 30 fire snakes. Added with the twins' doubling ability, a total of 60 fire snakes surrounded the skin spider, wrapping tightly around its body. Sizzle! The sound of burning continued to echo across the center of the freezing lake. Everything came to an end along with these raging flames. The final battle wasn't intense, nor was it the balanced fight one might imagine. It was just a one-sided suppression by the twin flame dragon snake. The Tier 4 twin flame dragon snake. Double fire attribute. Summon beast berserk effect. All these gave the twin flame dragon snake an absolute advantage. At least within the Cold Street abyss, it held an inherent upper hand. Boom. The flames were still burning. The skin spider struggled continuously. But because it had no health bar and no life, it couldn't die completely, forced only to struggle and endure the constant pain. At the very center of the freezing lake, the pair of mother and son were embracing in the flames of the Hell of Fire Snakes, quietly waiting for death. No, it was the woman from the well who was waiting for death. She used her own body to pin down the struggling Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, whose skin was cracked and charred by the heat, wanted to flee the Hell of Fire, but was held tightly by the woman from the well. Let go of me. Let go of me. Xiaoqi wore a ferocious expression, twisting his body and cursing wildly. By now his health was completely bottomed out, yet he hadn't died. Zheng Yu didn't order the twin flame dragon snake or the goblin general to attack further, because this was already the end. What happened next was no longer Zheng Yu's business. Are you trying to kill me? Xiaoqi was furious. Realizing he couldn't break free from the woman's grip, he bit down hard on her shoulder in anger. On that pale face of the woman from the well, a trace of a gentle smile finally appeared. Xiaoqi, let it all end. Don't suffer anymore. End? Why should it end? My suffering was created by you people. You say end and it's over? Where is the logic in that? I'm sorry. Facing Xiaoqi's questions, the woman only had one apology, and she continued to hold him tightly. The person you should be most sorry to is the one who gave birth to me. The woman fell silent. I'm sorry. After a long silence, that was still all she said. Xiaoqi's patience was exhausted by the woman. To break free from her grasp, he reached out and grabbed her by the neck. With a grim and terrifying expression, he said to the woman, "What's the point of saying sorry now? Everything that should have happened has already happened. You never experienced the torture I went through. What right do you have to say sorry? When I was captured and tortured by them, what were you doing? When they cut me open to take out my organs and make cakes, where were you? And now you say sorry to me? You don't deserve it." Yelling and screaming, Xiaoqi squeezed the woman's neck hard, questioning her time and time again. But the woman never answered, because the woman from the well had already been dead for a long time. Dead for who knows how many years. Both the woman from the well and the skin spider were creations of Xiaoqi, manifested solely to satisfy a resentment he could never let go of. Everything was orchestrated by Xiaoqi himself. even including the way the woman held him and the apology she spoke. After all, how could a cold corpse created by himself possibly bind him? Whoosh! The flames vanished. Along with them, the cold and the freezing lake disappeared as well. Instead, a street full of oppressive atmosphere appeared. Zheng Yu, Tao Chan, Wenren Qingyu, and Ke Ying stood on the street, looking at the increasingly desolate Fuyan Street and a crowd with furious faces. They pushed past Zheng Yu and the others, heading toward a 7 or 8-year-old child. It was you, wasn't it? The tourists are gone, the business is gone. I borrowed money to open my shop and now I haven't earned a single cent, but instead lost my life savings. Cut the crap. The shaman said as long as we kill him and use his organs to celebrate the birthday of Fuyan Street, it will return to how it used to be. Catch him, he's just a lunatic's kid, no big loss if he's killed. In this crowd, Zheng Yu saw many familiar faces. The cook, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the village head who was doing the talking. The skin spider's head was the village head's own. These people wore ferocious expressions, having almost completely lost their sanity. Is this Xiaoqi's memory?
If my guess is right, these people must have gone insane a long time ago, Wenren Qingyu said from the side. It feels like they were brainwashed. Who is this spirit medium they keep talking about? Ke Ying asked. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who knows, but it is clear that all the evil stems from that medium, or rather from the curse carried by Xiaoqi. As they spoke, the scene shifted to the chef's restaurant. Xiaoqi had vanished in an instant. His body was tossed aside casually with the red cake placed nearby. A group of people, acting as if they were possessed, completely unaware of how absurd their actions were, gathered together with joyful expressions and placed the red cake at the entrance of Fuyan Street. Following the medium's instructions, they built an altar and personally renamed Fuyan Street to Han Street. So they were the ones who changed it themselves. Zheng Yu's eyelid twitched. He had assumed it was Xiaoqi who changed it. The ritual was halfway through. Everyone came up to the cake, piously and crazily taking a piece of the blood-stained cake, muttering, "Next year will definitely be better. I am so devout, the gods will help us." Hearing these murmurs, Zheng Yu was truly speechless. What turned them into this was a curse from a god, yet they were so devout toward that god. At this moment, a crazy woman arrived at the altar. She rushed toward the blood-stained cake in a frantic state. No one stopped her, perhaps out of guilt. But more likely, the ritual was finished and no one cared what the crazy woman did next. To everyone's surprise, the crazy woman carefully picked up a piece of the cake that wasn't stained with blood. Smiling, she asked the village head, "Can I take this to Xiaoqi? It's his birthday today." Xiaoqi said he wanted to have a proper birthday. I asked him what a proper birthday meant. He said one with a birthday cake that counts. "So, can you give this to me?" The village head stared blankly at the woman, and only after realizing she truly didn't know Xiaoqi was dead did he give a slow nod. The woman looked around and asked the village head again, "Have you seen Xiaoqi? I haven't seen him all day. This kid is always running off." Unable to control her facial muscles, the woman's speech was twitchy, yet the love in her eyes could not be diminished. The village head stared at her. "Maybe he's playing by the well behind the street? How about I go with you to look for him?" The scene shifted again. The crazy woman was pushed into the well by the village head. Damn it! Finally, everything is resolved. The village head spat out a curse and muttered viciously. "Who would have thought that after I had my way with you once, you'd get pregnant, go into the mountains, and hide to have the child? So what if you gave birth to him? You ended up birthing a cursed monster who ruined us all. You shouldn't have given birth to Xiaoqi, and you shouldn't be alive. Damn it." The village head spat into the well. Then he turned and left. The following events unfolded exactly as Zheng Yu had imagined. A child cursed by a god wouldn't die that easily. Xiaoqi's body, discarded in the kitchen, stood up once more, freezing all of Han Street and turning everyone there into frozen corpses. He ensured that every villager who ate the cake would suffer forever. He left the crazy woman in the well forever because he too believed she belonged there. Because without her, he wouldn't have been born. And he wouldn't have suffered so much pain. The cake was merely the conclusion of this affair. With no father and a mother who was a lunatic, he endured inhuman treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and injustice created the boss Xiaoqi of today. The scene returned. Xiaoqi's eyes flickered with hatred. He hated everything. But he hated most of all the mother who gave birth to him. Han Street Abyss Nightmare difficulty has ended. The instance will automatically settle and you will exit in 5 minutes. It's just over like this? Tao Qian felt a sense of blockage and panic. This tragic history seemed to have become even more twisted because of their arrival. Is something missing? It feels so unsatisfying. Wenren Qingyu felt like something was missing, and she grew irritated. They had cleared the abyss and killed the boss Xiaoqi, which should have been a cause for celebration, but they couldn't bring themselves to feel happy. Zheng Yu said something is indeed missing. It shouldn't have ended like that. Zheng Yu took the blood-stained cake out of his backpack. He found a piece not contaminated by blood and walked over to the crazy woman who had been burned to a crisp and stared with vacant eyes. He placed the cake between them. Quest item triggered. A prompt appeared instantly. The woman who had supposedly died suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled foolishly, gave Jung Yu a grateful look, then fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a candle. She stuck it into the cake. Using all her remaining strength, she pushed it toward the charred figure in front of her. Xiaoqi, here is the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The woman's voice was extremely gentle. She had tried so hard to be a real mother, but due to her mental illness and cognitive deficits, she lacked normal logic and perception of reality. But she was truly trying to play the part of a mother. A faint cracking sound, the charred layer on Xiaoqi slowly broke apart, revealing his original childlike face. So innocent, so cute, so handsome. Without the scarred face, without the look of hatred, without the hollow body, Xiaoqi stared blankly at the crazy woman. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes that he himself didn't understand. Come on, Xiaoqi, blow out the candle. With an intermittent and awkward tone, the woman tried her best to say, I heard they all blow out candles on their birthdays. They say, it makes a wish come true. Mommy, I wish for Xiaoqi to live a normal life. Mommy hopes that I won't be Xiaoqi's mother anymore so that Xiaoqi can be happy forever like other children and have a proper birthday every year. Mommy hopes that Xiaoqi has a normal mother instead of me. I hope Xiaoqi can put on a school bag and go to school with friends instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Xiaoqi, Mommy wishes she weren't your mother, but Mommy is so selfish because I never thought about giving up on you. Because you are the only one I have ever owned, the only one I have ever loved. Xiaoqi, forgive me for selfishly giving birth to you. You have to make a wish and say you want to leave this place and go somewhere where nobody knows me. You'll be so happy, so very happy there. Xiaoqi looked at his mother. He finally realized that in this world the only one who truly loved him was the person he hated the most. He remembered the woman who had woven a crown of flowers to cheer him up whenever he was bullied. He remembered the woman who always remembered his birthday and stole various foods from Fuyun Street so he could have an improper birthday. Suddenly a sense of guilt emerged, and he wondered if he had truly been wrong. But just then Jung Yu spoke to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you were not wrong, and you have no need for guilt. The ones who were wrong were never you nor your mother. It was that medium, the villagers who believed her lies, and the village head who abused your mother. Jung Yu took out that blood-stained cake. Jung Yu had long since noticed that when Xiaoqi entered his final state, the attributes of this cake had changed. Cursed blood-stained cake. After absorbing the resentment of Han Street for hundreds of years, the cake has nurtured the souls originally in the street. Feeding this cake to their bodies will resurrect them. Xiaoqi. Jung Yu smiled in a way that was both strange and relieved. He pushed the blood-stained cake toward him and smiled. They only remained here forever because they ate this cake. Now let them eat it one more time. Frozen corpses have no perception, no thoughts, no capacity for regret, and cannot feel pain. That is far from enough to soothe your resentment. If you want revenge, it must be thorough. Here. Jung Yu pushed the blood-stained cake, its attributes completely altered, toward Xiaoqi. With a bright smile, he said, let those demons, those criminals who caused you such pain, feel the true hell. Let their souls return to their bodies and feel pain once more. That is what I consider to be the rightful ending. In fact, the entire Abyssal Cold Street was created by Xiaoqi himself, including the cold corpse cook, the fishmonger, the butcher shop owner, the human skin spider, and even the unfrozen lake. The only thing that remained in its original state was the female corpse in the well, his insane mother. To Jung Yu, there were two possible endings for the Abyssal Cold Street. One was for Xiaoqi and his insane mother to both die, resulting in a total annihilation ending. But Jung Yu didn't find that ending satisfying. The other was to use the cursed organ cake to allow the wandering souls within the Abyssal Cold Street to return to their cold corpse body, giving Xiaoqi the chance for a clean, swift revenge. And that was the ending Jung Yu considered the most rewarding. He had always been the type to settle every score, and regardless of the final rewards, he felt this ending was worth it. Congratulations, you have completed the unique achievement for the Abyssal Cold Street, Living Yama. Living Yama. Achievement badge. You resurrected the souls suffering in the Abyssal Cold Street, letting them relive the agony of being hunted by their revengers. Even Yama himself would praise you. This is a true king of hell. Achievement base stats. Intelligence plus 1%, strength plus 1%. Achievement special attributes. Damage taken from cold corpses increased by 50%. Damage you deal to cold corpses increased by 100%. After handing the organ cake to Xiaoqi, a special achievement was activated. The stats weren't bad at all. It was actually a percentage bonus. Although it was only 1%, it would be quite substantial in the late game, because as long as an achievement is activated, it counts as equipped. There is no need to actually wear the badge. Many professionals choose to complete various achievements to gain badge stats and increase their strength after hitting a level cap. Such professionals are known as achievement hunters. This has even spawned a line of work where people are paid to help others complete achievements, which is said to be quite profitable. As for the special attribute of the achievement, Zheng Yu felt it would be useful since it specified cold corpses rather than the abyssal cold street itself. The cold corpses were created by Xiaoqi, but they were made using the cursed power of the god of the cold prison. He couldn't rule out the possibility of meeting this god of the cold prison in the future. If that happened, he would have an advantage thanks to this achievement. The abyss has ended, exiting the abyss in 10-9. The system voice rang out. Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Looking at Xiaoqi and the insane woman embracing the human skin spider twitching on the ground nearby, and the mess of cold corpse remains in the lake, Tao Qian said proudly, Zheng Yu and I were really fierce. Wenren Qingyu and Keying were speechless as the countdown ended. Zheng Yu and his group were teleported out of the abyssal cold street one by one. The four of them departed. The various cold corpses lying in that unfrozen lake suddenly began to twitch, and their previously lifeless eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of light. The cook, the fishmonger, the butcher, the human skin spider, every single cold corpse stood back up. This time they were no longer cold nor numb. They were filled with fear. Xiaoqi helped the insane woman up and said with a smile, Mom, let's have a proper birthday for once. The insane woman asked, What is a proper birthday? Xiaoqi curled his lips into a cruel arc, his voice cold, yet filled with interest as he said, Of course, a proper birthday isn't one without blood and entrails. Come on, let's start the banquet. A hellish banquet that belongs only to the Cold Street. Meanwhile, the abyssal Cold Street lobby. A crowd was swarming around a team that had just emerged. My god, that's amazing! Is Li Feng really just an A-level talent? He not only broke the record for the normal level Cold Street, but also shattered the hard level record that had stood for years. I have to admit, it's impressive. I remember that record was set 3 years ago by an S-level professional leading 4 A-level talents, right? Yeah, it was supposed to be an impossible record, but Li Feng broke it. So envious? The person surrounded by the crowd was Li Feng, who had just cleared the hard-level abyssal Cold Street and set a new record. Wuzong sat in a corner, watching the smug Li Feng, his heart calm. Li Feng is Li Feng and I am myself. If Li Feng can break the record, that's his ability. He was glad he made the choice he did. At least he saved his own life. Although the money might have gone down the drain, he was now level 6 and could easily find a team. Grinding the simple level abyss would be a breeze. What a pity, someone said from behind Li Feng. Li Feng froze because that was exactly what he was thinking. He turned around and saw a few strangers chatting, and what they were talking about seemed to be Zheng Yu. I don't think it's a pity. Zheng Yu brought it on himself by insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. If he had just accepted Li Feng's invitation to team up, wouldn't he have gotten a reward for free? You have to say Zheng Yu is just too arrogant. Ha, you don't know anything. Wait, are you saying you do? I actually know some things you don't. The relationship between Zheng Yu and Li Feng is far from as simple as it looks. Is there gossip? Heh, do you want to hear it? Yes, Godfather. The man clearly hadn't expected someone to demean their own generation for a bit of gossip, so without further suspense, he said, Why do you think Zheng Yu refused Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance? The man shook his head. Too shallow, that's too shallow an understanding. Because Li Feng took the resources that belonged to Zheng Yu. What do you mean? What resources? The S-level talent subsidy. Do you know how many good things are in an S-level subsidy? Not to mention the resurrection cross worth 5 million, but golden grade weapons, golden grade armor, golden grade jewelry. My god, a whole set of golden grade gear? Of course. And that's not even counting the cash and potions in the subsidy. It was all given to Li Feng. That's not right. Shouldn't the S-level subsidy go to Zheng Yu? That's exactly my point. Not only did Zheng Yu not get it, but Li Feng invited him to the team right to his face. If you were Zheng Yu, would you join that team? I certainly wouldn't. That's an insult. Again, you're being too shallow. It's not just an insult. You're an S-level talent, your resources were stolen, would you be happy? Of course not. Then what would you do? Report it. If the city doesn't care, go to the provincial level. If they don't care, go to the central government. S-level subsidies aren't one-offs. He stole my future. Exactly. That's what you think, and that's what Zheng Yu thought. Li Feng was afraid Zheng Yu would do exactly that because it would affect his father's political career. Don't tell me. Exactly. As long as Zheng Yu disappeared in the abyss without a trace, there wouldn't be any problems. You thought inviting Zheng Yu was a kind gesture? It was actually a trap. My god, there's so much going on behind the scenes. But how do you know all this? When questioned, the man revealed a strange smile and said, Because I'm Li Feng's younger brother. Huh?
After saying those words, the person who claimed to be Li Feng's younger brother vanished without a trace. Wuzong had heard the entire conversation. While feeling a sense of pity, he also noticed many people gossiping about how Li Feng had snatched resources away from Zheng Yu. No wonder Zheng Yu entered the nightmare level abyss. He was trying to seek justice for himself. If you ask me, that was just stupid. Even without the subsidies, he still has an S-rank talent. Wouldn't it be better to just stay alive? Wait, he isn't even dead yet. Why are you all so sure that Jung Yu is doomed? Heh, take a look at who that is. Huh? Isn't that the monk who went in with Jung Yu? Why is he here? He must have bailed out early. He risked the penalty for a forced withdrawal just to be here. If he's out, how could Jung Yu possibly still be alive? But what if? There are no ifs. If Jung Yu manages to clear it, never mind, clearing it is way too unrealistic for him. Even if he somehow stays alive, I'll stand on my head and go at a 5-speed electric fan. But honestly, if I were Jung Yu, I wouldn't have let my temper drive me into a nightmare-level abyss. He's just too hot-headed. What other choice did he have? Didn't you hear? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, who is not only the Minister of the Resource Department, but also the son of Li Chunggong from the Central District. His connections are massive. Li Chunggong? That level 65 flame warrior? Yeah, that's him. Whoa, I had no idea Li Feng had that kind of background. Exactly. So it's not just resources that were stolen from Jung Yu, but his entire future. Otherwise, why do you think Li Feng came all the way to our Jiangshui city? Just to steal resources? Probably not. That would be too blatant. It's likely a coincidence Li Feng didn't awaken an S-rank talent. And right then along comes Jung Yu, an S-rank who just happens to have the trash class of summoner. I guess you could just say Jung Yu is unlucky. Man, what a pity. The gossiping of the crowd not only reached Wuzong's ears, but was also heard by Li Feng. Brother Fang, should I go teach them a lesson for running their mouths? The crew-cut youth beside Li Feng asked. Li Feng shook his head. He wasn't particularly worried about these rumors. He wouldn't be staying in Jiangshui City for long anyway. Once he left, the gossip would eventually die down. Snatching Jung Yu's resources was his idea. Originally, his father Li Nan had rejected it. But with his mother's help and the leverage her family applied, his father ended up just casually mentioning it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and the whole thing was settled. Not only did they successfully secure the resources, but they even obtained regional approval, making the whole thing seem less like theft and more like a legitimate acquisition. It was mainly because Jung Yu was a summoner that everything became so simple. Just then, Li Feng spotted Wuzong sitting in the corner. As luck would have it, Wuzong was looking at him too. Li Feng walked over to Wuzong with a smile. Wuzong retorted testily, "The guy's already dead. Why are you coming to me? To humiliate me for betraying the team," though he didn't agree with Jung Yu's actions. He looked down on Li Feng just as much for stealing others' resources. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I don't have the right to humiliate you. After all, I didn't have the guts to enter the nightmare-level abyss either. I just came to remind you that there are some things you should say, and some things you shouldn't." Wuzong laughed bitterly. "You think I'm the one who started these rumors? Who else?" Li Feng assumed that the only people who could know these things were Jung Yu and his teammates, and right now only Wuzong fit the bill. Whether you said it or not, just remember it, so you don't bring trouble upon yourself. Faced with this threat, Wuzong hesitated, but eventually swallowed the sharp, unpleasant remark he had prepared. Jung Yu was already dead. There was no point in him yelling at Li Feng now. He just felt curious about one thing. "I want to know, when you invited Jung Yu originally, were you really trying to get him killed?" Wuzong asked very bluntly. He hadn't actually expected a real answer. He just wanted to disgust Li Feng a little. Li Feng sighed and said, "I don't know why it's been rumored that way, but I was genuinely inviting Jung Yu at the time. It was meant to be a form of compensation for him. After all, his strength really was worthy of being my teammate. But there's no chance now. He chose to throw his life away, so don't blame me for it." Wuzong actually found himself half believing Li Feng. "I just don't understand. With your background and such an incredible grandfather, you should have endless resources. Why would you steal from Jung Yu?" Li Feng replied with a straight face, "Steal? Everything was fair and legal. It went through provincial review, and they determined that my potential was higher than Jung Yu's, which is why the resources were granted to me." Li Feng didn't answer Wuzong's question directly. He couldn't exactly say that the S-rank resources provided by the state were so abundant that they drove people crazy, could he? Or that most powerful, well-connected families did the same thing. While this was an unspoken rule in their upper-class society, it was a secret that could never be shared with someone like Wuzong. If you say it out loud, you end up dead fast. Fair and legal. Wuzong mumbled the words. Is it fair? No. Is it legal? Ironically, it really is, goddammit. Wuzong felt sick. On one hand, he felt he knew the truth that others didn't, but couldn't talk about it. On the other, he was deeply saddened by Zheng Yu's death. Watching Wu Zong hang his head in silence, Li Feng scoffed. He could see that people like him were tough on the outside but really just cowards. However, just as Li Feng was about to leave, and while Wu Zong was sighing and everyone was lamenting the injustice of the world, a notification hit like a bombshell. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clear time record for the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level. Clear time 7 hours, 18 minutes, 11 seconds. Leader, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Qin Qingyu, Assassin. Member Wu Zong, Monk, will receive no rewards and will be penalized for forced withdrawal due to abandoning the post. The remaining members receive rewards, professional experience plus 5,000, one historical record gift pack, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level, and the historical record holder title, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level version, X1. Silent. No one spoke. Some people kept opening and closing the notification, trying to confirm if they had misread it. Did the system glitch? Someone broke the silence to ask. No one answered him. The only response was the sound of gasps echoing through the air, followed by cries of disbelief. My God! The system certainly wouldn't glitch. This is the temple, after all. The temple that hasn't made a single error in dozens of years. That's why many people thought something was wrong with them instead. How is this possible? Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare level abyss. A summoner, leading 4 nobodies, cleared the Nightmare level abyss? Are you joking? At first, they didn't believe it. Not until a brand new column of data appeared on the records leaderboard in the center of the Cold Street Abyss main hall. Clearance data officially recorded by the temple. Cold Street Abyss Nightmare difficulty first clear record. Summoner Tao Qian, Monk Wenren Qingyu, Assassin Ke Ying, Assassin. Cold Street Abyss Nightmare difficulty completion time 7 hours 18 minutes 11 seconds. Clearance team Zheng Yu, Summoner Monk Wenren Qingyu, Assassin Asin. Although Zheng Yu and his team hadn't been teleported out yet, the records don't lie. This summoner, whom everyone had written off, actually cleared the Nightmare Abyss. I feel like I am dreaming, someone said. Someone said, me too, it feels so unreal. Is Zheng Yu really just an S-rank talent? That is not the point. I want to know, is Zheng Yu actually a summoner? I thought summoners were the weakest class. How did he clear the Nightmare Abyss? Who knows? Anyway, no one had any faith in Zheng Yu before. It is not about having faith anymore. I remember someone saying that if Zheng Yu survived, they would stick their nether parts into a 5-speed electric fan. Now he has not only survived, but also cleared the Nightmare Abyss. Come on, time to pay up. I said he had to survive, I didn't say he had to clear the Nightmare Abyss to do it. What is the difference? He survived either way, didn't he? It is different. How is it different? One is just surviving, and the other is surviving in a way that is even more impressive, while slapping all of us in the face. It is a different way of surviving. Since you mentioned that, I actually feel a bit sorry for one person. Who? Li Feng? Li Feng is actually fine. Although he got slapped in the face pretty hard and will face some trouble with resource competition later, he is a Li after all, so we don't need to pity him. You are talking about Wu Zong, right? Look at his face right now. Pfft, pure liver color. I cannot help it, let me laugh for a bit. What an absolute loser. The Nightmare Abyss, and he just threw away such a massive windfall. What do you mean loser? He chose to quit himself, who can he blame? True enough. Their discussion was loud, without any attempt to hide it. It was not an accident, it was deliberate. Compared to envying Zheng Yu, they preferred to watch Wu Zong make a fool of himself. What could have been a huge fortune has now turned to a lifelong regret. Nobody knows what happened inside the Cold Street Nightmare Abyss, but they knew one thing, none of it had anything to do with Wu Zong anymore. Schadenfreude is the ultimate joy. Wu Zong's face was indeed the color of liver. He sat there in a daze, the rapid highs and lows of the day leaving him gasping for air. Sigh. Wu Zong finally could not hold it in and let out a sigh filled with regret and fury. Just one step away. If he had just taken that one step, he could have been on that list, enjoyed the resources, and basked in the admiring gazes of others instead of the mocking ones surrounding him now. If only he had persisted a little longer. Persisted? He suddenly froze. He remembered when Zheng Yu was suppressed by the Cold Street boss, and Tao Qian picked up his monk staff with a resolute look, ignoring all advice to charge in without looking back. He remembered the courage Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu showed, risking their very lives as a gamble. If given another chance, could he really have persisted? Could he really have charged in for his teammates like Tao Qian did? Could he have gambled his life for his own future? No. He knew he was just a coward. He stared at the notification before him. Team member Wu Zong, Monk, has abandoned the mission and will receive no rewards, and shall be subject to the force quit penalty. Abandon the mission, these 4 words, stinging like an insult, made everything go black for Wu Zong as he fainted to the ground. Hey, someone passed out from anger because they didn't get their rewards. Is there a priest here? Give him a heal spell. Someone shouted, deliberately looking for trouble. Better not. If he wakes up now and has to face Zheng Yu when he comes out, how could he possibly handle that shame? That would be too cruel, right? Ha ha ha, that would be cruel. Let me handle such a cruel task. I am a level 10 priest, watch my greater heal. I have been watching the drama all day. Today was really interesting. People truly love to see the world burn. Especially when it comes to such satisfying events, they love to kick someone when they are down. This is what they call positive energy. One group watched the show, one group chattered away, and another had already started a war on the forums. All the old threads trashing Zheng Yu were dug up like graves. Original thread, Zheng Yu has gotten full of himself. He actually refused a team of 4 A-ranked talents. Li Feng has gotten full of himself. He actually dared to steal Zheng Yu's resources. Post 127. Heh, 4 A-ranks are worth nothing. If Li Feng hadn't stolen resources and had his family background, how could he have broken any records? He is just a common thief. Original thread, as the only S-rank talent in Jiangshui City, his actions are baffling. Post 298. Ha ha ha, baffling? He has the ability to clear the nightmare abyss on his own. Did he need Li Feng to carry him? Post 299. It is indeed baffling. What is baffling isn't Zheng Yu's choice, but his strength. Original thread. Detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the simple level Cold Street Abyss in 2 hours and 45 minutes. So, what exactly did you analyze? Post 113. The OP analyzed a bunch of things only to conclude that Zheng Yu cleared simple level by luck. Well, Zheng Yu just cleared the nightmare level. Why don't you analyze what kind of luck that was? Post 1. I can't believe this trash analysis thread actually has over 1,000 replies. Original thread. Rational analysis. Zheng Yu refusing Leaf's invitation is actually a good thing. It proves his powerful self-confidence. Post, damn, it had to be you. Post 18, amazing. Among so many threads, the only one supporting Zheng Yu, and you turned out to be right. It really was powerful self-confidence. Post 19, with powerful strength can one have powerful confidence. OP, you are a man of wisdom. Post 20, stop with the hindsight. This guy is just a troll. I checked his posts. He never follows the trend, just trying to be rebellious. He just got lucky this time. Original thread, coward Zheng Yu, trash summoner pure hate thread, stay out if you don't like it. Post key 4, come on, let's debate. Post, come on out and get roasted. Post cowardly OP, you're the trash, pure roasting looking for a fight. Zheng Yu hadn't even been teleported out yet. In a mere 5 minutes, every forum in Jiangshui City had exploded. It wasn't just the forums. Phones were ringing off the hook at the mayor's office and the office of Li Nan, the Minister of Resources. An emergency late-night meeting was called at the Jiangshui City Mayor's office. Meanwhile, the news had also reached their neighbor, Shangyu City. Shangyu Mayor Zhang Zhan looked at his secretary nervously. The secretary shook his head and said, Zheng Yu didn't pick up the phone. Zhang Zhan nodded and said, that means he hasn't left the abyss yet. He stood up, lit a cigarette, pondered for a moment, and said to his secretary, send people to Jiangshui City immediately and block the entrance for me. Send Chai Fang, he is fast, he can get from Shangyu to Jiangshui in 2 minutes. You must secure this genius for me. If Jiangshui City doesn't want him, then we in Shangyu will take him. This massive fortune, our Shangyu City will accept it.
There is competition among professionals. They compete for resources, they compete for rankings. It is the same between cities. Shangyu City and Jiangshui City have long been rivals. In the Jiangnan province, they are consistently ranked at the very bottom. Because they lack high-quality talent and their output of professionals is insufficient, the funding from above is also inadequate. With backward equipment, poor medical care, and lagging education, even fewer people come, ultimately creating a vicious cycle. If there are no accomplishments soon, his position as mayor might really be in jeopardy. What gave Zhang Zhan a headache was that today, there were still no professionals with good talent. Then, he discovered Zheng Yu. Because he had been keeping a close eye on the situation in Jiangshui City, he was naturally well aware of Zheng Yu's situation. an S-tier talent professional whose resources had been snatched away. And the one who snatched his resources was the grandson of Li Chenggong. When an ordinary person runs into this kind of thing, they can only back down. Trying to take the resources back? That is impossible. The most important thing is that Zheng Yu isn't even an average citizen. He has no parents. His grandfather just passed away. He lives in the slums. After understanding who Zheng Yu was, he realized that this might be an opportunity. Even if he is just a summoner, it is worth a gamble. Just as he was hesitating, Zheng Yu broke the record for the simple level Cold Street Abyss, which only strengthened his resolve. However, he was still slightly hesitant, because he learned that the provincial authorities had already approved the transfer of Zheng Yu's subsidy eligibility to Li Feng. There was nothing he could do to change it. After a night of struggling, just as he was about to give up, he received the shocking news that Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare level abyss. He practically launched himself out of his chair. Then he summoned his secretary to apply for resources immediately and called the resource department of Shangyu City to discuss countermeasures, determined to recruit this genius Zheng Yu. But Zheng Yu has already cleared the nightmare level abyss. Even if Zhou Yun is snobbish, he knows what's at stake, right? He probably won't just let him go to us. Someone raised a question. Let. Who said anything about him letting us? Aren't we going to poach him? Do we need his permission? But the problem is the price we offer won't be much higher than Zhou Yun's, and they have Linan's support. If Linan offers extra resources to appease Zheng Yu, we won't have an advantage. That is indeed a problem. Poaching him won't be easy, because a professional capable of clearing a nightmare-level abyss has limitless potential. Not to mention, Zheng Yu didn't just solo it, he cleared the abyss while carrying 4 dead weights. This kind of talent and combat ability is enough for a mayor to put aside his ego and go personally appease Zheng Yu. Zhang Zhan smiled and said, "It's not as pessimistic as you think. I think there is a high probability that we can recruit this genius." Zheng Yu is not the type to swallow his pride. He posted that announcement clearly to vent his dissatisfaction with Zhou Yun. If he had no other options, he might have temporarily endured it for the sake of resources. But once he has a choice other than Zhou Yun from Jiangshui City, he will definitely not choose to reconcile. Zhang Zhan analyzed this with an expression of someone who understood Zheng Yu well. I know the type of person Zheng Yu is. He rejected Li Feng to his face, issued a public notice to mock Mayor Zhou Yun, and entered the nightmare-level abyss to slap the face of the Jiangshui City Resource Department. People like him shouldn't be provoked, but they are actually the easiest to get along with, because we know exactly what he needs. Zhang Zhan was confident. As long as nothing unexpected happens, by offering this gesture of goodwill, Zheng Yu will have the opportunity and the leverage to reject Zhou Yun's attempts at appeasement. At that moment, a member of the Human Resources Department knocked and entered the office. "Mayor Zhang, we checked, and there is indeed an issue with Zheng Yu's household registration. His parents disappeared years ago, and the so-called grandfather was just a scavenger who found Zheng Yu. There is no blood relation." Zhang Zhan asked, "So Zheng Yu doesn't belong to Jiangshui City?" Not only that, he doesn't even have a registered resident. No residence, a blacklisted person? Not exactly, it's just been shelved. You know, those procedures are actually quite difficult. They couldn't prove his relationship with his grandfather, but they couldn't deny him schooling either. So it could only be handled once Zheng Yu turned 18. So it's not done yet? No. Good, that's excellent. I can only say that heaven is helping my Shangyu City. If it weren't for Linan, Zhou Yun wouldn't have given up on Zheng Yu. After all, compared to an S-tier summoner, Linan and his family are more worth currying favor with. That is what led to this genius Zheng Yu being overlooked. Hurry up and handle the procedures, get all of Zheng Yu's paperwork sorted, and make him a citizen of our Shangyu City right now. By the way, there are a few other things. Go take care of them. Jiangshui City First High School Office. Take these back. I don't want them. Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Cheng, looked at the mayor's secretary with an expressionless face and refused without hesitation. The secretary looked at Zhang Cheng with a smile. The smile was professional, but the words he spoke were icy. "Teacher Zhang, you'd better think carefully before you speak. If you take these resources, just act as if nothing happened, and you'll be the director of First High next year. But if you don't, what if I don't? At worst, you just fire me." Zhang Cheng replied dismissively. "This isn't the first time. You all like to tamper with subsidized resources before, but those were B tier or C tier. Now it's just S tier. It's all the same. My conscience can't take it." Zhang Cheng pointed to his clean desk and the box of belongings beside it. Clearly, he had already prepared to leave. It wasn't just because of this incident with Zheng Yu. This was a long-accumulated resentment. Heh. The smiling tiger secretary snorted, "Since Teacher Zhang has made up his mind, then I can only say I'm sorry." Just as the secretary was about to take back the gift he had prepared for Zhang Cheng, a notification appeared before them. Both of them were instantly stunned. They performed the same sequence of actions, closing the notification, reopening it, rubbing their eyes, widening them, and opening their mouths slightly. It couldn't be helped. Almost every professional who received this news reacted the same way. It was an instinctive reaction of disbelief. The secretary was baffled. What is going on? Jung Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss? Jung Yu? Is it the same Jung Yu we were just talking about? This is wrong, this is wrong. Oh no, this is going to be a disaster. The secretary sensed something with keen awareness, because all the work he had been doing lately was based on the plan that Jung Yu would die in the nightmare level Cold Street abyss. He had never once imagined that Jung Yu would clear the nightmare level abyss. It's all messed up. Everything is in chaos. Because the first thing he thought of was the issue with Jung Yu's household registration. Certain reasons led to Jung Yu being blocked. It wasn't that the government couldn't process it, but rather that by blurring his registration, the subsequent impact of Li Feng snatching Jung Yu's resources would be neutralized. But now, that has become the most troublesome issue. Damn it. The politically savvy secretary couldn't care about etiquette and was about to turn and leave, but was called back by Zhang Cheng. Leave the item. What? I said leave the items. Weren't these for me? Zhang Cheng had changed his mind. He wanted these resources to give to Jung Yu as compensation. The secretary had no time to argue with Zhang Cheng. He had to go and do damage control immediately, so he left the resources and quickly left the school. Looking at the resources before him, Zhang Cheng's previously heavy heart instantly lightened. I didn't expect that after years of swallowing my pride, the one time I finally stand up for myself, I'd strike it lucky. A professional who cleared a nightmare-level abyss is my student. Zhang Cheng felt very proud. Even though he knew he couldn't stay in Jiangshui City anymore, he had no regret. Just then, his phone rang. Hello? He didn't know who was calling. Hello, is this Jung Yu's teacher, Zhang Cheng? Yes, it is. Would you be interested in coming to teach at our Shangyu City? Before Jung Yu had even left the abyss, dark undercurrents were already swirling outside on his account. Shangyu City was eager to poach talent and was already in the process of reapplying for resources for Jung Yu. The troublemakers were there for the spectacle, and the Jiangshui City Forum had never been this lively. As for Jiangshui City itself, it remained deathly silent. Meanwhile, Jung Yu was in the transmission space, looking at his reward. You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss at the Nightmare difficulty and received the Cold Street Treasure Chest Nightmare and 15,000 professional experience point. Congratulations! You have received the first clear reward for the Cold Street Abyss at the Nightmare difficulty. You have received the Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack Nightmare and 15,000 professional experience points. 1 clearance reward. 1 first clear reward. 2 nightmare grade treasure chests from a level 1 abyss meant 2 pieces of platinum tier equipment, plus the record-breaking reward I was notified about before the transmission. That makes 3 sets of rewards in total. A grand total of 45,000 experience points. It takes 11,000 experience to go from level 10 to 11, so Jung Yu estimated that 45,000 would at least get him to level 13. This feels great. As expected of a nightmare grade abyss, the rewards are truly satisfying. However, since he was still in transmission, he couldn't claim the rewards just yet. As the dizzy sensation faded, Jung Yu and his group finally emerged from the abyss. Jung Yu and the others are out. You know, Jung Yu is actually quite handsome. Are you getting love-struck? Don't even think about it. Didn't you see those 2 beauties with him? They look way better than you. Damn, a nightmare grade abyss. This haul is going to make him a fortune. And it was a first clear of a nightmare grade abyss, complete with the abyss record reward. I don't even want to imagine how insane those rewards must be. Isn't that way better than the resources Jiangshui City offered? Whether it's better is one thing, but those resources were earned by Jung Yu himself. The government's resources should have gone to Jung Yu, not Li Feng. Principles are one thing, but reality is another. Before Jung Yu cleared the Nightmare Abyss, didn't you also think summoners were trash? Almost 99% of people on the forums thought it was fine to give the resources to Li Feng, but now you're just being a Monday morning quarterback. That has nothing to do with me. Isn't that something the mayor decided? Now I just want to see what Mayor Zhou Yun is going to do about it. They say the resources Li Feng got went through official channels, were analyzed by Jiangshui City's experts who unanimously agreed Li Feng was the most suitable candidate, and even got approval from the provincial authorities. Heh, this is going to be entertaining to watch. Yeah, who would have thought Jung Yu would be so capable and slap those experts right in the face? Experts? A bunch of idiots. I remember those experts saying we should sell our homes that we can't afford to live in just to buy equipment. Is that even human language? They are useless scum who only ruin things. Wait, look, is that the government? Someone's noticed several men in suits and ties standing at the entrance of the Cold Street Abyss, holding briefcases and walking toward Jung Yu. Isn't that Chai Fang? Who's Chai Fang? He's a current professional from Shangyu City, and it looks like he just got promoted to the Minister of the Resource Department. He's at level 42. What is he doing here? What else could he be doing? Poaching talent. Poaching Jung Yu? You think he's here for you? My god, is Shangyu City really that bold, coming to our city to poach an S-tier talent professional? Heh, you should be asking Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City dares to come here. Isn't it because they threw Zheng Yu away like trash? Why are they allowed to toss him aside but not let others pick him up? Let them poach him, it has nothing to do with me anyway. How does it not have anything to do with you? It does, and it matters a lot. What do you mean? Every city has a powerful professional. Ours is Zhou Yun. He was originally from Jiangshui City, but he's been stuck at level 45 for a while now. If Zheng Yu surpasses level 45, he will replace Zhou Yun and become the mayor of Jiangshui City. And what does that have to do with me? The point is that every tier 4 abyss is extremely difficult, but every time an abyss is cleared, the sanctuary provides resource subsidies to the entire urban area surrounding that abyss. Don't you get it yet? That's exactly why every city spends so many resources cultivating professionals. Hit! Someone finally realized the significance of having an S-tier talent professional. Doesn't this mean that if Zheng Yu is poached, every future abyss he clears will have nothing to do with us? Absolutely nothing. That won't do! In all our decades in Jiangshui City, this is the only professional who has cleared a nightmare-grade abyss. This is a sure bet for future awakening. We can't let this golden thigh get away. Some people began to realize the gravity of the situation. They started to get anxious. If it were just about Zheng Yu being strong, it really wouldn't have anything to do with them. They lived in two different worlds and wouldn't have any connection in the future. But now things were different. Zheng Yu wasn't just an S-tier talent. He was the only professional to clear the nightmare-grade Cold Street Abyss in over a decade. He would definitely surpass level 40 in the future. They would benefit from any abyss Zheng Yu cleared. Even if Zheng Yu eats the meat and they only get the soup, even the soup would be like a gift from heaven. Oh no, why isn't anyone from Jiangshui City here yet? Someone saw Zheng Yu starting to talk with Chai Fang from Shangyu City's resource department and became anxious. No, I have to call the mayor. You know the mayor's number? Isn't there a complaint hotline? It doesn't go through. I've tried. What about the petitions office? There's surveillance and the petition box is locked. Do you think that fist-sized padlock is just for show? Do you really think Zhou Yun and Li Nan would bow down? Damn, this is so disgusting. Someone cursed under their breath. Indeed, Zhou Yun chose Li Feng for his own future and threw away Zheng Yu instead. But then again, Li Feng isn't that bad, is he? Li Feng's family is from the Central District. It's obvious he came to Jiangshui City just to snatch the resource quota intended for Zheng Yu. No matter how strong Li Feng is, it has nothing to do with us. Zheng Yu met the professional from Shangyu City, level 42. His class was a second transfer mate. Upon meeting Zheng Yu, the first thing he said was, "Do you want to make Zhou Yun regret this? Come to our Shangyu City and let Zhou Yun endure the blame and insults of all Jiangshui City's citizens in the future. We will help you resolve the issue with the S-tier resource quota." That one sentence struck a chord with Zheng Yu. This Chai Fang, he knows how to negotiate. Because this was exactly the result Zheng Yu wanted. If you take my resources, you have to pay the price.
While Zheng Yu and Chai Fang were discussing the follow-up matters, Wu Zong was watching from afar with envy. He felt very aggrieved and conflicted inside. He didn't envy Zheng Yu. After all, Zheng Yu earned everything through his own strength, and it wasn't Zheng Yu who forced him to quit. Everything was a result of his own wrong choice. What he envied were the three people standing by Zheng Yu's side, Taoch, Wenren Qingyu, and Ke Ying. Just a few hours ago, they were still gathered together eating barbecue, laughing and chatting, but now he could only hide in a corner, watching them with envy. He didn't dare to show his face before Zheng Yu. He felt ashamed, and he didn't know what to say. Apologize? Nothing would work now. When he lost faith in Zheng Yu and chose to quit the abyss, he had already been removed from Zheng Yu's inner circle, and that was a choice he had made himself. In the end, Wu Zong chose to leave silently. He wouldn't be coming to Cold Street Abyss for leveling for the time being. At the very least, he wouldn't dare to return until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and entered the Tier 2 Abyss. Tao Qian had seen the back of Wu Zong as he left. As a friend, Tao Qian felt a bit of pity for him. He had persisted in the martial arts school for 3 years, scrimping on food and drink, just for the chance to walk the path of a professional once more. He had finally grasped the opportunity, only to give it up because of his own choices. What a pity. Tao Qian sighed. Wenren Qingyu, standing beside him, smiled and said they were his own choices. As an adult, one must be responsible for their own choices and pay the price for the results. Actually, he did gain something. At least he reached level 6. That is true. Tao Qian nodded. He wasn't trying to plead for Wu Zong, who had deserted in the face of danger. He was simply lamenting how some people's decisions could affect their entire lives, like his own firm decision to support Zheng Yu. To be honest, when he first supported Zheng Yu, it was only because Zheng Yu was his good brother. They grew up together, cut class together and struggled together. But he hadn't expected that his firm choice would open up his own path as a professional. You have to realize across the entire Kyushu region, the number of professionals who have cleared a nightmare-grade abyss can be counted on one hand, and now he was one of them. By the way, where is Li Feng? Qi Ying asked with great interest. She couldn't wait to see the look on Li Feng's face. She also wanted to know how Zhongshui City would handle the issue of Zheng Yu's resources being replaced. I don't see him. Maybe he already left? Tao Qian scanned the area but couldn't find Li Feng. If it were me, I would leave early too. I couldn't possibly stay here just to watch Zheng Yu's reaction, could I? Indeed. It was a pity not to see Li Feng. But they saw a large group of people marching in. Is that Mayor Zhou's secretary? Yes, it's him. I've seen him before. A while ago, he even came to our school to give a speech on behalf of Mayor Zhou. Tao Qian frowned. No way. Are they only sending the secretary? Wenren Qingyu also smiled and said, it seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Zhongshui City really has a small stature of mind. Shangyu City has won. Qi Ying asked in confusion, I really don't understand. Do they not care about Zheng Yu at all? That's a professional who cleared a nightmare-grade abyss. Wenren Qingyu analyzed rationally. I guess they've given up on him. The Li family's power and Zheng Yu's future, they could only choose one. Besides, do you think Zheng Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Qi Ying thought for a moment and said, it depends on the level of the apology. Exactly. Given Zheng Yu's temper, Zhou Yun would at least have to write a letter of apology and release it publicly for Zheng Yu to even consider accepting this unfair treatment. But do you think a big mayor like Zhou Yun, a level 45 professional, would do that? So the appearance of Shangyu City gives Zheng Yu a chance to choose, so he doesn't have to fight it out and end up in a messy fallout. Now we just have to wait for things to unfold. Zhou Yun might become a pillar of shame for Zhongshui City. As long as Zheng Yu keeps growing stronger and leveling up, Zhou Yun will be cursed forever by people from his hometown, even his own relatives. In this world, strength is everything. Level in a way represents strength. The higher Zheng Yu's level gets, the more Zhou Yun's decision to cast him out will bring him scorn. Zheng Yu? The mayor's secretary called out urgently. He led his team up to Zheng Yu. First of all, congratulations to student Zheng Yu for clearing the Cold Street nightmare-grade abyss. On behalf of the entire Zhongshui City, we will hold a grand celebration. All citizens of Zhongshui City will celebrate your clearance of the nightmare-grade dungeon. Regarding your S-level subsidy, it was indeed the mayor's office that was in the wrong for not compensating you with the resources immediately. But rest assured, Zhongshui City will compensate you with an additional set of resources. I guarantee it will be no less than the S-level subsidy. The secretary spoke quickly, listing all the compensation he could think of. However, he did not mention at all that Zheng Yu's resources had been snatched away by Li Feng. Before Zheng Yu could speak, Chai Feng spoke up first. Hilarious. Is this the form of compensation you came up with? It's laughable. You really think sucking up to Li Nan will bring you any benefits? Oh wait, it does bring benefits, but only for Zhou Yun. The people of Zhongshui City don't get any benefits at all. Because there were many people watching, Chai Feng said this almost right in front of the young professionals of Zhongshui City. The secretary knew clearly that Chai Feng was intensifying the conflict. The secretary simply ignored Chai Feng and said directly to Zheng Yu, you need to think clearly. You are currently a citizen of Zhongshui City. If you go to Shangyu City, are you trying to moral blackmail me? Zheng Yu shot back before the secretary could finish. No. Or are you saying that if I leave Zhongshui City, it's my loss, not yours? Zheng Yu smiled. He looked at the secretary and said, if you want me to stay, it's not impossible. Agree to my 2 conditions. What conditions? The secretary asked. Chai Feng, standing to the side, also looked at Zheng Yu nervously. First, return the resources given Li Feng to me, completely intact. Second, I want a public apology from Zhou Yun and Li Nan. The secretary fell silent. Zheng Yu's demands were actually the most basic requirements, but he knew this was impossible. The secretary explained desperately, you should understand that the process for Li Feng receiving these resources was perfectly reasonable, and there's no fault to be found in the procedure. So you're implying that there's something wrong with me? No. I'm just asking you, were these resources originally mine? Zheng Yu asked. The secretary fell silent. All right, no answer, no problem, because you can't make the call. Then go back and tell Zhou Yun if he agrees to these 2 conditions, I won't leave. Jung Yu shrugged, then said, "You see, I'm not being aggressive. I'm not even asking for extra compensation. I only want the most basic things, the resources that belong to me and an apology. But you cannot satisfy me. So, was it really me leaving Zhongshui City, or were you the ones forcing me out?" The secretary had nothing to say. The secretary was speechless. Because, after all, they were the ones in the wrong. The negotiations collapsed completely, and there was no room for any maneuvering, because it was impossible for Zhou Yun to apologize. As a city mayor and a level 45 professional, how could he possibly apologize to a rookie summoner? Even if this summoner had just cleared a nightmare-level abyss that hadn't been recorded in over a decade, it wasn't enough to make a mayor issue a public apology. In this world, strength is everything. Zhou Yun's level 45 status is the source of his arrogance and his capital. Even if I have potential, I must translate it into real strength before I can claim any fairness. If even Zhou Yun couldn't apologize publicly, Li Nan certainly wouldn't. As for the resources, they couldn't be reclaimed either. Zhou Yun used those resources to bribe Li Feng to secure a spot in the Li family faction. Asking for them back would mean offending both sides. Between the Li family and Zheng Yu, he could only choose one. And naturally, he wouldn't choose Zheng Yu. A perfect solution. It doesn't exist. The secretary knew this well. Having served many mayors, Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and opportunistic professional he had ever seen. The secretary looked at Zheng Yu, sighed, and dropped the official tone, saying, "If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't accept it either, but from Zhou Yun's perspective, I wouldn't back down either. So I can only hope you don't achieve much in the future, otherwise, I'll end up getting berated just like Zhou Yun." At the end of the day, it was just the secretary's job. The secretary left with his people. After exchanging contact information with Chai Feng, Zheng Yu left the Frost Street Abyss Hall with Tao Qian and the others. Zhongshui City Mayor's office. Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned of Zheng Yu's two demands from the secretary. Seeing that Li Nan was silent, Zhou Yun took the initiative to say, "That brat Zheng Yu thinks that just because he got lucky clearing a nightmare-level abyss, he can start making demands of me. He has a long life ahead, but I don't believe a summoner like him can achieve anything great." Li Nan puffed on his cigarette and said indifferently, "You can't say that. Clearing a nightmare-level abyss is no mere stroke of luck. However, a stage 1 abyss, even if it is nightmare level, is still just a beginner's trial. In our central district, there are countless geniuses who have cleared nightmare-level abysses. It's only rare in a backwater town like this." A backwater town? Zhou Yun wanted to retort. While Zhongshui City wasn't on par with a capital like the central district, it certainly didn't deserve to be called a backwater. Li Nan didn't notice Zhou Yun's subtle expression and continued, "I won't interfere with your choices, but remember, Li Feng is my only son." "Don't worry, Minister Li, I understand." "Good." Li Nan snuffed out his cigarette and left Zhou Yun's office. The moment Li Nan left, Zhou Yun's forced smile turned gloomy. At his level, without enough raw strength to keep climbing, he had to pick a side. Li Nan's arrival in Zhongshui City was the best opportunity for him. Picking a side and joining the Li family faction meant more than just political protection. It meant priority in forming parties. After decades of development, a certain group had monopolized the rights to these abyss runs. This right was essentially the authority to form groups. It was known as a faction. The difficulty of Stage 4 abysses made having high-end team compositions incredibly expensive, so most powerful professionals joined factions to solidify their status. Only members of the same faction had the chance to form groups with top-tier teammates. This was the most crucial condition for clearing deep-level abysses. And in the whole Kyushu region, there were only a few major factions, among which the Li family faction, led by the level 65 Li Chunggong, was a prominent one. Compared to the resentment of an S-rank talented summoner, joining the Li family faction was far more important. Nothing mattered more than increasing one's own power. As for why Li Nan doted on Li Feng so much, it wasn't just because he was his only son. It was about status within the family. In a family of the Li's caliber, social hierarchy was extremely rigid. For Li Nan to fight for a higher position and become a pillar of the faction, he needed not only his own strength, but also for his offspring to perform well. Clearly, Li Feng, with only A-rank talent, was Li Nan's weak spot. And the fact that he had only one son wasn't because of affection, but because he had no other options. He was likely trying to find upgrade resources for Li Feng without relying on family assets to consolidate his position. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and picked up the phone. "Secretary Wang, have the Human Resources Bureau flag Zheng Yu's household registration." He wants to go to Shangyu City, right? Just make sure he can't go. Mayor Joe, I might not be able to flag it. What? You can't? Why? The secretary explained, Zheng Yu isn't even a registered resident of Jiangshui City. His grandfather was just a scavenger living off the grid. He has never had official residency records. Then how did he attend school? Because he had excellent grades and was top of his class at the first high, so. Zhou Yun understood. The school had ignored his lack of residency just for the sake of his performance scores. What is everyone being paid for? Zhou Yun was fuming. Right, that teacher of Zheng Yu's, Zhang Cheng was it? Get him out of the school immediately. The secretary paused and replied, Zhang Cheng has already left for Shangyu City. Why can't you handle even such a small task? Do I have to worry about everything? A bunch of useless idiots. Zhou Yun couldn't help but curse. The secretary felt wronged. Throughout the government, he was the one who worked the hardest, cleaning up the mess and covering for everyone else every time something went wrong. And you aren't even going to ask whose fault it was that things reached this point. Just sitting there shouting at me? A sudden impulse to just quit washed over the secretary. All right, what's done, just leave it be. It's just a new professional. Issue a notice that I will enter a Stage 4 abyss in Jiangshui City soon. When I clear it, all city professionals will get a bonus. By then, nobody will remember who Zheng Yu is. As for his future, he's just a summoner, he has no future anyway. Zhou Yun still insisted on believing that Zheng Yu had only cleared the nightmare dungeon by luck. He didn't believe that Zheng Yu could truly threaten his future status. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Besides, he had joined the Li Fanfali faction. His future was bright. What did he have to fear? However, Zhou Yun still let his anger out. He took it out on those so-called experts. Fire those idiots immediately and write an official announcement to all professionals. You know how to frame it. The secretary, despite his lingering resentment, knew he had to keep working. After all, he had a family to feed. Understood. Downplay the Zheng Yu incident, make absolutely no mention of Li Feng or Minister Li Nan, pin the blame on the experts, bring up their past scandals to distract everyone, and then silence them. He was very familiar with this routine. Good, get it done. Thanks for your hard work. Zhou Yun offered a final word of appreciation. Jiangshui City might survive without Zhou Yun, or without Zheng Yu, but it definitely could not function without Secretary Wang. Jiangshui City slums. Zheng Yu's house. Tao Qian walked into Zheng Yu's home, took an ice cream from the fridge and asked, "You want one?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Just have one." "No thanks. You haven't frozen enough in the Frost Street abyss? You just got out and you're already eating ice cream? How about you two? Want some?" Tao Qian asked Wenren Qingyu and Ke Ying, who had followed Zheng Yu home. Wenren Qingyu shook her head. Ke Ying asked curiously, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like yours?" Tao Qian fetched some water like she owned the place and sat on the sofa. "I've been his neighbor since he first moved to Jiangshui City. I know this place like the back of my hand." Zheng Yu nodded, implying this was completely normal. "Let's talk business." Zheng Yu put his phone down. "I talked to Chai Fong about a few things. Shangyu City has already transferred teacher Zhang Cheng, and you guys are next. I'm not sure, were you two originally from Jiangshui City?" Zheng Yu asked Wenren Qingyu and Ke Ying. Wenren Qingyu shook her head and said no. "Then once you reach level 10, come to Shangyu City. There are 2 Stage 2 abysses there. We can work on the strategies when you arrive." "Okay." Ke Ying answered eagerly. This meant Zheng Yu agreed to keep carrying them. This was a massive opportunity. Even though they were just tagging along and wouldn't get a fair share of the rewards, the gains from a high difficulty abyss cleared by Zheng Yu were still far better than what ordinary people could ever dream of. Comparing the two was like comparing heaven and earth. Wenren Qingyu asked worriedly, "But the difficulty of a Stage 2 abyss is far greater than Stage 1. Will it be okay for you to keep carrying us?" "It will." Zheng Yu didn't say anything more. His 2-word promise was enough to put their minds at ease. Zheng Yu needed teammates who were obedient like them. He had previously asked Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and Ke Ying about their rewards, and they only received an abyss chest for the historical record. The reward for the server first clear was a box containing a random gold tier piece of equipment. The reward for clearing the nightmare level was a choice of any gold tier weapon for any class, provided it was produced by the Frost Street Abyss. Their experience reward was also 3 times lower than Zheng Yu's. In other words, the Sanctuary distributed rewards based on combat performance and contributions within the Abyss. However, even these reduced rewards were enough to make others green with envy. Actually, you don't have to wait for us. Seeing the 15,000 experience points from the rewards, it's enough to get us to level 10. Tao Qian said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's claim the rewards and open the chests. Zheng Yu was also looking forward to it. After all, it was his first time clearing a nightmare-level abyss. He had been looking forward to a box guaranteed to drop platinum-tier equipment for a long time. Claim rewards. Zheng Yu directly claimed all 3 rewards. Historical Record Reward, 15,000 Professional EXP, 1 Historical Record Gift Pack, Frost Street Abyss Nightmare Grade, and 1 Historical Recorder Title, Frost Street Abyss Nightmare Grade version. First Clear Reward. Frost Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack Nightmare Grade 15,000 Professional EXP. Nightmare Grade Clear Reward. Frost Street Treasure Chest Nightmare Grade 15,000 Professional EXP. First 45,000 experience points landed instantly. Congratulations, level up. Level ELV 10 to LV 400 26,900 more EXP required for next level. Health 2,250 including to 50 from gear. Mana 340 to 370 including 150 from gear. Intelligence 16 to 161 including 35 from gear. Strength 20 to 26 including 2 from gear. Agility 16 to 19. Remaining free attribute points. Just as Zheng Yu had calculated, he jumped 3 levels, reaching level 13. The increase in health and free attribute points meant he had more talent points to evolve his summoned beasts. What should I choose for my 3rd summoned beast?
Zheng Yu was in no rush to choose his summoned beast. He opened the record-breaking gift pack first. It is said that this gift pack always rewards a top-tier platinum weapon, which made Zheng Yu quite expectant, as he was currently lacking a decent weapon. He opened the gift pack. A flash of colorful light shimmered across the panel. You have opened the record-breaking gift pack for the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare difficulty. Detected that your class is Summoner, the prize pool has been locked to the Staff series. Congratulations, you have obtained the weapon Cold Prison Staff Level 10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations, you have received 10 Reinforcement Stones, 10 Forging Stones, 100 Ice Stones as material, and 10 Health Potions that restore 5,000 HP. A staff right away? Zheng Yu looked pleased. He had originally considered using an equipment forger to change it into his own weapon if he got something else, but he hadn't expected the pack to be this user-friendly and provide a staff directly. Though when he thought about it, it made sense, because Tao Qian and his group had a selectable golden weapon pack, allowing them to choose a weapon for their own class. There was no reason for him, the one with the highest performance, to miss out. A transparent staff crafted from ice crystals appeared in Zheng Yu's inventory. Cold Prison. Seeing the name, Zheng Yu thought of the god of the cold prison who had cursed Xiao Qi. This staff should be the strongest weapon in the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu looked at the stats of the Cold Prison Staff. Weapon, Cold Prison Staff. Required level, 10. Required occupation, Staff Mastery. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence plus 150, Casting Speed plus 50%, Skill Damage plus 10%, Ice Damage increased by 150%. Equipment Effect. Every time you cast 3 skills, you automatically trigger the Cold Prison ability, which locks onto enemies with powerful Ice-type energy, dealing 3,000 fixed ice damage and freezing them. Forging. Reinforcement. 0. Refining. 0. Runes. No runes embedded. Not bad at all. Zheng Yu was very satisfied with this staff. The 150 intelligence bonus alone was great, considering Zheng Yu's current intelligence was only 161. Subtracting the 10 intelligence from the novice staff, it was almost the same as the intelligence boost from this Cold Prison staff. Not only that, but the skill damage and ice damage bonuses. For a summoner, skill damage meant the damage of summoned beast skills, which was a huge boost. However, the casting speed wasn't very useful for Zheng Yu. The equipment effect was also surprisingly powerful. After every 3 skills cast, it added a crowd control skill with fixed damage. Summoned beasts casting skills could also trigger the Cold Prison staff effect. As for forging, reinforcement, refining, and runes, they were all at 0. Equipment of platinum grade or higher can be cultivated in 4 aspects. Forging requires forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as the ice stones from the Cold Street Abyss. Forging stones are obtained by dismantling equipment. This process increases basic stats, alters attributes, and adds elemental power. Reinforcement requires reinforcement stones and attribute materials. It comes from Stage 2 Abyss runs and higher, and increases the armor-piercing damage of weapons or defensive stats of gear. Refining requires core stones and attribute materials. This comes from Stage 3 Abyss runs or can be bought directly from the Sanctuary, and it improves the quality of the weapon. Runes come from Stage 4 Abyss runs or can be bought from the Sanctuary. They carry powerful additional effects. A god-level rune is comparable to the forbidden spell of a mage. All of these can be purchased at the sanctuary. The prices are generally very expensive, but no matter how expensive the materials are, there will always be someone willing to invest in them. A level 10 professional with a fully cultivated piece of platinum gear could breeze through stage 2 without much trouble. Treasure chests also consistently provide some reinforcement stones and forging materials. Zheng Yu swapped out his novice staff for the cold prison staff, and his overall intelligence jumped to 301. Next, Zheng Yu opened the remaining 2 Nightmare Cold Street treasure chests. You have opened the first clear gift pack for the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare difficulty. Congratulations! You have obtained the Ring Engagement Ring Radiating Resentment Level 10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations! You have received 5 Reinforcement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones as material, and 10 Health Potions that restore 5,000 HP. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Treasure Chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the Summon Beast Equipment Fish Killing Knife Level 10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations! You have received 5 Reinforcement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones as material, and 10 Health Potions that restore 5,000 HP. Oh, not bad. I didn't expect to get equipment for a Summoned Beast. These are hard to come by. If any other professional had gotten this, they'd probably be furious. They can't use it, and they can't sell it. Selling it at a low price would be a waste of its platinum quality. In the level 10 gear category, platinum items aren't even considered the best because they are rarely on the market. Summoned Beast Equipment, Fish Killing Knife, Equipment Level 10, HP plus 5,000, Attack Power plus 350, Equipment Effect. A summoned beast equipped with the Fish Killing Knife will have the exclusive line, "I have been killing fish for 30 years. My heart is as cold as my knife." After speaking, the next 3 attacks will have their speed increased by 100%. Presumably this must be the exclusive weapon for the fish-killing guy, the Cold Corpse. Zheng Yu immediately equipped it onto the Goblin General. Then he looked at the Platinum Ring. Ring Engagement Ring Radiating Resentment. Required level, 10. Required occupation, none. Grade Platinum. Attributes: Intelligence plus 100, Strength plus 100, Mana plus 500. Equipment Effect 1, Spirit Shield. A shield formed by the manifestation of resentment, capable of absorbing 1,000 points of magical damage. Equipment Effect 2, Shield Shatter. When the shield breaks, it deals 2,500 points of fixed damage to surrounding enemies. Forging, 0. Reinforcement, 0. Refining, 0. Runes, no runes embedded. To be honest, the ring's stats were decent, much better than other level 10 equipment. 100 intelligence is very nice. A 1,000 point shield is arguably very high. 2,500 points of fixed damage, you could basically ignore that. Looking at this 1,000 point shield, Zheng Yu recalled videos of professional matches he had seen where a high damage assassin would hit a warrior and only deal a few hundred points of damage. He didn't understand it back then, but now he did. Equipment Suppression. With this resentment ring, ordinary assassins would have a hard time one-shotting him. He put on the ring. Intelligence increased by another 100. With 2 pieces of platinum gear, his intelligence was pushed to 401. He then put on the human skin spider set he got from the boss. His attributes improved across the board. Name you. Title: Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Record Holder, Living Yama. Class: Summoner. Level 13, 26,900 experience points until next level. HP: 7950 from equipment attribute. Mana: 300. Intelligence: 451. Strength: 180. Agility: 20. Remaining free attribute point. Skills: Contract Circle, Summon Beast Berserk, Summon Beast Physique Training, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Training, Beast Space Goblin General, Twin Flame Dragon Snake, Uncontracted. Talents: Demon Contract, Butler's Heart, Companionship, Library Card. Equipment: Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, Ice Crystal Pendant, Engagement Ring Radiating Resentment, Cold Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boot. Summon Beast Equipment: Sharp Blade Tooth, Fish Killing Knife. The 3-piece Human Skin Spider set boosted his health straight to 10,000, but the amount of health he could actually use was only 2,350 points, plus 15 talent points, and the 10 talent points provided by the training dummy. He could sacrifice a total of 320 talent points. Zheng Yu took a glance at the Goblin General. Talent: Tier 4, 500 talent points needed for upgrade. He then looked at the Twin Flame Dragon Snake. Talent: Tier 4, 850 talent points needed for upgrade. One needed 500 points to evolve to Tier 5, and the other needed 850 points to evolve to Tier 5. Still quite a long way to go. To be able to solo a Tier 2 Abyss, a Tier 5 Summoned Beast is essential, although given his current strength, he could clear the Abyss easily anyway. but his goal remains the Nightmare difficulty. Having witnessed the difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare mode, he is even more cautious and wary of the Tier 2 Nightmare Abyss. Fortunately, he has many ways to increase his strength now. Cultivating equipment, nurturing summoned beasts, the third summoned beast, and the 2 Hextech augments awaiting him at level 10. All of these can boost his power. Forging, reinforcing, refining, and runes can all be bought with money. As soon as the resources the Shangyu City applied for him arrive, he can do a bit of upgrading. As for the third summoned beast, Zheng Yu found 4 level 10 summoned beast skill books in the sanctuary. They were the Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat is an assassin-type summoned beast. The War Centaur and Wasteland Wolf are warrior-type summoned beasts. The Rain Butterfly is a support-type summoned beast. Zheng Yu was leaning towards the Rain Butterfly. After the battle with Shao Qi, he realized he lacked sustain and recovery capabilities. The Twin Flame Dragon Snake deals high damage but is very fragile, and casting skills consumes a lot of energy, so he needs a support pet that can provide both protection and energy recovery. The Goblin General has burst damage but is not fast, and the Rain Butterfly happens to be a support pet that can boost group speed. Zheng Yu didn't hesitate and chose the Rain Butterfly directly. He doesn't lack damage output. He chose the Rain Butterfly also because he doesn't need to dump a large amount of talent points into it for now. After all, he plans to save up talent points to upgrade the Goblin General to Tier 5. Early on, there aren't enough talent points to upgrade 3 summoned beasts simultaneously. Resources have to be concentrated on 1 summoned beast. The Goblin General is the best choice. It can tank damage, deal damage, and the Goblin Squad provides great utility, plus it requires fewer talent points to advance. It is almost a perfect choice. Most importantly, of the 3 skills for training summoned beasts obtained after a summoner reaches level 10, each can only be used on 1 pet. Naturally, the Goblin General is the first priority. After level 10, every profession gains mastery skills, allowing players of the same profession to develop different skill styles. For example, warriors get 3 distinct mastery skills: blood health, burst damage, and offense-defense hybrid. Choosing different skills leads to completely different development paths. You can develop them in a hybrid way or develop them comprehensively. It is the same for summoners. They are divided into 3 branches: physical training, skill training, and attribute training. Physical training can be categorized as the giant beast style, focusing mainly on training the summon size, health, and defense. Skill training focuses on the Twin Flame Dragon Snake's development method, including styles like Nuke, Magic Bombardment, Pure Elemental, or Mixed Elemental. Attribute training is the simplest one. It is purely stacking stats. The Goblin General follows the attribute style. The higher the attribute values, the higher its damage. In the past, summoned beasts all followed the attribute style, because resources were limited and pure stat stacking was the simplest method. Of course, you could also follow physical training for the Goblin General to create a goblin with massive size. However, training a summoned beast requires not only various expensive materials but also the sacrifice of other summoned beasts with the same talent. More importantly, it is about the time cost. A huge amount of time and money is required to cultivate a truly perfect summoned beast. This is the obstacle that has hindered the growth of summoners in the past. Because they couldn't be fully developed, summoners couldn't show the true power of their beasts, which meant they couldn't clear the abyss and failed to get high rankings in various competitions. As a result, the summoner became a bottom-tier profession. Talented professionals wouldn't even consider becoming summoners, and without talent, they couldn't cultivate good beasts. In short, a vicious cycle. Zheng Yu first purchased the Rain Butterfly skill book from the Sanctuary shop. Summon Beast, Rain Butterfly. Skill book can be learned at level 10, one-time item. After learning, the book disappears. Summoner professionals can learn it to obtain a cultivatable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000. To be fair, it is a bargain. Skill books are very rare. Zheng Yu has cleared the abyss twice, including once in Nightmare difficulty, and never got a single skill book. Normally, level 10 warrior skills, even the worst Fireblade, cost 200,000 and it is not a fixed price. You need to bid for it at an auction. The final transaction price is usually around 300,000. Warriors are a popular profession, but because of that, all kinds of warrior gear, consumables, and skills are highly inflated. Zheng Yu threw all the unused materials and gear from his storage into the Sanctuary shop. He kept the reinforcement stones and forging stones. The rest, including beginner mage tops, boots, and gloves, were all sold. The Cold Street Abyss also dropped a lot of materials from cold corpses, which he sold to the material merchant. Materials that ordinary players think are useless have great value in the hands of merchants. He made quite a bit of money from various sales. Just the ice stones alone sold for nearly 200,000. Ice blade, 270,000. Since Wenren Qingyu and Keying had gold-tier weapon selection boxes, the previous transaction became unnecessary, so Zheng Yu listed it in the Sanctuary and it was instantly snatched for 270,000. The bloodstained chef hat was bought by a player with a general chef sub-profession for 120,000. A level 5 bone-cutting knife actually sold for 150,000. A pile of beginner gear, a complete warrior 5-piece set, was sold instantly for 100,000. In the Nightmare Cold Street Abyss, beginner gear drops like it is worth it. After one Nightmare Abyss run, he made enough money selling junk to buy a house. Although Tao Qian and the others got less, they still managed to scrounge up 300,000 to 400,000 in total income. And that is without counting the gear they got from opening chests. Tao Qian opened a platinum tier top, a gold tier monk staff, and a gold tier shield warrior shield from the historical treasure chest. Platinum tier gear is definitely not for sale, that is his trump card. The monk staff was obtained from the selection chest. You could say that with this weapon, Tao Qian can no longer be considered just a sidekick. As for the shield warrior shield, my god, 42 million! Tao Qian found the previous transaction price for this shield. Tao Qian's first reaction was pure confusion. No, why would anyone spend 4 or 5 million to buy a level 10 piece of gear?
Don't you notice that a level 20 gold tier shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the sanctuary store. You have to realize, at level 10, gold tier equipment is the best stuff you can find on the market. Platinum tier gear can only be obtained by clearing nightmare level abysses. It's rarely sold, so gold tier equipment is naturally driven up to such high prices. Tao Qian clicked his tongue and shook his head. Damn, there are so many rich people out there. Look at this level 10 platinum tier warrior weapon. The transaction price is 13 million. That's terrifying. You don't understand the world of the wealthy. Zheng Yu recalled the billionaires from his previous life, who would spend millions on a car. The prices of this gear aren't much different from their luxury goods. Oh my god, someone made an offer. A flat 4 million, should I sell it? Tao Qian had just listed the shield in the sanctuary, and someone had already made an offer. Wenren Qingyu analyzed. Shield warriors aren't considered top-tier classes, but many rich guys choose them because they're hard to kill, and the gameplay is simple. You could run an auction. Alright, I'll take your advice. Tao Qian was very open to suggestion. After all, Wenren Qingyu was the most knowledgeable of the four of them. Tao Qian directly rejected the buyout offer. He listed it in the auction house with a minimum bid of 3.4 million, with a duration of 24 hours. I just thought of something. Tao Qian said to Zheng Yu while keeping an eye on the auction price, this one shield is worth millions, so how many gold tier pieces were in the resources Li Feng took from you? A full set. It was Wenren Qingyu who answered him. Tao Qian, how many pieces? A standard set is 6 pieces, gloves, hat, pants, and boots. Hiss. Tao Qian's eyes twitched. Wouldn't those 6 pieces cost at least 20 million? Wenren Qingyu reminded him Li Feng is a warrior. Warrior gear is even more expensive, which means the price for that set would likely double. Li Feng, what a villain. When he finally realized the value of S-tier resources, he started cursing. He finally understood why someone from a family like Li Feng's would fight for resource sources. Their value far exceeded his imagination. Wenren Qingyu explained, because abysses keep appearing and large-scale ones keep expanding. If no one suppresses them, the whole world will be swallowed. Therefore, the government's top priority is to cultivate more professionals. They basically use every resource in the national treasury to nurture professionals with high talent. And that's just the first stage of resources. The second, third, and fourth stages are only going to be better, never worse. You could say that the market price for level 10 gold tier equipment is inflated and doesn't reflect its actual value. It just looks a bit exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded. I see. It was hard to tell if Tao Qian really took it in, as his attention was now entirely on the auction house. People were already bidding on the shield he had just put up. It just goes to show how sought-after level 10 gold tier equipment is. Wenren Qingyu and Ke Ying also obtained their own class gear and auctioned off an extra piece of gold tier equipment each. Wenren Qingyu sold a gold tier ranger's boot. Ke Ying sold a gold tier warrior's armor. Armor isn't nearly as valuable as weapons, but Ke Ying's warrior armor still sold for nearly 4 million. After selling their items, the two hurriedly left Zheng Yu's house to pay back their debts. Every extra day they dragged it out meant more interest. Tao Qian, meanwhile, just lay on Zheng Yu's sofa and started browsing for silver tier equipment. A single gold tier weapon could be traded for a full set of silver tier gear, with plenty of money left over. Tao Qian happily picked out his gear. Zheng Yu went into the other room to start contracting his new summon, Rain Butterfly. The contract took effect. A light blue butterfly with massive wings appeared in the center of the magic circle. Its wings were enormous, spanning over 2 meters. For a level 1 rank 0 summon, this size was quite impressive. Jung Yu didn't know much about the rain butterfly either, because in the past, no summoner had ever chosen the rain butterfly as a summon. I'll probably be able to build it towards Constitution. A giant support butterfly? Jung Yu thought of the Queen Butterfly from the Godzilla movies. If he could really grow the rain butterfly to that level, support, it'd be pure physical dominance. The rain butterfly was beautiful. Even Jung Yu, a straight-laced guy, had to admit that the butterfly's appearance was top-notch. Summon Rain Butterfly. Level 13 scales with the summoner's level. Health 7800. Attack power 1353, 451 summoner intelligence times 3 coefficient. Talent. Rank 20 points away from evolution. Skill I Rain Butterfly Guardian level 13. The Rain Butterfly forms a protective bond with a summon, providing 5412 shield points, 353 butterfly attack power times 4 coefficient. When the shield breaks, it deals 20-30 damage, 353 butterfly attack power times 1.5 coefficient, and helps share 50% of incoming damage. Skill 2 Spirit Butterfly level 13. As a sprite-type entity, the Rain Butterfly possesses rapid recovery capabilities. Passive recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, instantly recover 40-59 health points, 353 butterfly attack power times 3 coefficient. When healing itself, the effect is increased by 25%.
Butterfly Song level 13.
The Rain Butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second to chant. Grants all of the summoners summons 130 agility and 130 movement speed. Summon gear. It's a beast. Jung Yu looked at the Rain Butterfly's stats in surprise. 3 skills. Healing, shields, and speed. It's got everything. But what's actually insane isn't the Rain Butterfly itself, but Jung Yu's absurdly high intelligence, which gives it an attack power of 1353. Both the shield and the heal are in the 4,000 to 5,000 range. With the Goblin General paired with the Rain Butterfly, he has both sustainability and recovery, with the Goblin providing burst damage, while the Butterfly handles damage mitigation. And this is still just rank 1 talent. Jung Yu calculated that getting the Rain Butterfly to rank 3 talent would only require 90 talent points. He immediately sacrificed health points to spend the talent points. Summon Rain Butterfly rank 1 talent evolved into Summon Spirit Butterfly rank 2. Summon Spirit Butterfly rank 2 talent evolved into Summon Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly rank 3. Summon Beast Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Level 13 increases with the summoner's level. HP. Attack power 27-6, 451 summoner intelligence 6 talent tier 3 300 points away from upgrade. Skill I Spirit Butterfly Guard 13. The Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly binds itself to a summoned beast, providing a shield of 13,530 points, 7 of 6. Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly attack power 5 coefficient. When the shield shatters, it deals 5,683 points of damage, 276 Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly attack power 2.1 coefficient, and helps absorb 50% of the incoming damage. Spirit Butterfly 13. As a spirit entity, the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly possesses rapid recovery capabilities. Passive recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, instantly restores 1824 HP. 706 Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly attack power 4 coefficient. When healing itself, the effect is increased by 50%. Skill 3, but Butterfly Song. The Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly consumes 3% of its HP per second to chant. Increases agility and movement speed by 260 points for all of the summoners' summoned beasts. Skill Spirit Nourishment. The Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly transfers its own energy to the summoned beast with the lowest energy, restoring its mental power. The Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly's mental power is increased by 100%. Summoned Beast Equipment. Tier 3 Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly. Not only did it gain an extra Spirit Nourishment skill to provide energy, its attack power has also directly jumped to level 6. The current Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly can cast a shield of nearly 14,000 points and restore 10,000 HP in one go. This is already an exaggerated level of power. The intelligence boost from the Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring has led to a significant increase in these stats. The Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly is massive after advancing to Tier 3. The moment it successfully evolved, Jung Yu immediately pulled it into his summoning space to prevent it from bursting through the ceiling. Inside the summoning space, the giant winged spirit butterfly flapped its wings, greeting the Goblin General and the Twin Flames Dragon Snake. A summoner's summoning space is a vast, free-roaming area. It is not like a real game with separate slots. Inside, all the summoned beasts rest, live, and just space out. Before the giant winged spirit butterfly arrived, the Twin Flame Dragon Snake and the Goblin General barely interacted, which was mainly the Dragon Snake's fault. Even during its Twin Flame Demon stage, Jung noticed that this fire element beast had a rather aloof personality. Not just aloof, but also short-tempered. This meant the Goblin General rarely spoke to it, fearing that the Twin Flame Dragon Snake might just explode. The Goblin General's personality is more like that of a battle-hardened, beer-loving, cheerful uncle. Seeing the giant winged spirit butterfly appear, the Goblin General was quite happy. At least he didn't have to keep facing that grumpy fire snake. As for the Twin Flame Dragon Snake, it acted as if it hadn't seen the butterfly at all and just stayed coiled up, sleeping. Summoned beasts all have their own personalities. They aren't just skills, they are more like lives sealed within skill books. Beyond training their strength and fighting alongside them, I believe one also needs to cultivate bonds and intimacy. That was what Zhang Anchuan wrote in that textbook. As Zheng Yu's level rises, he increasingly feels that the textbook isn't as useless as he once thought. The complexity of the summoner class far exceeds that of other professions. Exiting the summoning space, Zheng Yu opened the Hextech Augment menu. You have 2 pending Hextech augments to claim. Would you like to claim them now? Yeah, claim them. These were the 2 Hextech augments he received when hitting level 10, left unopened until now. Congratulations, you have drawn the 5th augment, Prismatic Expected Wealth. Congratulations, you have drawn the 6th augment, Prismatic Tier Augment Golden Egg. Unexpected Wealth, Prismatic Tier Augment. Gain talent points equal to Summoner level 100, and continue to receive level 100 talent points upon the next 3 level ups. Golden Egg, Prismatic Tier Augment. Gain a Golden Egg. You need to complete 22 Abyss runs to hatch it. After hatching, it provides a large amount of high-quality rewards based on the Summoner's level. Friendly reminder, Hell Tier Abyss runs count as 2 runs. My God. Zheng Yu couldn't help but curse out loud. Double Prismatics. 1 Unexpected Wealth, 1 Golden Egg. Needless to say, getting Unexpected Wealth early on is a dream start. He's level 13 now, so it's not too late. Being able to obtain 1,300 talent points at once. This means the talent points for the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Snake to reach Tier 5 are now covered. As for the Golden Egg, it needs 22 runs. Still a long way to go. Hell Tier Abyss only unlocks in the 3rd phase, so that's also quite far off. However, it's worth the wait. Because the rewards from the Golden Egg will be exceptional. Opening the 2 Augment Rune. You have received Unexpected Wealth plus 1,300 talent points. You have received a Golden Egg. 22 runs left until it opened. Placing the Golden Egg into the inventory. Then, he immediately summoned the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Snake. Begin evolution. Twin Flame Dragon Snake consume 850 points to evolve directly to Tier 5. Summon Beast. Twin Flame Dragon Snake, Tier 4. Talent evolved to Summon Beast, Dual Flame Flood Dragon, Tier 5. A Tier 5 evolution, the Dragon Snake has directly evolved into a Flood Dragon. It has completely shed its serpentine attributes. It gained a new skill, Flood Dragon Breath. Flood Dragon Breath. The Dual Flame Flood Dragon gathers flame energy and exhales a high-temperature breath, dealing 27,706 instantaneous damage, 3958 Dual Flame Flood Dragon attack power, 7 coefficient. Standard explosive fire damage. Combined with Flame Burn and the Twin Head's double damage, Zheng Yu doesn't even dare to imagine how high this damage will be. The biggest change in the Dual Flame Flood Dragon is its form. At Tier 5, the Dual Flame Flood Dragon still has a 2-headed posture, but the 2 snake heads have fully transformed into Flood Dragon heads, and its body is covered in dragon scales. The body remains composed of elemental fire. The attack coefficient increased from Tier 4's 6.0 to the current 8.0. Plus the summoned beast equipment, the Fish Slayer Blade, the attack power has reached 3958. HP didn't increase by much. It's a standard glass cannon fire mage. Huge damage, but fragile. However, with the Goblin General tanking at the front, no one will be able to touch the Dual Flame Flood Dragon. Zheng Yu thought as he looked at the Goblin General. There are 450 talent points left from Unexpected Wealth. He'll directly sacrifice 500 HP from his limit to get 50 talent points, making a total of 500, then evolve it directly. The Goblin General only needs 500 talent points to reach its Tier 5 talent level. That's enough. Summon Beast, Goblin General Tier 4 Talent Evolve to Summon Beast, Goblin General, Heavy Cavalry Regiment Tier 5.
The Tier 5 Goblin General didn't even change its name. The only difference was the addition of a Heavy Cavalry Regiment. No new skills. However, its core skill General's Command has undergone a significant change. Skill V General's Command Heavy Cavalry Regiment. General's Command Heavy Cavalry Regiment. Summons a Goblin army of 26 units. The number increases with level to engage in battle. Army composition: 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Shield Bearers, 1 Goblin Wizard, and 1 Troll Goblin. The summon duration is unlimited, and you cannot summon again until the entire Goblin army is wiped out. Summons a Goblin Heavy Cavalry squad of 26 units. The number increases with level to engage in battle. Squad composition: 26 heavily armored Goblin Wolf Riders. This is a huge win. Zheng Yu was very satisfied with this heavy cavalry regiment. There is a saying that in the era before firearms, having 50 heavy cavalry was impressive, and having 500 gave one the confidence to start a rebellion. 5,000 heavy cavalry, they could sweep through any army. Although he currently only has 26 Goblin Heavy Cavalry in the Abyss, they are an absolute powerhouse for farming monsters. Tier 5 is already this strong. Won't it take flight at Tier 6? Then Zheng Yu took a look at the advancement requirements for the next tier. Goblin General, Heavy Cavalry Regiment, Talent, Tier 5 3,000 talent points left until upgrade. Good. He glanced at the Dual Demon Fire Dragon. Dual Demon Fire Dragon, Talent, Tier 5 5,000 talent points left until upgrade. Good. 5,000 talent point, which means 50,000 in max HP. Actually, it's not bad, because so far in all recorded history no summoner has ever had a Tier 5 talent summon. Tier 5 is already considered the theoretical cap. Level 12 to 13, that's an increase of 400 in max HP. As levels increase, the HP gain will get higher and higher. If I only use the Demon Contract, I can have a Tier 6 summon by level 20. However, at level 15, I can unlock another summon slot, which will also require a stack of talent points. The Winged Spirit Butterfly is still only at Tier 3, Teaskek. Zheng Yu calculated it. His talent points were far from enough. Fortunately, there's also the Windfall. Zheng Yu really liked the Prismatic Grade Enhancement Rune. The upcoming levels 14, 15, and 16 will each grant 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 talent points respectively. Adding those up, a Tier 6 is well within reach. Imagine a level 16 summoner possessing a Tier 6 talent summon. For other professions, that's a dimension-crushing blow. The Rain Butterfly, learnable at level 10, is a Tier 1 talent. The Shadow Monster, learnable at level 15, is a Tier 2 talent. By that logic, if a summoner proceeds step by step, it would take at least level 40 to have a Tier 6 summon. The combination of Demon Contract and the Windfall has completely maxed out his early game. Actually, summoners can improve summon talents in other ways, like the 3 skills from level 10. Consistent training can also improve them. It's just a long process. According to Zhang Anquan's textbook, being a summoner is a profession that can't be rushed and requires patience and time. But in Zheng Yu's hands, it's developing a bit ahead of schedule. After sorting through the loot, feeling a bit excited and not at all sleepy, Zheng Yu had nothing better to do than write a guide. Cold Spring Abyss, Nightmare Difficulty Guide, includes video, images, and detailed explanations. Learn how to clear the Nightmare Abyss step by step. Paid post, 100 gold beans per hour. There were many paid posts on the forum. Guides, gossip, secret news, gear analysis, career development, and even fortune telling. 100 gold beans is 100 yuan. Anyway, since he had time to kill, Zheng Yu had been recording his battles the whole time. Guides with videos and images like this usually sold very well. Zheng Yu dashed off a 10,000-word guide. Once posted, it immediately climbed to the top of the forum's trending list. My god, a Nightmare Difficulty Guide. Is this him personally? Duh, it's got videos and images. Who else could it be? Step by step, meaning if I learn this, I can also clear the Nightmare Abyss? Or one dares to teach, one dares to learn. What's scary is someone actually believes it. Is it the guide I'm missing? I'm missing combat power. Although this guide might be useless to me, I still want to buy it to see. I'm mainly curious about what the complete Cold Street Abyss lore is. I'm more curious about how Zheng Yu, as a summoner, managed to clear the Nightmare Abyss. Because of one guide, the popularity of the Zhongshui City Forum suddenly surged again. The number of purchases rose steadily. Actually, most people bought the guide out of curiosity about Zheng Yu's strength, and some were just looking to find fault. Even though Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare Abyss, many people still believed that luck played a bigger role than skill. Or rather, that Zheng Yu must have found some shortcut. After all, Zheng Yu is a summoner. A summoner known as the weakest class, clearing the hardest Nightmare Abyss. Even a day later, many people still don't believe it. Zhongshui City Martial Arts Hall. Because Wu Zong didn't know that Tao Qian and the others were already level 10, He planned to return to the hall to avoid overlapping team times with them. Other colleagues at the hall looked at him with strange eyes. Nothing malicious, just a bit of schadenfreude. We're all colleagues who haven't managed to walk the path of a professional. If you had really hitched a ride with Jung Yu and cleared the nightmare abyss, we wouldn't be on the same level anymore. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Otherwise, it would be their turn to feel uncomfortable. Wu Zong was actually somewhat used to these stares, because back at the Cold Street Abyss lobby, that's exactly how they looked at him. Even though those people weren't even level 1 and would never have the courage or chance to enter the abyss in their lives, it didn't stop them from enjoying the show. Used to it, Wu Zong consoled himself. Anyway, if I wait a bit longer, I'll still be able to enter the abyss. The only person who didn't look at him differently was Wu Zong's brother, who comforted him. It's okay, if it were me, I would have done the same. That wasn't just comfort. He had also spent all last night browsing the forums. He understood that unless it was a matter of life and death, his brother wasn't the type to run away. Brother, the money, Wu Zong mumbled. Don't worry about it. Pay it back whenever you have it. I'm not in a rush. I've saved a lot of money over the years running the hall. At worst, I'll just get yelled at by your sister-in-law. Besides, you didn't leave empty-handed, didn't you reach level 6? That's still stepping onto the professional path. Yeah, Wu Zong still felt a bit down. Did I step on it? Not really. A true professional counts from level 25. Without Jung Yu, he estimated that it would be hard for him to reach level 25. Hey look, Jung Yu posted a guide. What kind of guide? A nightmare difficulty one, obviously. Useless. I can't even clear the simple difficulty. Nobody wants me in their party. What if there's a chance? Now that you mention it, I am actually interested. It's only $100, no loss in checking it out. Since you put it that way, I'm interested too. Hearing the commotion, Wu Zong and his brother pulled out their phones and saw that the #1 trending post was indeed the guide Jung Yu had posted. Wu Zong's brother bought the post directly. Wu Zong didn't buy it. He was a participant, and he knew exactly how Jung Yu cleared it. A guide? Bullshit guide. Wasn't it just pure brute force? Even if you know the guide, it's useless. You can't even get past the butcher shop owner, the cold corpse, at the entrance, let alone the fish-killing guy and the human-skinned spider later on. My God! But the moment they opened the post, they both exclaimed in shock, because Jung Yu had cheekily put their barbecue party photo on the first page. Right below it was the image of the Goblin General fighting the cold corpse. Jung Yu, Wenren Qingyu, Keiying Taochan, and Wu Zong were all in the picture, smiling brightly, with wine and meat. Wu Zong's brother couldn't help but look at him. Did you guys go on a picnic? What he really wanted to ask was, you were having such a good time, yet you force quit. Fortunately, someone with a keen eye noticed that these were photos from a simple difficulty abyss, because Wenren Qingyu had also posted them on the forum before. Jung Yu posted them purely to stir up trouble and annoy those who had refused to team up with him. Further down, there was the real strategy guide for the Nightmare Difficulty Abyss. It was very detailed, divided into 5 stages. 1. The butcher shop owner Cold Corpse and the fishmonger Cold Corpse. 2. The chef Cold Corpse. 3. The human skin spider. 4. The female corpse in the well. 5. Little Chi with his internal organs gutted. For each of the 5 stages, there were videos and pictures. Jung Yu provided detailed explanations, including how to fend off the human skin spider and how to deal with Little Chi's 2 forms, both the normal and the berserk phases. It was a very serious guide, but the comments below were not very serious at all. Jung Yu actually wants to teach us. I thought it was a post to show off, but I didn't expect Jung Yu to be genuinely making a guide. Heh, you're overthinking it. This is just a post for Jung Yu to show off. Don't tell me you think that even if you follow his guide, you could block the chef Cold Corpse's flying knives or dodge the human skin spider's pursuit? Wait, are summoners this strong? This summoned beast feels even tougher than the SS level warrior I saw the other day. If I met him in real life, I'd say he's amazing, but this is the internet. All I can say is, kid, you're not there yet. This is all you've got? You need more practice. Although these people were just running their mouths online, they could all tell from the videos and records in the post that this Nightmare Difficulty Abyss was genuinely difficult. Jung Yu's summoned beast is truly strong. In the first half of the guide, they could see Jung Yu taking Tauch and the others along, eating and drinking while clearing monsters. But in the second half, once they reached the human skin spider, the difficulty skyrocketed. The terrifying human skin spider, a swarm of cold corpses that gathered almost half the forest. At this point, many who thought they had some skill, thinking that if a summoner like Jung Yu could clear the Nightmare Difficulty Cold Street Abyss, then they could too, but the truth is, they really couldn't do it. In the video, the human skin spider eats a goblin shield bearer in one bite, dealing 6,000 damage. It's incredibly fast, has crowd control, defense, speed, and damage. It's basically the nightmare of any rookie professional, let alone killing the human skin spider. They didn't even have the ability to escape that forest. Is this even a dungeon meant for humans? No wonder no one in Jiangshui City has cleared the nightmare difficulty abyss for over a decade. It turns out it's this hard. Earlier I saw some people on the forum saying Zheng Yu passed the nightmare difficulty abyss by luck. Come out and explain. You call this luck? Luck is a goblin that can deal over 10,000 damage called luck. I can only say that Zheng Yu's summoned beast is ridiculously strong. But I have to say, the nightmare difficulty abyss is truly perverted. This human skin spider has absolutely no weaknesses. Aside from a monster like Zheng Yu, how are other classes supposed to fight it? Hey, you're surprised way too early. You haven't seen anything yet. There's an even bigger boss? The boss is even more twisted. Hiss! The professionals who had finished reading the whole guide started spoiling it. In their eyes, this post was no longer a strategy guide, but more like a first-person narrative story with a plot. From Zheng Yu's perspective, it was a classic power fantasy. And spoilers are just standard for this kind of story. As the guide continued, killing the human skin spider, escaping the cold corpse swarm, and arriving at the unfrozen lake, the real difficulty had only just begun. Zheng Yu described Little Qi as a boss that even I find troublesome. Many people echoed the same lament Wu Zong once made. Who exactly is it that clears the nightmare difficulty abyss? The appearance of the boss Little Qi in the video, the attribute table in the pictures, along with the human skin spider reappearing in its berserk state, the awakened female corpse from the well, and the cold corpse swarm returning from the wood, made everyone who questioned Zheng Yu's strength shut their mouth. As for how to deal with the boss Little Qi, Zheng Yu explained everything with one sentence. Just use raw strength to bash through it. No strategy. Only power. Brother, it really wasn't your fault. Seeing the Cold Street boss crushing Zheng Yu after going berserk, and realizing there was no safe place left in the Cold Street abyss, Wu Zong's older brother finally understood his younger brother. His brother wasn't a coward. He had simply made a correct and rational decision. Anyone else would have made the same choice. Compared to dying, what did that little bit of penalty matter? As for Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and Ke Ying, he could only say that those three were not normal. Public opinion about Wu Zong online also shifted. How should I put this? If it were me, I would have retreated even faster than Wu Zong. Wu Zong actually did okay. He even risked his life trying to dissuade Tao Qian and the others. You could say that normal people would choose to quit, and it's the ones who don't care about their lives that are abnormal, right? But the end result is that Tao Qian and the others got the rewards, while Wu Zong, who made the rational choice, got nothing. Where's the logic in that? Is it rational for a summoner to clear a nightmare difficulty abyss? And isn't it rational for Tao Qian to fight for his brother? If I were Wu Zong, I wouldn't have quit. Heh, giants on the internet, clowns in real life, little cuties who love to watch the chaos. At this moment, Zheng Yu was also reading the comments on the forum post. Seeing that public opinion about Wu Zong was starting to turn positive, he also felt relieved. To be honest, he had no strong feelings about Wu Zong quitting the team. In his view, it was completely normal. Isn't it perfectly rational to ensure your own safety when you encounter danger? Wu Zong was neither a relative nor a friend. Though the 300,000 fee was lower than the market rate, it was a price he had set himself. At the end of the day, it was just a business relationship between a heavy lifter and someone tagging along. There was no animosity. In other words, he could criticize him. Tao Qian could criticize him. But why should those outsiders who love watching the chaos be allowed to criticize him? Zheng Yu posted for two reasons. First, to reply to those keyboard warriors who said he relied on luck or shortcut. Second, to help clear Wu Zong's name. There was no grudge between them, and Zheng Yu didn't care whether Wu Zong quit or not. Either way, the one who would end up regretting it was definitely Wu Zong. He just wanted to tell those outsiders who were mocking him that if they were in his shoes, they might not even have lasted as long as Wu Zong did. The part of the post with the most buzz wasn't the boss fight. It was the section at the end with Little Qi's backstory. Boo-hoo, I didn't expect Little Qi, who looked so terrifying, to have such a tragic background. No wonder Little Qi had such intense resentment. If I had the same experience as him, I'd have even more. So that's how you use an internal organ cake. Got it, I'll try that next time. No way, does someone really think they'd survive long enough to use an internal organ cake? I'm not sure if Zheng Yu is sincere about teaching, but I know some people really believe it. So touching, boo-hoo. I really like that line of Zheng Yu's. Let those villains taste true pain. It has that sense of sweet vengeance. When he stood up to Mayor Zhou Yun earlier, I knew this kid had a tough personality, and damn, I like it. He didn't blame Wu Zong for quitting, and even posted to clear his name. I've become a fan. But some people are going to be uncomfortable. I wonder what Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun will think after seeing this post. They're way up there. Do they even care about this? Fair point.
The post is trending like crazy. It sold over 10,000 copies in almost a single night. It's because not only the professionals in Jiangshui City are buying it, but after hearing that their mayor poached an S-rank genius, the professionals in Shangyu City also curiously checked out the post. After all, Every city treats S-rank professionals like treasures, and they are incredibly hard to poach. And when they found out Jung Yu was a summoner, they got even more curious. Word spread like wildfire. The surrounding cities are all curious about just how strong this summoner named Jung Yu really is. Jung Yu never imagined that a single post would earn him over $1 million after deducting the forum's cut and paying some taxes. He still took home over $700,000. No wonder professionals make so much money. Even a simple post can bring in hundreds of thousands. Jung Yu happily cashed out the money. At number 1 high school, the legend of Jung Yu is being passed around. He had his resources snatched by Li Feng, cleared a nightmare-level abyss in a fit of rage, stood his ground against Linan with pure strength, rejected Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, and went straight to join Shangyu City. After that whole series of events, Jung Yu even gained a bunch of fans. Leaving Jiangshui City and relocating to Shangyu City not only didn't get him criticized, but was actually praised as having backbone. I tried putting myself in Jung Yu's shoes, and if it were me and Li Feng stole my resources, I'd probably just be powerless and throwing a tantrum. I would file a report, hang up banners, and let every professional in Jiangshui City know what happened. Wouldn't that still be just powerless rage? People only throw tantrums when they lack the ability to solve problems, but for someone with the ability, the Shangyu City Resource Department Minister came personally to poach him. Supposedly, it's not just Shangyu City. Some people discovered that Qinan City and Shao City sent people too. Hiss. I just want to know, is Li Feng even comfortable using those resources that belong to someone else? Why wouldn't he be? Anyway, I saw a post that detailed the list of S-rank resource subsidies. Damn, I was so jealous even I was getting red in the face. A full set of gold-grade warrior gear. If I had that set, even I could clear a hard-level abyss.
Hey, stop talking. Li Feng is coming.
My God, why is he at school? Today is the day for third-year students to receive their professional certificates. Tisk, I'm jealous. Professional certificates. They aren't exactly graduation diplomas. They are proof that this student is going to walk the path of a professional. But you can't just get one whenever you want. It requires the principal certification that you have the qualifications to follow this path, and that you can make a living by leveling up and clearing abysses to be issued this certificate. Also, you need to pass an exam. The exam content is politics. It's similar to the civil service exams from Jung Yu's past life. This means that professionals who hold this certificate are eligible to enter politics. Otherwise, if you only have strength but no brains, how could the public safely entrust the position of leading the people to these powerhouses? Students who don't receive a professional certificate must continue their schooling. After all, for 90% of professionals, leveling up is just a way to make finding a job easier. The school will continue to train them for 3 months, including physical training like combat, archery, and movement techniques. They will also teach them professional skills, such as potion making or repairing equipment as sub-professions. If after 3 months they really lack the talent or luck to clear an abyss, they switch to liberal arts and study other subjects. I heard our school only issued 3 certificates this year. Just 3. That's a lot. Do you think professional certificates are easy to get? Once you have that certificate, even if you don't level up, you get a 5,001 monthly base salary. It's an iron rice bowl. So jealous. If Jung Yu were here, that would make 4. Tisk, what a pity. Li Feng naturally heard all the chatter from these people. Because everyone is talking about these things everywhere. You can hear it in the restroom. You can hear it while eating. You can hear it whenever you do anything. Everyone is using Jung Yu to belittle him. Li Feng's expression is complex. There's anger, reluctance, but mostly a sense of grievance. He had thought that by following his father to Jiangshui City, he could get away from those freakish geniuses within the factions and wouldn't be talked about by idle people. That was the kind of life he lived when he was in the Central District. He never expected that even after coming to a backwater place like Jiangshui City, he would run into another freak. As for Jung Yu, he hates him, but he also respects him. He couldn't help it. He had read that guide. It was absolute dominance of strength. The only thing he is angry about is why his own luck is so bad. Because of Jung Yu, he got beaten up by his father last night. He had obviously tried so hard. He had obviously refreshed his hard-level abyss time, but it was still useless. He is the loser in his father's mouth. He is the thief that other students gossip about. He is the tool Zhou Yun uses to try and please his father. I clearly invited him. Why didn't he accept? Li Feng thought that if Zheng Yu had accepted his invitation back then, he, having already harbored the intent to kill, would have likely been killed by Zheng Yu instead in the hard-level abyss. Actually, he even thought that would have been the best ending. Sigh. Li Feng let out a deep sigh. It was nearing noon. Zheng Yu was woken up by those two girls, Wenren Qingyu and Qi Ying. They were carrying a huge amount of luggage. You two aren't planning on moving in, are you? Don't tell me you have some devious thoughts about my bro Zheng Yu? Tao Qian was cooking lunch, and seeing the two girls with all their bags, he commented sarcastically. Then he turned to Zheng Yu and said, "Bro, I don't think these two girls are up to any good. You'd better watch your back." "Shut your mouth, nobody is treating you like a mute." Wenren Qingyu snapped back directly. "Bro Yu messaged us saying we're leaving for Shangyu City tonight and told us to pack our bags to go together," Qi Ying explained. "So soon?" Tao Chen looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu said, "Moving, finishing paperwork, getting professional certificates, and settling in will take at least 2 days. That's enough time for my summoned beasts to return to full state. I want to level up as quickly as I can. Nightmare level abysses are extremely draining on energy. Even if the 5th stage Dual Demon Fire Dragon and Goblin General have had their energy reset, they are not at their absolute peak state. They need rest and recuperation. 2 days is perfect. And I'm planning on entering a nightmare level abyss for the next round too, so I need to go to Shangyu City as soon as possible to make preparations." "Wait." Tao Chan put down his spatula and walked up to Zheng Yu, asking seriously. "Nightmare level?" "Yes." "A 2nd stage abyss? What else? We're all level 10. We can't enter 1st stage abysses anymore." "No, I mean, are you sure about this?" Tao Qian actually wanted to say that a 2nd stage abyss is far from comparable to a 1st stage one. Even though you cleared the nightmare level of the 1st stage, isn't it a bit too risky to just go straight into a 2nd stage abyss without trying anything else first? But Tao Qian didn't say it outright. Mainly because he was afraid of being proven wrong. Back when Zheng Yu said he wanted to compete for the leaderboard, he had questioned it too. Since then, he never brought it up again. Questioning Zheng Yu's strength is just asking to be slapped in the face. Zheng Yu shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know, after all. This is my first time hitting level 10 too. How about we play it safe?" Wenren Qingyu suggested, "How about we clear a hard level one first to practice?" Qi Ying was listening from the side, and just wanted to comment on that. "A 2nd stage hard level 1 is considered practice?" Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Although I don't know how strong the 2nd stage nightmare level abyss is, my strength has also improved quite a bit this time. There's about a 50% chance. I'll charge you guys 1 million for this trip to take you through the nightmare level abyss. You guys coming?" Ignoring the opposition, Zheng Yu set the price immediately. Tao Qian, who had just been worried and opposed, agreed without a second thought. "It's a deal." Wenren Qingyu was even more straightforward. She transferred the money immediately. Zheng Yu, "You guys aren't worried anymore?" Tao Chan, "You know, I'm backing you all the way, brother. If you say we're going, we're going." Wenren Qingyu, "Well, there's a 50% chance, right? I'm betting on it." Only Qi Ying was the most honest. Betting 1 million on a 2nd stage nightmare level abyss, even gods couldn't refuse that. Danger. Which abyss isn't dangerous? With Zheng Yu there, only 50% danger. Does that even count as danger? Besides, all 3 of them realized they couldn't talk Zheng Yu out of it anyway. So since Zheng Yu wanted to go crazy, then we'll just go crazy with him. At this moment, Tao Qian remembered a question and said, "If you can actually take us through another nightmare level abyss, then the top spot on this year's rookie level leaderboard will definitely be yours." In previous years, it was always the rookies from the Central District who won this reward. I can already imagine the look of shock on those arrogant Central District geniuses' faces when the leaderboard updates and they see the #1 spot is a professional from Jiangshui, Shangyu City, and they're a summoner. Shangyu City. Wow, this place is huge, with a yard and a pool. Brother Yu, have you officially started living that rich kid life ahead of schedule? After finishing the paperwork, Tao Qian and the others arrived at the villa. "Rich kid, I built this from nothing." "Yeah, sure, whatever." Tao Qian grabbed a beer directly from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and took a big gulp. "Nothing beats this. Did you buy this house?" Zheng Yu, lying on a lounge chair and staring at his phone, didn't even look up as he replied, "Chai Fang from the resource department gave it to me. Just staying here for now." Tao Qian surveyed the scale of the villa. "It's quite spacious. The rent for this place alone must be over 10,000. A small 3-story house with a large yard, a lawn, and a swimming pool. By the way, did they give you your S-rank resources yet? Jung Yu shook his head. Not yet. Chai Fang said since it passed the application window, and I had applied once before but the resources went to Li Feng instead, things are a bit complicated. Tao Qian frowned. You can't apply for them? Even though the resources weren't his, it was closely tied to his own situation. With more resources, Jung Yu would be stronger, making their abyss run safer. Naturally, he was anxious. They said Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu City went to the provincial district personally to handle the process. I don't know yet if it'll actually be approved. Tao Qian grabbed his beer and reclined on a chair, saying, if Shangyu City can't get those resources for you, doesn't that mean coming here was a loss for us? It's all the same. Jung Yu didn't seem to care. Whether Shangyu City gets these resources approved or not, I wouldn't have stayed in Zhongshui City anyway. I can always apply again at level 20. Then wouldn't you be missing out on the stage 1 resources? Tao Qian said, feeling indignant on Jung Yu's behalf. Chai Fang said that if it doesn't go through, their resource department will pay out of their own pockets to make up for the stage 1 resources, and it won't be any worse than what the province provides. This was the deal struck when Chai Fang first met Jung Yu. Seems like Shangyu City really values you. It's mainly because Shangyu City's performance has been poor in recent years. Forget S-rank, there are barely any A-rank professionals here, and even those aren't developing well. If this keeps up, they won't even have rookies to enter the professional tournament. Of course, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fang are worried. True. Tao Qian asked again, what about Wenren Qingyu and the others? Because Tao Qian had to handle his own residency transfer, he was the last to arrive in Shangyu City. They went shopping. I told them to buy some essentials for the abyss. Girls are better at bargaining, so we can save some money. Having lived in poverty, Jung Yu was habitually thrifty. Tao Qian's eyes lit up. Have you decided which abyss to hit? Yep, the Shangyu Ancestral Hall. Hiss. The most disgusting one? Although Tao Qian put on a dramatic show of sucking in a cold breath, he wasn't actually surprised, because the Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the only abyss with a nightmare-level strategy guide. But it was also the one abyss that Wenren Qingyu, Ke Ying, and even Tao Qian wanted to enter the least, because it's genuinely haunted. Jung Yu explained there are 3 Stage 2 abysses in Shangyu City: the Ancestral Hall, the Bloody Film Studio, and the Dark Valley. Of the 3, only the Ancestral Hall has full clearance records, a complete guide, plot branches, and clear instructions on how to get rewards and shortcuts. I know you guys are a bit scared of the hall, but to raise the success rate, it's the best place to practice. So I made a rather safe decision. Rather safe, Tao Qian felt like Jung Yu was showing off, but he had no proof. Using a nightmare-level abyss to practice. And calling it a safe choice? Listen to that, is that even human? Unheard of. But Jung Yu really seemed to be looking out for them. Jung Yu explained, it has a complete guide, and it was written by Mayor Zhang Zhan when he was young. It's very reliable. How about that? Feel better now? Jung Yu even thought of himself as quite thoughtful. Tao Qian. Of course, the first clear bonus for the Ancestral Hall is gone, but there's still hope for the film studio and the Dark Valley. You plan on clearing them all? Why not? It would be a waste not to take such good rewards. Fine, whatever. Tao Qian chose to support Jung Yu. He didn't really have a choice anyway. No matter what abyss Jung Yu wants to run, he'll run it. As someone just along for the ride, his only job is to keep the mood up, cook, and drink. The hall is a ghost-type abyss, so I asked the girls to prepare anti-ghost items. Those are expensive in the temple shop, but you can find cheaper ones in the offline markets. Also, the hall has a lot of yin energy, so get some chicken when you have time. Tao Qian understood. Chicken blood to ward off spirits, I get it. Jung Yu shook his head. Who said anything about warding off spirits? The ghosts in the abyss have health bars. What's there to be afraid of? I want the chicken because I heard free-range chicken is a local Shangyu specialty. We're going to roast it inside the hall. Tao Qian. Well played. In the afternoon, Chai Fang brought good news. The province approved his resource application, and it's currently processing. Apparently, Zhang Zhan went directly to a big shot in his faction to coordinate and get it through. These procedures are a real pain without connections, Chai Fang muttered on the other end of the line. So any interest in joining our faction? Chai Fang took this opportunity to ask. Jung Yu neither refused nor accepted, simply asking, I thought only level 40 professionals were eligible to join a faction. Factions can be thought of as organizations built by powerful professionals to monopolize resources. They are powerful and unshakable because their interests are inextricably linked. But not just anyone can join. Simple requirement blocks 99% of all professionals. A minimum of level 40 is required to enter a faction, because before level 40, you can't really be called a powerhouse. Chai Fang laughed. This is just to scout a talent like you early. To be able to clear a nightmare level abyss, level 40 is a guarantee. Anyway, did you decide which stage 2 abyss to run? Chai Fang didn't pursue the faction question further, switching topics. The Ancestral Hall, a very level-headed choice. To Chai Fang, this seemed like a rather conservative choice. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the abyss that Shangyu professionals clear most often because there are countless guides for it. It's the favorite for Stage 2 professionals in Shangyu City. Chai Fang was slightly disappointed. He had actually hoped Zhongyu would try one of the other abysses and break a record. After all, the attitude of Shangyu professionals toward inviting Zhongyu was divided. Even with his record of clearing a nightmare-level abyss, many still believe that the summoner class has no future and that giving resources to Zhongyu is a wrong decision. So if he broke a record, those people would finally shut up. But from Zhongyu's perspective, the hall was definitely the best choice. Because it was safe. That's why Chai Fang called it a level-headed choice. Not influenced by the outside world, choosing only what fits him. It's hard to reconcile this choice with the Zhongyu, who once stormed into a nightmare-level abyss in a fit of rage. After hanging up, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the province, asked, he didn't choose the film studio. Chai Fang nodded. I also thought he'd pick the film studio. Breaking the record there is the most likely. This kid, he seems reckless, but he's actually excessively calm. Reckless? I don't think Zhongyu is reckless, Zhang Zhan said with a smile. He just doesn't like to tolerate things. That's not a fault. If young people acted as timidly and fearfully as we do, they wouldn't be young anymore. Actually, choosing the hall is fine too. If he breaks the historical record for the hall, wouldn't that have even higher prestige? Zhang Zhan was optimistic. But Chai Fang said without hesitation, I don't think it's very likely. The Ancestral Hall is the most familiar abyss for Shangyu people, having been cleared and refined by countless professionals time and time again. It's not that easy to beat the record. Unless he plans on doing the nightmare version. Plus, from what I gather, he's taking Tao Chan and those 2 girls with him. Solo record breaking? Impossible. Let alone doing it in the nightmare abyss. At that, Chai Fang thought of something. Wait, is his team currently 1 person short? Zhang Zhan nodded. Yeah, they're 4 people. 1 guy pulled out of the nightmare abyss early. I bet he's regretting that now. If they're 1 short, Chai Fang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Should I send someone his way? Send a helper? Sure. How about Zheng Wenchang, a rank fighter talent? I think he's level 18 right now. To his surprise, Chai Fang flatly refused. Who said I wanted to send him a helper? With Zheng Yu's strength, sending a helper is meaningless. None of our Stage 2 professionals are S rank. What's an A rank going to do to help him? Since Zheng Yu wants to solo it, he wouldn't want a helper anyway. Zhang Zhan asked in confusion, then what are you planning? I have a distant cousin who changed class last year. She was delayed a year due to some family matters. I want her to tag along and benefit. Zhang Zhan, you didn't even have faith in Zheng Yu a moment ago. Chai Fang chuckled. I don't think he'll break the record, but at Stage 2 he's a powerhouse. My cousin needs to latch onto this powerhouse, just like when I teamed up with you. Zhang Zhan.
Shangyu City. Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall. After 2 days of running around, Zheng Yu and his team had finally taken care of everything that needed to be done and finally had time to focus on business. It's a bit empty in here. Tao Qian looked around at the few professionals in the hall. A staff member nearby, having nothing better to do, explained, because the first batch of professionals this year are all still in the Stage 1 Abyss. They can't even get into the Stage 1 Abyss queue. As for the veterans, they've either leveled up or given up entirely, so isn't it normal for it to be empty? Tao Qian nodded. That's true, it was my oversight. After all, he had just transferred from Jiangshui City, so what he said earlier was slightly ambiguous. They entered the hall. There weren't many people, but there were some holding up signs looking for teammates. Wenren Qingyu said, we're missing a teammate. Normally, 4 people can enter the abyss, but with 1 missing, the experience and rewards decrease as the number of people drops. If you want to compete for the rankings, it's best to bring along a tag-along. It's very easy to find tag-alongs for Stage 2, and they are usually willing to pay. Nearly 60 or 70% of professionals get stuck at this stage, and some of them just don't want to risk their lives in the abyss anymore. Others simply can't win and have no one to carry them, so they find a job to save up money while waiting for a strong player to carry them. Tao Qian asked puzzledly, no one to carry them? That shouldn't be right. I saw plenty of that back in the Stage 1 Abyss. That was the Stage 1 Abyss. As long as you have a level advantage, carrying someone through a simple or even normal level abyss is easy. Even then, you need a standard setup, like 2 warriors carrying a priest to pull it off. Once you hit the Stage 2 Abyss, strong professionals team up with each other to level up. Who has the time to carry a dead weight? Unless they've given up on reaching Stage 3 and just want to trade their power for money, maybe they'd carry someone. Then there are professionals like Zheng Yu who are competing for ranking. But the problem is, in a small city like Shangyu, you don't get a genius competing for rankings in years. I see, Tao Qian said, looking like he finally understood. Then he pointed at the group of professionals in the Shangyu Ancestral Hall looking for teammates. Let's just grab one from them then. Tao Qian went directly to a staff member. He posted a call for teammates on the hall's screen. Looking for a tag-along, 4 missing 1. Requirements: obedient, don't steal kills, don't steal loot, know how to cook and barbecue, preferably good at grilling kidneys, not free of charge, price negotiable. When Zheng Yu saw the announcement, he gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. Tao Qian really understood him. He didn't need a teammate with strength, he just needed someone who could grill kidneys to fill the gap left by Wu Zong. As soon as the announcement went up, a professional messaged Zheng Yu. Anonymous warrior need a teammate. Zheng Yu, summoner, yes. Anonymous, warrior, wait, you're a summoner? Anonymous, hold on, who is your main carry? The professional who contacted Zheng Yu was baffled. He had never seen such a bizarre team, a summoner as the leader and 2 assassins? Only the monk looked like he actually belonged there. Without waiting for Zheng Yu to reply, the anonymous warrior said, let me talk to the monk, he should be your captain. Zheng Yu asked, why talk to him? The anonymous warrior sent a speechless emoji. Then he said, I need to negotiate the price. Zheng Yu replied directly, you can talk to me. Are you in charge? Yes. I have a B-grade talent, Flame, capable of suppressing the yin energy in the Ancestral Hall. I'm level 18, and I've cleared the simple level Ancestral Hall Abyss 5 times and the normal level once. After that introduction, he hit Zheng Yu with, I'm asking for 800,000, not too expensive, right? What? Zheng Yu sent a big question mark. No, are you actually in charge or not? With my strength, 800,000 isn't expensive. Although your team setup is very mediocre, if you take me, the monk, and kick out one of the assassins to add a priest, clearing a simple abyss won't be a problem. Zheng Yu, summoner, why don't you actually read the announcement I posted? Zheng Yu was getting tired of explaining. How can someone come asking for money without even reading the post? The other side fell silent for a moment. Then they sent back a question mark emoji. Anonymous, warrior, are you kidding me, man? Are you crazy or am I blind? With your setup and levels, you want to carry people through the abyss. Anonymous, warrior, and you want someone who can grill kidneys? I'm speechless. Are you playing around with me here? The other person was clearly angry. Zheng Yu found it strange. He was staring at the summoner class tag. Did the other guy not recognize it? Zheng Yu, summoner, do you not check the forums? Anonymous, warrior, the forums? That's just a place for a bunch of failures to brag and gossip. What's there to check? You haven't seen one of those posts about a shortcut in the Ancestral Hall, have you? Anonymous, warrior, my advice is don't believe it. You'll die fast if you do. Anonymous warrior, I'm out. A bunch of kids trying to mess with me. I thought I finally found a job. With that, the warrior stopped responding to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu looked at Tao Qian, who also looked grim. Apparently someone had messaged him too, and it didn't go well. Well, looks like a real tag-along isn't that easy to find. Wenren Qingyu said, I didn't expect this either. She thought a tag-along would be easy to find. Zheng Yu said, it seems the mayor kept news of my arrival in Shangyu City as quiet as possible. Probably worried I wouldn't be able to make it? There's another possibility. Wenren Qingyu said they didn't anticipate the Nightmare Abyss giving so much experience and didn't expect you to already be a Stage 2 professional. So what now? Tao Qian asked. I found a few, but they were either just asking for money or left as soon as they saw you were the captain. One guy was interesting. He knew you cleared the Stage 1 Nightmare Abyss, but still refused to join. He felt that being asked to grill kidneys was an insult to him. Kei Ying, who was nearby, laughed. If Wu Zong heard that, he'd be furious. True, he doesn't even have the chance to grill kidneys right now. It's mostly because your fame hasn't really spread yet, brother Yu. Stage 2 professionals are still a bit arrogant. How about I look for someone on the forums? Just as Wenren Qingyu was about to look for a tag-along on the forums, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Feng. Xiao Yu, I heard you plan on entering the abyss today? Chai Feng's tone was extremely polite. Zheng Yu was taken aback for a moment. Yeah, I plan to. I'm currently looking for teammates. Oh, you're missing a teammate? Chai Feng asked, pretending to be surprised. Zheng Yu explained, to be exact, I'm missing someone who can grill kidneys. Chai Feng, what? Someone who can grill kidneys? After some negotiations, They finally reached an agreement with the line, "Well, that's a coincidence. I happen to have a sister who knows how to grill kidneys." The price was settled at 3 million per person. Although Chai-Fang thought Jung Yu's asking price was a bit high, he didn't hesitate at all. If he wanted to cultivate the talent he scouted, he had to make sure they were well fed. He figured this was probably Jung Yu's way of expressing dissatisfaction that they hadn't fully delivered on the resources yet. Giving a little extra was only reasonable. "It's a deal then. I'll send the money over in a bit, just hang tight for a moment." "Sure." Jung Yu hung up the phone and said with a smile, "I found our soy sauce." "Who?" "A distant cousin of Chai-Fang." "The minister of the resource department?" "Yes." She knows how to grill kidneys?" Chai-Fang said her family runs a barbecue joint, so she should be better than Wu Zong. "Then there's no problem." Wenren Qingyu, "Is it really appropriate for you guys to be discussing whether someone can grill kidneys so seriously?" Chai Yun the Ranger has requested to join the team. The leader has accepted Chai Yun the Ranger into the team. Chai Yun the Ranger, "Hello Captain Jung Yu, hello everyone, my name is Chai Yun, it's nice to meet you all." Smile. Tao Qian the Monk, "How cute." Jung Yu the Summoner, "Welcome." Wenren Qingyu the Assassin, "Welcome big sister." Qi Ying the Assassin, "Welcome big sister." Seeing the word big sister, Chai Yun, who was currently in a taxi rushing to the Shangyu Ancestral Hall, gritted her teeth. She was indeed 1 year older than Wenren Qingyu and the others. She became a professional last year but got stuck at level 12 and couldn't level up. With no teammates and no mentors, she finally managed to form a team after a month, only to nearly die in the Ancestral Hall. Later, due to some family matters and realizing her lack of talent, she gave up. She hadn't intended to continue on this path until her cousin Chai-Fang, the classic perfect child, called her last night saying he'd found a master to carry her through the abyss. No risk, no need to do anything, just be a soy sauce player. A professional deemed a master by Chai-Fang must be the real deal. But the thought of the person being a year younger than her still felt a bit awkward. She arrived at the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss lobby. She found her team at a single glance, because Wenren Qingyu's figure was just too eye-catching. It was hard not to notice a group of 4 people who all looked very young. Jung Yu also saw Chai Yun, a girl with a very healthy physique, wheat-colored skin, long legs, a sharp short haircut, wrists wrapped in bandages, with muscles clearly visible on her forearms and calf. Jung Yu nodded at Chai Yun and said, "There is a file I sent in the chat group. Take a look at it and make sure you don't make any mistakes." "Sure." Chai Yun's first impression of Jung Yu was that he was reliable. At least he wouldn't act tough and go into the abyss without a guide. However, she didn't really pay much attention to the materials Jung Yu sent, because it felt a bit redundant. After all, the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss was a course taught at the Shangyu School, and every student knew it like the back of their hand. Did it even need a guide? Chai Yun didn't show her disdain because she knew from her cousin that Jung Yu was the genius brought over from Jiangshui City. It was normal for someone from Jiangshui not to be familiar with the abyss in Shangyu. 1 hour. Jung Yu said, "We will enter the abyss in 1 hour." Jung Yu left time for Chai Yun to read the material. Chai Yun was new to the team and didn't want to say anything. Chai-Fang had told her to talk less as Jung Yu preferred pure soy sauce players. But the more she looked, the stranger it seemed. Why were these all guides for the Nightmare Level Abyss? She figured Jung Yu must have found the wrong guide. Nightmare Level Abyss guides were just for regular professionals to enjoy. They couldn't really learn techniques from them. To really learn, one had to look at hard level abyss guides. Chai Yun couldn't help but remind Jung Yu, what's wrong? Jung Yu asked directly, seeing Chai Yun's hesitant look. Chai Yun simply stated her thoughts. "Did you guys find the wrong guide? The guide in the group is for the Nightmare Level Abyss." Jung Yu nodded. "That's right, that's the one." Chai Yun. Seeing Chai Yun's confusion, Jung Yu explained, "Although you don't need to fight, there are many mechanisms and traps in the Ancestral Hall Abyss, especially in the Nightmare level. The Nightmare level is very different from the normal level you are familiar with. The Nightmare level is more realistic, so the guide is extremely useful. It will help us break the historical record." Chai Yun made a strange sound. "Nightmare level? Didn't your cousin tell you?" Jung Yu asked. Tao Qian asked back, "Boss Jung, did you tell Chai-Fang that you were planning to clear the Nightmare level Ancestral Hall?" Jung Yu was stunned. I don't think so." Jung Yu realized it just then. No wonder Chai-Fang's tone was off when I asked him for 3 million. He thought it was too expensive. Chai Yun stared blankly at Jung Yu. "Are you serious?" Jung Yu said speechlessly, "You are the 3rd professional today to ask me that. Look, it is indeed a communication error on my part. My team and I are entering the Nightmare level Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss. If you think it's too risky, you can drop out. I'll just refund the money to Chai-Fang. As for a soy sauce teammate, I can just find one on the forum. There will always be brave souls." Chai Yun stood there and thought for a moment. She was very hesitant, until Jung Yu looked at her hands and said, "The calluses on your hands show that you haven't stopped training for a year. As a ranger, arm strength is the most important thing. Do you want to take a gamble with us?" an active invitation from Jung Yu. A professional who took a year off but kept training, wearing thick calluses on her palms, showed that she had never given up on this path. Therefore, Jung Yu decided to give her a chance. If she was willing to gamble, the path of a professional would open up for her. Chae-yun looked at Jung Yu seriously, her eyes full of doubt and confusion, but even more yearning. Are you confident? 50%. Either die or clear it. That's a great way to put it. I might quit halfway through, Chae-yun said bluntly without any concealment. Jung Yu waved his hand dismissively. That's fine, I've experienced that before, but the money won't be refunded. Chae-yun, 3 million? If you can really clear the nightmare level ancestral hall, that's a bargain for me. Chae-yun was silent for a long time. I must be crazy, she muttered. Her logic telling her it was impossible for one summoner and 4 soy sauce players to clear a nightmare level abyss, even with Jung Yu's past glorious achievement, because the difficulty of Stage 1 and Stage 2 abysses could not be compared. But there was a voice in her head telling her to gamble. Finally, she chose to reject rational judgment. I'm in. Jung Yu smiled and said, congratulations on boarding the pirate ship. Do you need to tell your cousin? Chae-yun said, I will tell him. Chae-yun sent a message to Chai Fang, I'm going into the nightmare level abyss. If I don't come back, please take care of my parents. Are you done? Yes. Then let's go. Jung Yu opened the page and selected Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, nightmare level. Jung Yu the summoner. We're in. Tao Qian the monk. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous this time. Kei Ying the assassin. Good luck. Wenren Qingyu the assassin. Don't be nervous. Either we clear it and get rich, or we die in the nightmare abyss. It's not a cowardly way to go. Tao Qian the monk. Tui, you jinx. Chai-yun the ranger. Entering Shangyu's ancestral hall abyss, nightmare level, please wait. Meanwhile, Chai Fang, who was in a meeting, received the message from Chae-yun. He didn't read it carefully the first time, laughing, this girl playing the sentimental card with me. But at the second glance, my God, he jumped out of his chair. Zhang Zhan, who was speaking, said with dissatisfaction, we are having a meeting. What are you doing? But Chai Fang ignored him completely, because he saw the keyword, nightmare level. Jung Yu is going to the nightmare level ancestral hall abyss. No wonder he had the audacity to ask me for 3 million. Zhang Zhan was also stunned when he heard Chai Fang. You mean the summoner we recruited has entered the nightmare level abyss? Chai Fang nodded. My cousin Chae-yun just sent me a message, and she actually left a will, damn it. Zhang Zhan, do you remember what level we were when we entered the nightmare level abyss? Zhang Zhan level 19. Jung Yu is only level 13, and he brought 4 soy sauce players. Is he insane? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fang were thinking, Jung Yu had lost his mind. The 5 of them had already entered the ancestral hall abyss. Jung Yu saw only darkness in front of him and heard an old man's voice in his ears. The ancestral hall mainly used for rituals. Weddings, funerals, birthday celebrations, sacrificing to ancestors and sages. Praying, worshipping, celebrating, blessing, believing that the ancestors and gods will protect them. It was the same in Shangyu village. Their ancestors protected them for generations, keeping them prosperous in their careers, free from hunger, safe from the sword, and shielded from water and fire. They thanked their ancestors and respected the ancestral hall until one day the ancestors began to have desires of their own. I will protect your life, you offer yours in sacrifice. Will the ancestors you worship truly protect you? Or rather, is who you are worshiping really your ancestor? The voice was low, like someone telling a ghost story as it recounted the tale of the ancestral hall abyss.